It went live. Good morning, true crime friends. Good morning. We are having some teensy technical difficulties this morning, but I'm here. We're here. Brandi and I are going to see if we can't get some of our technical issues resolved at lunchtime. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Okay. Okay. I don't see anything. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Okay, now look, now that I'm live, let's see if we can get Law and Crime live because I do not see where they are streaming this case. Hang on, hang on. Bear with me, true crime friends. We are in this together. Wait. No, Law and Crime. Hang on. Hang on. We're gonna run this baby back. Let's make sure we did not miss anything, friends, because we want to see every little thing that this person has to say. Okay, they're just working through jury instructions. Oh, no sound on the court? Can you hear? I just turned it up. Can you hear the sound on the court now? Please let me know. Holy smokes. Okay, you guys can hear me, but you can't hear court. That's what I'm hearing from you, right? No court sound. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. They are working through jury instructions right now, which I don't think is such a big deal. Let me know if you're dying to hear how they put together jury instructions. I can hear them. Um, Bear with me one moment. Child, the technical difficulties are real this morning. Okay, how do I fix the sound on the court? Boosted the sound. Let me make sure. What a mess. Y'all. Okay. So I am going to turn the sound down on them for me right now. I'm not clear why you're not hearing them, but please make sure you hit the like button. I'm happy to have you all here. In case you don't know me, my name is Kathy, and I have the channel Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, where I give you all your latest true crime gossip every single morning without fail. Now, listen. If you want to know like facts and figures and stuff like that, I'm not your girl. I got facts, FAX facts, not FACTS facts. I'm not the news. I'm not CNN. I'm not Reuters. I'm not Fox. I'm not anybody like that. What I do is I show up every morning with a good attitude and all the latest tea, honey. Now listen. Do I care what happened in the case? Absolutely. I care about victims. I care about all the crimes. But basically, I want to know who was really having an affair. Honey, was the neighbor really as nosy as they say? All the important things. I give you the part of the case that you really, really care about. People don't want to say that they care about the gossip, but come on now. They care about the gossip. You care about the gossip. I care about the gossip. Child, we care about the gossip. And so some people have said gossiping is wrong. And to them, I say, okay, so good. So find yourself another channel and go and talk to somebody else about it because me and my friends, honey, we are just here for the gossip, rumor, and the innuendo. Okay, so look, I'm hopeful that these jury instructions take a little time. So that gives me a little time to work out these technical difficulties because child, whew, I'm about to break out in a sweat. I spent so much time getting fully prepared. And now I'm like, I forgot my fan. How am I over here without my hot flash fan? I'm a woman of a certain age, and ooh, sometimes the heat is very, very real. Um, I have, here's the thing, Brandi put the court stream on the stage, and I took it off because of the sound issue, and now I kind of can't put it back. Okay. Um, hang on. Oh gosh, I can't even tag like comments and stuff. I am a guest, not the host. That may be why you don't have sound. Lord Jesus. Okay. Um, oh, put on closed captions. That is an excellent idea. So many smart people. Do you want to change your captive setting? Yes. Putting on closed captions. I think I just put them on. Y'all know I am unclear. Um, okay. Closed captions. I auto-generated closed captions. Yay me. Y'all, this is such a team effort. It is such a team effort. I think part of the issue though is that but now, did I turn on the closed captions? Yes, yes, it did. Can I add the court back to the live screen? No, no, I cannot. I could do an interpretive dance, or I could just tell you what they're saying. Wait, now the screen. Girl, that's what I'm trying to do. It won't let me. Edit name, stop screen. Yeah, you're by far too stressful for me. You need to find. Um, okay, so here's the thing. I believe that I was added to this stream as a guest and not as a host. So it's not allowing me to share the screen, which is okay. We are going to make this work. Hang on. Hotkeys audio. Okay. Um okay. So they're just doing jury instructions. We want to hear the jury instructions. We don't need to know how the sausage is made. So look, oh, I wish I could run a poll so I could say like, who you think did it? How long do you think it's going to take for them to find a verdict, aka convict the heifer? Because I am of the personal belief that she's going to be convicted, but I am reserving judgment. If Jessica is in the chat, I'm gonna need her to message me because we need to work on a couple of things. Um, you need your puppy. That's why it's not right. They're both sleeping peacefully on the floor, and Lord knows I do not want to disturb them because they really, really enjoy fighting and barking real loud when I'm trying to make a video. And do we need that? No, no, we do not. Wait, present video file, stop screen, slides, video file. Oh, okay, wait. No, Brandi, help. Okay, so look, I'm gonna text Brandi again. Yeah, I'm clearly on here as a host and not as a guest and not as a host. So, I'm not sure how we're going to resolve this problem. I may need to leave and come back. We may need to start a separate stream. I'm not sure yet, but in the meantime, we are just going to take it easy and take it as it comes, and I'm going to read some comments. All right? All right. Um, Melanie Schuyler says, there is sound in court and I'm on the channel on. Oh, wait, when you were watching it on your TV, you had sound. Right? Brandi, help. Let me text her again. Hang on, bear with me. Okay. So I just sent Brandi a text message. I'm not sure. I don't think she's turning off her phone while she's in court. Um, oh, that was just a commercial. I have sound and I'm on my phone. Okay, right. You guys were getting sound from me. The issue that we were running into was that there was no sound on the court feed. Okay. What is it doing? There is no sound. Okay. Did you click the sound? Okay, let me see. Okay, present, share screen. To share audio, share a tab or screen instead. Remove it and then share. Done. Okay. I think we got part of it solved. Brandi is walking me through it. Bless her heart. Now we just need to get the court back on the stage. Welcome to the stage, Law and Crime. Okay. Thank you for bearing with me, true crime friends. We are going to get this handled. Okay. Okay, we got the sound issue fixed, so that's good. I just need to get Law and Crime back up here where you can see it. They're doing anything right now. They really, really are not. But when they're ready to go, honey, we need to be ready to go. Okay. Can I drag it up? Nope.
state realizes that this
Okay,
is really
wait.
what they really are going for is whether or not
Let me know.
was aware of these things and acting in defense of others.
Okay.
So I believe that
Brandi
here
Churchwell
is
is an angel from heaven. Let me know if you can hear the court now.
they need to be included where I would say in
Drop some ones in the chat or something if you can hear court.
because of threats or prior difficulties. I think that we
You hear it?
for Isabel Shaver enacting in defense of others.
So excited.
And
Okay.
Any objection?
no, I made notes on that as well.
Okay, court. Not today, Satan. Not today.
I didn't know what the
Okay.
specific instruction was. I thought this
Sound
thing
is
did
low.
this, so
Okay, let me
it's really good,
boost.
and I thought actually they put it in their primary instructions.
So please modify the instruction accordingly.
Yeah, just put in the defense. You care how the defense would want to handle that, sir. That's why I
Okay.
brought
Yes,
I
sir.
have
So there's no
boosted sound.
objection.
Can you hear sound now?
We will work on that. We'll make sure we print out prior to final
Congratulations,
instructions,
Lego
just-
Lisa.
Yeah, we'll address that again to make sure there's no further changes that need to be made later today.
Yes, sir. All
You
right,
guys can hear it?
3.7, any objections?
Judge, one moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Since we're dealing with the substantive crimes and instructions up to this point, let's say, we had requested instructions on consequences. Accessory after the fact.
All right, I have that. Consanguinity as a defense. I've read over it and the state's position.
He's referring to a statute that had been modified and changed. The statute.
Hey,
His
y'all,
study
good
cites
morning.
refer to a statute that was modified in 2006. Statute that is currently written. I have copies for government approach.
Yes, sir.
That is 777.03.
Thank you.
Paragraph B, any person who maintains or assists the principal before the fact or gives the offender any other aid knowing that the offender had committed the offense of child abuse, neglect of a child, aggravated child abuse, aggravated manslaughter. Apologize. Paragraph C, any person who maintains or assists the principal. Any person who maintains or assists the principal or an accessory before the fact or gives the offender any other aid knowing that the offense had been committed a crime, if such crime was a capital life, first degree or second degree felony, or had been accessory thereto before the fact with the intent that the offender avoids or escapes detection, arrest, trial, or punishment is an accessory after the fact. The discussion of people being in relation, which is what Mr. Wiggs is referring to, is in paragraph A, which deals with someone that is a accessory before the fact. So the language that he is requesting is not appropriate, and that's why the standard instruction does not include any of that. Any person not standing in the relation of husband or wife, parent or child, grandparent, brother or sister by consanguinity, who maintains and assists before the fact, forgives the offender any aid, knowing that the offender had, which is after the fact, committed a crime. If such crime was third degree, and that's third degree, right? Okay, or had been in accessory there too before the fact with the intent, okay, and the offender who maintains agrees. Your Honor, you can't be an accessory after the facts if you are a relative to a third degree felony. No, it's fair. Let me read.
All right, please take turns. Mr. Cavuccio, anything further? Okay.
No, I think it's still applicable based on the law that I cited to the court. And I don't see where this case has been overturned, Judge. Which is which was Brown v. Say.
And it states that, Marshall had been charged with a second-degree murder. And Brown was charged with being an accessory after the fact. He first asserts the one guy that, there was a relationship of constant quantity as the defense. And that was his defense. The court said, well, you're too remote in the relationship to assert that to a second-degree murder. I don't see more clearly what Mr. Lucci at the last minute, having produced these weeks and weeks ago, is providing that says that this is otherwise been revoked or overruled. But you're right, as has provided something with my time to try to read off of. I read the statute update. I don't see, this is a 2006 version. I've read the latest version of the statute, and I don't see where it changed, as Mr. Colucci was suggesting here.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Here's the copy of the statute that was in effect before 2006, which Mr. Wiggs cites was the statute at the time. So in 2006, when the Florida legislature changed statute, the standard jury instructions were changed to comport with the statute, and that's the cases of Brown and Bowen. Bowen was from 2001, Brown was from 1996, have been abrogated.
I don't believe so, Judge. I'm looking at the current statute, and I don't think that's the position. I think it's still in effect, it's still viable defense, and we request the instruction.
All right, the request is denied.
All righty then.
3.7 plea of not guilty, acceptable?
The jury is not
This is
seated.
standard, Judge?
Yes, sir.
They're working through jury instructions right now.
Okay. 3.9, weighing the evidence. We have to decide yet as to what or if all or any of 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 will be given.
See where you're looking at.
3.9,
Mine goes from 3.7 going to the self-defense.
Good morning, people who are just coming in. Good morning, friends. They're going through the charging conference now, basically the jury instructions. She has got to be nervous as heck. Oh my God.
sir, except for 6 through 10.
Pretended what it said.
Do the parties want 6?
Testimony from Adam Narvaez about the reputation for truthfulness as the Laurie, Isabel, and Travis. And request that it be included. So.
Your Honor, I don't think we have any evidence of 6.
Correct.
I don't think we have any evidence of 7. Do you have?
Judge,
We're a
I
little
asked
bit
that 6
behind.
be added, and I'll tell you what, we did hear
So
from,
I put it on 1.25 until we get caught up.
Jeremy Townsend. He's represented by counsel. He has an arguable and viable interest in the case. There may be an inference that he has negotiated some kind of obligation or with the state. He's under compelled testimony of the subpoena, so I ask that that remain in.
So it reads, has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify?
I think that he could be charged, so there is an interest, so there could be a preferred treatment, that should remain in.
State's response?
But there have been absolutely no any sort of deal. And his arguments that this can be inferred when he knows that I have a Brady obligation in to turn over some sort of deal on that, I think would be an improper argument and completely improper.
I'll tell you what, I work with the state, I work with Brandi, I work with Rick Ridgway's, and those gentlemen would infer a preferred treatment with counsel, and I'll put it in writing, and it will be silently applied. So to just say, I don't want anything in writing, there still could be an innuendo that somebody's receiving fair treatment. And to just say, I would do it, and I would turn it over. I'm sure if you had it in writing.
Check quickly. Attacks on the character of former state attorney, Brandi King, and former chief assistant state attorney, Rick Ridgway at this point. What really is that I do have a Brady obligation. I would have to turn that over. There is no agreement. There is no preferred treatment. And to just make stuff up and infer it to the jury is improper.
And I agree, and I worked with those same individuals, Mr. Wiggs.
I've worked
Yes.
live cases with them, and that's why they dealt with me.
And the state has a Brady obligation.
Yeah.
And so if there was any type of agreement, you would have knowledge of that. So 6 will be stricken. Okay, number 7.
I don't think there's been any evidence of any pressure or threat against the witness that affected the truth of the witness. So.
Well, I'm gonna find that guy. Kind of now. I mean, the jury, that's a factual determination for a jury.
What evidence has there been, Mr. Wiggs?
I think they can imply something. I think they may infer from their common sense what they heard that there may be.
I've heard no testimony as a state.
Listen,
Okay, 7 will be stricken. Number 8, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he gave in court?
Yes. There's evidence.
Okay, so 8 will remain. 9, has the witness been convicted of a felony misdemeanor involving dishonesty, false statement? Yes. So Mr. Filmer testified to 3 felony convictions. 10, does the witness have a general reputation for dishonesty or truthfulness?
yes, but
Actually what was asked of the juror, do you know their reputation? He said yes. He actually never gave a response to what it was. But if the defense wants that
The defendant Yes, sir. 39B will remain. Any modifications?
in the state's packet after 39B is when I included the closing arguments section, because that in the past has been when the cases I've tried have broken up the 2 sets of instructions before and after closing arguments.
Yes, sir. And I will read the initial instructions prior to closing argument and the remainder after. So I have the closing argument instruction, both that's standard. And 3.10, rules for deliberation.
it's standard, judge, all the way through, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. 3.11, cautionary instruction.
Yeah, that's the answer.
3.12, verdict.
That's correct, that's statement.
Okay. 3.12A, single defendant, multiple counts or informations. Okay.
1%. Put in the case.
Mr. 3.13, submitting case to jury.
That's fine, Judge.
And we have the verdict forms. Does everyone have a copy of the proposed verdict form?
Close instruction I did.
Yes, sir.
Was the duty to report us. I had spent the proposed instruction on that there was no duty to report a crime just because you're observing the crime. I attach the authority on that. I think the law is clearly still the same on that issue today.
All right, state's response.
Yeah, Your Honor, I'll leave it. My as far as the law that relates to special jury instructions, the defendant must prove, one, that the special instruction was supported by the evidence, two, the standard instructions did not adequately cover the theory of defense, three, the special instruction was a correct statement of the law. That is Wheeler v. State 4 Southern 3rd 599. The court does have wide discretion in deciding whether or not to give or withhold a special instruction. I will say that we have found no case dealing with any sort of special instruction to say that it's not a crime. No one is saying that she is guilty solely by failing to report the crime, so there's no need to instruct the jury as such. It also creates confusion because we are obviously going to argue that the fact that she doesn't report anything, this is a self-defense claim, is a reason to question the veracity and credibility of that statement, and also that we're dealing with consciousness of guilt for the murder itself. So the veracity and credibility of that statement, and also that we're dealing with consciousness of guilt for the murder itself. So, and there's also the fact that she not only does not report the crime, but lies to law enforcement about the fact that she witnessed this crime, which is part of the accessory after the fact charge. So giving this instruction would be misleading and confusing, and based on the fact that they need to establish that it's necessary and that is not misleading and confusing, that it should be stricken.
Judge, she's not charged here with lying to law enforcement. That's not the charge. She's not charged with bank fraud. She's not charged with anything other than the charge of murder and accessory. The law still directs that if there's any reasonable evidence to support the proposition of the defense, the court is to grant the proposed instruction. Otherwise, it's an abuse of the discretion of the court. There is, again, the state is thinking that that the jury's supposed to render a verdict because somebody went on Michael Shaver's account or she made a misstatement to law enforcement. That's not the law. That's not found with any of the instructions that we just went through. So any evidence that she thought that the body had been removed somewhere else, which we've heard that there was evidence that she believed that the body was taken off the site by Mr. Townsend. Somebody called and said there was a trespasser, and the body later shows up there. The defense is entitled to the instruction that the defendant had no duty to report the crime. Specifically, there must be a factual determination by the jury that the defendant committed the crime. So we're entitled to that instruction, and the state's vague statement to the otherwise is not supported.
All right, I'll grant the request. Where would the parties like to have it? When would the parties like to have it read?
Parents probably go after the self-defense instruction.
All right, is that acceptable, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right, I will read it after the self-defense instruction. State, please include that. And I think we have the verdict forms remaining. We have count 1 and count 2. Count 1, is it acceptable as drafted?
Okay,
Yes, sir.
be fun to me.
I got my first Botox cosmetic treatment on a lunch break.
The treatment itself probably took 15 minutes.
I didn't mute sound, did they?
Okay.
Oh,
So
sound. Okay.
verdict form count 1 is acceptable to the defense. Verdict form count 2 as presented.
Judge, I'm going back. Let's go back.
Yes, sir.
Verdict 1. Was the defendant in actual possession of a firearm? I think you need to put the language in there that was used in the commission of this crime. She's not guilty of just having a firearm in the house.
Well, no, that's not.
And
So it says if you checked A, please answer the following questions. So clearly, if the jurors determine that Ms. Shaver is not guilty of second-degree murder, they do not proceed to 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
So as phrased, it is appropriate and properly ordered.
Very good.
All right. Then we're on to count 2.
Does anybody know how many counts there are? I'm not entirely sure. I feel like there would be smoke coming out of Wiggs's ears when he's reading, like he's thinking real, real hard. Wait, there's a comment that
That's fine, Judge. Count 2.
All right. And I believe that concludes the jury and jury instructions. Is there anything further?
Yes, sir. The, as it relates to accessory after the fact, and the way the standard instruction, and is tailored discusses the fact that the accessory, the level of the accessory after the fact is tied into the underlying offense that they were being an accessory to. That's why I included the accessory after the fact of manslaughter. Suppose I actually need to change that to accessory after the fact of manslaughter with a firearm, and then accessory after the fact of manslaughter on the verdict form. That also does mean I have to include we have to include accessory after the fact instructions that refer to the manslaughter instruction. We will add that as lesser included to the accessory after the fact of second-degree murder, and we'll submit those with our final instructions.
All right. And the numbering or lettering on the verdict form as to count 2, there's a D in there. It should be a C.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Anything further?
Nothing, Judge.
Before we call the jury in, let's take a 5-minute comfort break.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
okay. So now everybody stand up and stretch. You could go tinkle if you need to. 5 minutes to go get coffee. We're doing extreme ceiling close-ups. Okay, okay. Now that all the jury instructions are complete, oh gosh, I feel bad for Elizabeth too. Wait, hang on. Can't capture this comment. Regina Crawford says, I feel bad for Isabel. Oh, did I just call her Elizabeth? Lord. Can I do the PSAT? Okay, I'm doing too much multitasking right now. Regina Crawford says, I feel bad for Isabel. She lost her father and has been manipulated by her mother, and will now probably lose her mother. Absolutely true. And her situation is heartbreaking. I can't even imagine it, which makes it make sense that she would want to get up and do all she can to save her mother. The sad part is that her mother is garbage. Oh, are we permitted to talk bad about accused unfortunate unalivers? I mean, I feel like maybe it's bad karma, but also so is unaliving people. So like unclear. Unclear. Let me just text my baby and let him know. Of course he could do the PSAT. Mom's work is never done. This woman, Laurie Filmer Shaver, is presumed innocent unless she is proven guilty in a court of law. However, this is not a court of law. We are the 13th jurors, or the 14th, or the 15th, or the however many jurors. There are 1,000 of us here today. So we are the 14 through 1,000 jurors. And we, on the other hand, can have an opinion that will hopefully have no effect on the jury because they should not be watching this anyway. Now, Laurie was out here dropping it low and spreading it wide with her little feral kitty just all over creation. And now she is on the stand for unfortunately unaliving this poor man. And we are going to listen to what she says and listen for understanding and try to judge her fairly, even though she may be a shady garden tool. Now, listen, is that the official stance of Brandi Churchwell and the 13th juror family? No. The unhinged rantings of your friendly neighborhood gossip are solely the opinion of Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, LLC. We trying to protect Miss Brandi from any kind of lawsuit or anything like that. But Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, LLC, the limited liability corporation that you cannot sue, we think she's a shady garden tool with a feral kitty. And she got that man's initials, J Townsend. So wait, does now her chocha, it just says JT on it? Where is the JT? Have we seen the JT? Lord Jesus, we don't want to. I don't want to use the Lord's name in vain, but no, 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 no. She needs Jesus. This lady, she not right. Something not right. Something not right with her. But near be it to me to judge her. Because really, I'm judging her. When she got up on the stand and she was crying yesterday, she, lip all stuck out. She was weeping before she even said a word like, ma'am, I'm going to need you to pull your whole self together. I'm going to need you to pull it together. Were you crying like that when you was out here enjoying the town? This was the town bicycle, child. Everybody get a ride. I like, Wait, no, the PSAT apparently costs $20. Okay, does he need cash? Does he need charge? Sir, I'm trying to live stream some important PSAT business over here. Mother's work is never done. Oh, it's somebody's birthday? Wait, I saw something that said happy birthday. Whose birthday was it? Happy birthday, birthday person, whoever you are. I didn't see it. Listen, you know when I go on a rant, definitely. Oh, difficult to not see her as guilty. Yeah, because the town bicycle be doing stuff. I, mm-mm, But we're going to keep a good thought for her family and for her children, for Travis's family. Bless their little hearts. Oh my God, I can't even imagine. Brandi says, y'all, there are some awesome Lake County locals who are watching with y'all. Oh, but they just aren't chatting. So say hi to them too. Hey, Lake County locals. I have no idea where Lake County is. Can somebody with knowledge of Florida give us some general idea of where Lake County is? Is it like down, based on the accents? I don't think it's like Southern Florida. I think it's more like Northern Florida. I don't know where anything is in Florida. I know how to get to Miami. And then I know there's like the panhandle where Brandi lives, but I don't know anything else. But hey, Lake County, we love y'all wherever you happen to be. Everybody in the chat is saying hello to all the Lake County locals. Wait, this chat is going so fast I can barely grab them out of the air. Hello, 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 and much love to all of our Lake County locals. Wait, Lake County, this is going so fast. Lake County is in Central Florida, apparently. Okay. Central Florida, middle of, I guess that means the middle of the state. So look, if wait, can you see my arm? Where's my camera? If Florida is shaped like this, right? Like Miami is the fingertips, and then over here is the panhandle. Obviously, not like the size. So you would be like over here, you would be like at the pinky baby finger or something, or would you be like more like the middle of the hand? I'm not sure. I'm not good with maps. I'm from the New York tri-state area, and I can tell you how to get from here to Queens, but how to get to from here to Florida, LaGuardia Airport is all I can tell you. I'm not good with directionality, but that's okay. Other gifts, child. That is not where my gifts lie. Wait, oh, it's the middle knuckle. Okay, okay, okay. Look, this is what we're doing. So here's Florida. If down here is Miami, which is really the only part of Florida I know, the middle knuckle is Lake County. So the middle knuckle is Lake County. Thank you so much.
Are we ready for the jury?
There's your one issue.
Yes, sir.
Grand jury. I asked Mr. Alexia whose witnesses would be. It looks like there's a couple witnesses that have been engaged in social media on this cause.
All right.
Okay, if I can approach with him, thanks.
Yes, have fun.
And what are their names?
Well, Mr. Philmore said his wife doesn't go by.
Do you want the sidebar to go on, or do you want?
We don't care.
Okay.
Through here. So,
All right.
there's, Miss Philmore. Or not, it's right. She does social media by films. Right? To make that component clear. And I'll tell you. Okay, thanks. That's bananas. She's on it as well.
Her first name?
I have Rita, or NHI, they're both present and require on that operator. Here's the timeline. So that is that from after the tree trials. And here is this
Yes, sir. Let's do that.
Can you bring it first, please?
So she's complaining that people have been on social media. And while in the middle of her murder trial, she's monitoring people's Facebook posts, etc. Okay, girl. That's how you want to spend your time. Okay. She about to have a lot of free time to worry about what other people are doing.
Please come up to the witness stand. Good morning.
Yes, have fun.
All right, please be seated. And let me know when you're ready to proceed. Okay, please state and spell your full legal name.
Rita McManus.
Okay.
It's RHINA McManus, McManus.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right. And have you yesterday or during this week viewed any broadcasts of the trial? Okay.
Only, like during the weekend when they were picking the jurors on the news, but nothing.
So only over the weekend, okay? But no picking or selecting of jurors occurred over the weekend. That began on Monday morning, okay? So you did view some broadcasts regarding the case prior to trial,
Just listening to that they were gonna pick and this was gonna happen, but that's it.
okay? And did you go on social media and post anything concerning the case?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you view anything about the case on social media?
No, sir.
All right. Does the state wish to inquire?
Mr. McManus, anything, that you have seen at this point, would that be news reports about the case?
Not news reports, just like, it, I'm sorry. Just stating news over like, Channel 9, stating that like there was a trial going to begin and that's it.
And a live stream of testimony from this case on Court TV and maybe other sources. Have you watched the testimony of any of the witnesses that have testified this week?
No, sir.
Mr. Wiggs?
The rule of sequestration was invoked at the pretrial. And the evidence we submitted to the court shows that she has been engaged, looking at and discussing the matter with other people on the internet. We believe that is a violation of the rule of sequestration.
Do you have that document? Show that document to the witness if you would, Mr. Wiggs. It's up here. You may approach.
Yes, sir.
This shows communication on a date specific at the top of this and communications transpiring, correct? And your name is on that document,
Down here, sir?
correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there's discussions about the case on a particular date referenced from this communique, correct? So while this court case was open, the rule had been invoked. There was to be no discussions by any witnesses and no review of social media. When did you look at this?
I did not, sir,
Okay.
but my,
Let me ask, why does it
Yes.
have your name on it?
because my daughter and my husband, they all use my phone.
Okay,
But I did not because I got an email from somebody from the state attorney saying not to look at that. And that was, I think, on Tuesday or Wednesday, something like that.
And you have abided by that request, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
I think that's sufficient, Judge. The state wants us to assume just because there's an internet browser in this household, nobody else had access to it, and nobody else could internet it, or enter that same site. That's the inference they want to infer the jury about. I'm not satisfied. I'd ask that Mr. McManus be excluded.
All right. Anything further from the state?
The Jimmy excuse, is there going to be any more inquiry of this class? Excuse.
State have any inquiry?
Yes.
I have no more. I do have cases in the rule. I'm just, and Mr. McManus can go back outside.
Mr. Wiggs asked for a minute to.
One moment.
Documents. You may have some additional questions.
So someone in her family posted to Facebook, logged in as her. And Laurie is saying she's been commenting on the case. This is a rebuttal witness or a proposed rebuttal witness. Her name is Rena McManus. Laurie still has the blowout from yesterday when her ex-boyfriend was on the stand. Oh, she's monitoring Facebook in real time. She's like, look at my phone right here. Here is the people's names. Please don't let me go to jail.
11:55 this week, correct?
11:55. I don't know. I do have my phone and I can. I
Okay. My client has her phone record showing that. Judge, I don't, but we know it's during the sweep time. That's when we discovered it. She's acknowledged that people within the household, she declared were using her phone. I'm not satisfied with that. Yes. And my client has her phone records.
Right, and Ms. McManus has testified under oath that it was not her, but a family member.
Right, that doesn't seem to jive with the state when my client testifies to those same facts, Judge.
Is there any more inquiry from this?
Anything further, Mr. Wiggs?
No, thank you.
You may step down from the witness stand. Thank you.
Your Honor,
Please remain outside the courtroom.
I do have the Florida statute 90.616, which deals with rules of sequestration, along with Hines v. State 719 Southern 2nd 358. Provide those to the defense court. The rule of sequestration only extends to the viewing testimony. Watching news reports or anything like that is not contemplated by the rule of sequestration. And in Hines, the court points out that the appellant correctly, this is from Head Notes 1 and 2, appellant correctly argues that the trial court erred when it applied the sequestration rule as a strict rule. A trial court must first determine whether the testimony of a witness would be substantially different after having heard the testimony of other witnesses in violation of the rule. To determine whether the violation was intentional or inferred, and if intentional, whether it was the witness, party, or attorney who acted in bad faith. Once it has been determined that the circumstances surrounding the violation, the trial court may then exercise its discretion in deciding whether or not exclusion of the witness is necessary. In this case, the testimony of Rena McManus, she is the teacher of Isabel Shaver during the calendar year in question, and she's just going to testify about the child's demeanor. That there was never any period of time where there was any sort of change. And also I have the school records of Isabel showing her attendance, her grades, things of that nature. So there's no evidence that she has actually viewed any testimony in this case. Whether or not she or someone in her family liked the post about the case does not warrant exclusion in this.
Mr. Wiggs, to the court, Judge, the data, the information she's looking at is a court TV. It's not just a little blog from one person to another. The heading directs that she's observing this. Because she's observing trial matter as it's proceeding. It's not just a little blog from one person to the other. So I believe the witness violated the rule, and she should be excluded.
The motion to exclude is denied. Pass to Ms. McManus. Now we're on to Ms. Urbanowski.
Welcome, new members. I'm not sure if they're calling a rebuttal witness or just talking about the social media posts of Mr. Urbanowski. Laurie, the accused, is complaining that people who were going to take
Good
the
morning. Please
stand.
come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
They're complaining, Laurie's complaining that these ladies have been on social media talking about the case. Apparently somebody liked a post about the case. And Laurie is kind of melting down about it, I feel like.
Are you all set?
Yes.
Okay. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Rebecca Urbanowski. It's Rebekah. Last name is Urbanowski.
Feeling the love, not the congestion. Live Claritin Clear.
This is what happens when you don't have YouTube Premium. You get freaking commercials. Sorry, guys, hang on.
Any witnesses to this case?
No, sir.
Do you, the,
Yes. A business and personal.
and the, there was a reference, I believe, fight of the blame, on
I can't hear him.
a Facebook profile linked in the post. How did that come to be?
I'm not sure. I scroll pretty fast when I'm going through Facebook, and a lot of the news channels were covering this. If I might have hit that, then that's my fault. I don't know, but
But even if you were to like posts such of that nature, that doesn't necessarily mean you viewed the video on it, correct?
correct. No, I did not.
Have you viewed any of the testimony in this case?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Have you been looking?
I've seen some, not this week. I've seen some, not this week.
That's your name, Rebecca Filmer?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay. And Rebecca Filmer on this one, correct?
Yeah, it's me.
And that says Court TV up there, correct?
Yeah, that says Court TV.
Okay. You go by Urbanowski?
It's my legal name, but I go by Filmer.
Yeah, we heard different, okay, that's straight. But this would have been Wednesday, 4:37. This week,
Okay.
sound correct?
If that's what it says.
Is that right? You bet.
I,
You don't know. So could that be admitted into evidence?
It's fine.
And because of the personal nature?
Well, as far as the hearing, that is fine.
Because, yeah, correct.
So admitted into evidence as to the hearing only, not as to the trial. And, what exhibit are we up to?
I think this would be exhibit one for purposes of the hearing.
Purpose of the hearing, it'll be it'll be a composite of 3 documents. It'll be defense exhibit A. It'll be entered into evidence without objection as defense number 1 for the purposes of this hearing only.
I don't have any further questions. He's smart. I'm too cool.
All right, and please proceed. Yeah, further questions?
No further questions.
Okay. All right, you may step down from the witness stand. Please remain on standby outside of the courtroom. Thank you. I proceed with argument, Mr. Wiggs.
Because of the sensitive nature of the case and the clear instructions of the court, of the juror, and the obligation of the state, and this matter has proceeded more than once throughout the trial. The state has had ample opportunity to properly advise the witnesses not to be talking. I know the court repeatedly questions the jurors whether or not they should look at that. They don't look at anything. This woman was not responsive and not definitive as to those questions. Yet we have physical evidence that's found evidence that she has been viewing objects. We ask that she be excluded from the squad.
All right, state's position.
She gave definitive evidence. She has not actually viewed any testimony of the case. That is what would invoke the rule of sequestration and the inquiry. There's been absolutely no testimony about how that would have impacted or altered her testimony in any way, even if it had been viewed. So therefore, the request should be denied.
Motion to exclude is denied. Is there anything further before we call
Made
the
quick
jurors
work
back
of that now, didn't he?
No, Your Honor, not from the defense.
in? State.
No, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury in. Thank you.
The judge has no time for this girl's mess. I mean, this woman's mess. The accused. She's over on Facebook like, somebody liked Court TV. Somebody liked the case. Ma'am, it's because nobody likes you. She needs to have all the seats. All the seats. Mm-mm. It's not gonna go good for you, Miss Laurie Filmer Shaver. P.S. How gorgeous was her sister-in-law's hair? Lord, she should have like a hairline or something. Girl. I should have washed my heifer what t-shirt because this entire case is a heifer what situation. Good grief. The sculpted jawline, the gorgeous purple. You'll never convince me that sister-in-law is not a hairdresser. They said she's a personal trainer or something. I think she's a hairdresser. It's okay. We can find out when. Brandi, girl, if you're listening, get the sister-in-law's phone number. We need hair tips from her.
I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. Thank you again, members of the jury, for your time, attention, and patience today. And I have a few questions for you before we begin. Did any of you speak with anyone or each other about the case? Okay, everyone has answered no. Did any of you view any media, news reports on the internet, anything about the case? Okay, everyone has answered no. Did any of you conduct any research concerning the case? All right, all jurors have answered no. Did any of you encounter or speak with any of the attorneys who are present in this case? Okay, all of the jurors have answered no. Anything further from the defense or the state? All right, then the defense has rested. State, you may proceed.
State calls Rena McManus.
Good morning, Jessica. Rena McManus is coming to the stage. I mean, the stand. Also the stage. This is Isabel's school
Good
teacher
morning. Please come up to the witness stand.
from the
Please be
time of
seated,
the
make
crime.
yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Thank you for your service, Jessica.
May please state and spell your full legal name.
Rena McManus. RHINAMCMANUS.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Rena McManus.
Go, Isabel Shaver.
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
She was my student at Pine Ridge Elementary.
And what year was she in your class?
She was in my class in 2016.
Would that be the school year then going from 2015 into 2016?
Yes, it is.
Now, what grades did you spend?
First grade.
How old are students in general?
Generally 6 or 7 years old.
And did you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes,
And what about her father, Michael?
yes.
And how did you know them?
I had met, they were parents of Isabella, obviously, but I had met them, both meet the teacher, that school year.
And both Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver attended that event?
For meet the teacher, yes.
And how did they act during that?
Normal parents, inquisitive about how the year would be, wanting to find out about me and the curriculum. It was very pleasant.
Now, over the school year, and you were dealing with Isabel Shaver, she had good attendance,
Yes,
good grades,
yes,
and did you ever notice any issues with?
no,
Was there any time that you saw some sort of behavior change?
not at all,
Any time where he appeared to become more withdrawn or acted in a different way?
no,
Did it go ahead and at this time admits records, school records of the children showing defense states MMM for identification. See, moves into evidence, states MMM as the next numbered exhibit, as a business record with the proper business record certification and notice.
I believe we're up to 65, correct? Okay, thank you. Any objection?
Sure, no objection.
Or without objection, states MMM will be admitted into evidence as states number 65.
And I'm showing witness red number 1205 on the bottom. Recognize these as the records for Miss Shaver while she was in your class.
yes,
And does that confirm everything you've been saying about attendance, grades, no behavior problems, things like that?
not at all. Yes, it does.
The throughout your teaching experience, you encourage students to talk to you if they have any sort of problems.
Yes, of course.
And did she ever talk to you about any issues that she had at home?
Never.
Did you also teach her brother Aiden?
Yes.
And when was that?
2 years later.
And how was his behavior when you were teaching him?
Just like hers, sweet.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
How old was this about?
7.
7 going on 8?
I'm not 100% particular about her birthday.
Correct. Okay. What degree do you hold?
I have a master's in education,
Anything else?
my teaching degree.
Okay. You have a degree in psychology?
No, sir.
Okay. How large is your class?
Usually from 17 to 20.
Okay. So you're here talking about the mindset of Isabel Shaver, correct?
Well, I'm talking about not her mindset, but the behavior that I witnessed.
Right. Okay. And your mind may reflect your behavior to a sense, correct? Okay. Your behavior actually may be shielded by other events in your life, correct?
My behavior?
No, anybody's.
Yes.
Okay. They may want to lock up. They may want to be quiet, correct? Isabel was relatively quiet, was she not?
Yes.
Okay. Do you hold any degree in psychology?
No, sir, I don't.
Any degree in sociology?
No, sir, I don't.
How large is your class?
It goes from like 16 to 20 students.
How many sit downs did you have with Isabel Shaver on a one-on-one?
Many.
Any?
Mostly it's all academic, so we do small groups. So
No, I'm not talking about a small group. I'm talking about you on one with Isabel Shaver.
in what manner, sir?
I'm just asking you, did you have any one-on-one sit downs with Isabel Shaver?
In processing education, the way we teach, yes, sir, I did.
You sat with Isabel Shaver individually without anybody else around.
That's not what I'm understanding.
I don't know.
So I have
What? No, ma'am. Let me ask you.
Objection. Please allow the witness to finish answering. You may finish your answer.
sitting on a one-on-one in a room isolated. That's not what we do.
Right. I don't care about what you do. I'm just bringing that point out. You didn't do that.
I think you should care about what I do because I'm a teacher.
Ma'am, I'm bringing out a point.
Okay, sir.
You're sitting there with Isabel Shaver doing any kind of psychological analysis.
No, sir, that's not my job.
Okay. You don't have a degree, correct?
No, sir, and I would not.
Correct. Thank you.
All right, state.
Mr. Harris, would you have individual conversations with all of your students throughout the course of a year, although other students may have been present in the room?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Wiggs,
We have no further question.
I should be released from our subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
You allowed to smack him? Can the teacher wrap his knuckles with a ruler on her way out of the courtroom? She's like, I can't roll my eyes hard enough at you. She's from the Jeannie Shaver School of, I have no time for your mess, sir. None.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. Good morning.
I see
All
your
set?
badge,
Okay.
sir.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
Jared Strickland, JARRODSTRICKLAND.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
At this point, I'm pretty sure the jury knows you, but can you reintroduce yourself?
Corporal Jared Strickland, the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
Been having various discussions about Facebook profiles. The last section I want to cover with you, just did you view various pictures of Laurie Shaver's child, Isabel Shaver, from November of 2015 through May of 2016 on Laurie Shaver's Facebook?
Yes, I did.
Going defense was previously been marked for identification as 610 and what was your previous been marked for identification as 610 and do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And are those photos from the Laurie Facebook profile?
Yes, they are.
Or at this time, the state moved N into evidence as the next number of exhibit.
All right, that would be 66. Any objections?
Yes, Judge, standing objections as to the motion regarding Richard Taft and relevance issues we've raised previously.
All right, the objection is overruled. State NN will be admitted into evidence as states number 66.
And Detective, it's easier to just reference the posts from the pack that I gave you. Go ahead and publish. And good for you guys. So this first photograph that we are looking at, when was that posted?
November 18th, actually November 16th, 2015.
So approximately 6 days, well, a week after the last known sighting of Michael Shaver.
Correct.
Moving on to the next post, when was this photograph posted?
November 21st, 2015.
Have a series of I believe this is about 6 photos. When were these posted?
Are these the pictures with the cookies?
Yes.
November 22nd, 2015.
And that will extend on to the picture that appears to have a gummy worm coming out of her mouth, out of her nose.
I don't know if I'm in order.
Real cookies? Chocolate chip? Lemon?
I see the screen.
Yes.
Do we know what kind of cookies?
First photo here in front of that same people, that's correct.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Yep, here it is. I believe that those are, or the dates are out of whack.
Just looking at pictures from
Looks
her
like the
Facebook.
end of March 2016.
And then the photos here, first of all, this post that starts with page 1828 goes on to the photo 1829. Do you have a date for the post? Actually, I believe it goes over to when were these photos posted?
May 3rd, 2016.
Finally, picture of her in a black dress. And the post that went along with that, when was that posted?
May 19th, 2016.
Going back to the excavation of the Shaver residence, were you involved with contacting Ms. Shaver after the warrant had been completed?
Yes, I was.
And how did you contact her?
By phone.
So she was not in any sort of custody.
That's correct. She was not.
And when you were calling her, what was the purpose of that call?
To let her know that we were finished with the search warrant and that she could return to the house, and also to let her know the items that we had taken.
And at that time, were you asking her any questions, or were you just informing her of those facts?
Just informing her of those facts.
Showing the defense would have been previously been marked as states AAA for identification. Showing the witness states AAA. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a CD copy of the phone call that I made to Miss Shaver.
How do you recognize that?
It has my initials on it.
And have you reviewed it and listened to it before initialing that?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate reporting of that conversation?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the city who states AAA into evidence is next numbered exhibit.
Is there any objection?
No objection. Please just subject to relevant.
Objection is overruled. States AAA will be admitted into evidence as states number 67.
Ask to publish.
Permission granted.
Can we see too? I want to see. It's a prosecution rebuttal witness. It's a detective testifying to what was on Laurie's Facebook page. I kind of want to see pictures of Laurie's tattoo, only not so much. Like through splayed fingers, because I don't want to go blind. You know how, like, if you look at Medusa, you turn to stone? Like that, only. Exactly. Wonder if her lawyer has seen the tat. Everybody else has. We all just looking at pictures of cookies and stuff, a worm coming out of her nose. I mean, I kind of want to object on the ground of relevance too, but I'm gonna wait and see. I'm gonna reserve judgment.
I'm Caitlin. I'm a mom of
Jesus.
two. I lift, I run, and I'm super competitive. I'm always on.
You're just sitting here in silence while he looks at pictures? Okay. I'm not entirely certain of the relevance of the Facebook pictures. Maybe to show that she was just relaxed and everything was normal around the time of the disappearance. Unclear. Kevin, I see you. I don't know why you can't tag me either, but I'm here. They're just looking. I don't know why. Objection, I'm ready for y'all to move on. Objection, I want to see two. Objection, can we just convict her already? I mean, have closing statements. Also convict her already. It's not frozen. They're just sitting there. The detective is looking at pictures from her Facebook page. Not sure why. Can we get a peek? What are the pictures of? It looked like a picture of some cookies, a picture of a gummy worm coming out of her nose, which ew. I don't remember what the other ones were, but it was nothing. I mean, the defense attorney objected on the ground of relevance, which okay. It's taken him a long time just to look at pictures. Maybe it was pictures of somebody. Wait, it went by. Wait, might be pictures of Isabel back from when she was happy. I don't know. We have not lost sound. The courtroom is just quiet right now as they look at pictures from Laurie's Facebook. This is the rebuttal case, the state's rebuttal case. Laurie, focus. This is your murder trial, girl. Look ahead. Look, she's probably on.
You inform Ms. Shaver there was human skeletal remains found on the property?
I did.
Did she react in any way?
No, she just said okay.
There was some mention of a computer, some SD cards, things of that nature. So were those ultimately reviewed to see if there was anything relevant about the time frame of this homicide?
Yes, they were.
And was there anything relevant on those various electronic items that were?
There were not.
Nothing further, Judge. Mr. Wicks, gentlemen, is for.
There's a dead body on your property. Okay, thanks.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir. Just received.
Deputy,
Corporal.
Corporal,
Huh?
sorry. You were quite polite on that call, correct?
Excuse me, I can't hear you.
I believe you were quite polite on that phone call, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
I believe that Laurie Shaver was quite polite on that phone call, don't you?
Of course.
And I don't believe we heard any confession of a crime or any implication of any guilt on that phone call, do we?
To repeat what I've tried to say for the last 2 days.
No, sir.
Whenever you take
No,
all
sir.
of the evidence as a whole.
Please answer the question directly.
As to this phone call, do we hear any confession of guilt?
I didn't ask her.
No. Do we hear any confession of guilt?
No, sir, you do not.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you. State. All right, sir. Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
State calls Kendall Davidowski.
Batten down the hatches, y'all. This is Mike's girlfriend from the time of his unfortunate unaliving. Okay. By the by, if somebody told me there was a dead body on my property,
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
I can't imagine my response being, okay, thank you. Uh-uh. Hey, Kendall girl.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Kendall Davidowski, KENDALL DAVIDOWSKI.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Kendall Davidowski.
Did you know Michael?
Yes, I did.
How did you know?
We originally worked together at Spaceship Earth over at Walt Disney World from November of 2014 till about May of 2015.
And what was your position?
I was an electrical apprentice at the time. He was a mechanic.
And at the point that you met him, where was
He was living at the Warbirds hangar in Kissimmee.
what is that?
It's a airplane hangar. I mean,
And do you know Laurie?
I know of her. Yes.
What was at the time that you met Michael Shaver? Well, let me ask you this: at some point, did you start a dating or physical relationship?
Yes, we did.
And what was the status of his relationship with Laurie Shaver while he was living at the hangar?
They were separated at the time.
Now, are you aware of what caused Michael to separate from that hangar?
I was told.
State response.
Can we approach?
Okay. Sidebar, please.
She does have a very young voice. Right? You know, Laurie is so jealous of the young and the cuteness. She's like, I used to be young. I used to be thin. People used to like me. Don't worry, Laurie girl, you're gonna be real popular in prison. Don't worry about it. Brandi says, I'm loving how adorable Kendall is. I'll bet it pisses Laurie off. 100%. 100%. Yes, she does look 15. Oh my God. Wait, where's that comment? I went to grab it and it flew by. There it is. Laurie has questions about her Facebook. Oh my goodness. The bitterness with Laurie is really, really what's just, oh my God, I can't even imagine. Poor Mike. I mean, at least he got to be close to this nice lady before Laurie did Laurie things to him. No shade to all the non-murdery Lauries. Yeah, for real. Laurie needs to get off Facebook already. Oh my gosh. Team too much. She's gonna need to have all the doggone seats, all the seats. Can you imagine being in this position? You date a guy for a little while, you break up, then he just disappears. And then you find out that his wife unfortunately unalived him. Yo. Mm-mm. Honestly, this Kendall, she's lucky to still be on this side of Glory because the way Laurie was going, she's like, young, cute. I tattooed my kibbles and bits, and that other dude still don't want me. This Kendall on the stand is not Travis's mom. There is a Kendall who is Travis's mom. This is not her, different Kendall. Apparently, is a popular name. Who knew? Beautiful name. I really like, is there a live stream where you can just hear what they're talking about up there? Because I kind of want to know. The nosiness in me. Oh, right. Kindle 1L versus Kindle 2Ls. If you saw how cute Travis was, you know Kendall Travis's mama has got to be gorgeous too. I may be working on a theory that all people who have children named Travis are gorgeous. Not that that gives you hints to any of my children's names. I'm just saying, apropos of absolutely nothing. Yes, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you have not. Miss Brandi is here all the time, covering all the latest true crime cases. And commonly, she and I are on the same case. My channel is Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, where I break down an entire day, 8 hours of trial, into like a 15 or 20-minute segment each morning. Oh, somebody else has a son named Travis. We're going to join the I Have a Son Named Travis Club. That's what we're going to do. We're going to start a club if it doesn't exist. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Streamlabs. Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo is the name of my channel. Comes from when Alex Murdoch's lawyer was like, "We're not here for the gossip, the rumor, and the innuendo." And I was like, "We're not? That's the best part of the trial. Who wore what? Who had an affair? Is this one a heifer? Does she need to be told to sit down? You know, all the important things. You justice and mercy and court things. But for those who don't know, now you know. Look, I need a comfort break. Uh can they get this show on the road? Oh yeah, and I post at usually around 6 a.m. Eastern. So me and your cup of coffee, you know you need your morning gossip. You know you need your morning gossip. You wake up and you're like, oh, what is this day gonna bring? I need a heavily caffeinated beverage and to know other people's business. Hmm. So, to fulfill your coffee needs, you can hit a local Starbucks or a Dunkin's or something like that. But if you need to know other people's business, if you want that good early in the morning, best part of waking up, gossip in your cup. So, just stroll yourself over to Gossip Rumor and Innuendo. Pro tip: watch it on 2X. That's how I watch everything. You might have a seizure though, but yeah, I suggest watching my channel on 2X.
uh, that led to, why Michael Shaver was treated,
He had told me why he was, yes.
and was that related to his arrest for domestic violence?
Yes, it was.
Now, did he talk, and I'm not gonna ask you to say this, what he told you about that event, but did he explain what had happened that night to him?
Yes.
Based on that, did he express fear of Laurie Shaver for his safety?
Yes, he did.
And can you explain?
He was concerned of his safety and the children's safety with Laurie and a gun.
Laurie, what?
And her having a gun.
Now, did you ever see Michael Shaver interact with his children?
I saw him interact with his son Aiden once.
What's that?
They seem to get along very well.
And at some point did your dating relationship with Michael end?
Yes, it did.
And when was that?
About April of 2015.
And where?
It was kind of mutual decision. It was just becoming too much at that point.
And at that point, was he trying to reconcile with Michigan?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did you remain friends with him?
We weren't friends. We still worked in the same area, so I mean, we were cordial, but we didn't speak to each other.
After he went missing, did you make attempts to reach out to him to see where he went?
Yes, somebody from Spaceship Earth had contacted me, seeing if I had contacted him or heard from him. I had not, so I reached out to him around November of 2015.
And did you ever hear from him?
I believe he said that he had left and that his children, or he just left the children. But at that point, I didn't know if it was actually him or not.
You and that. Well, first of all, was that a phone call?
It was through Facebook. It was through Facebook Messenger.
And had you interacted with him at Facebook before?
Previously, before May, yes.
And did you, when you guys were dating, also exchange text messages?
Yes.
So was there anything unusual about the contact that you had with him and the content of it?
It just didn't seem like him to just up and leave. He spoke so highly of his children, so I didn't see that happening. And it was very short. It was just all very short, one-word answers. So that was not usually like him.
And have you ever initiated any sort of sexual harassment like this?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes.
You never filed a sexual harassment claim against Michael?
No, I did not.
You know anybody that did?
I had a sexual harassment claim filed against me.
You? You're sexually harassing people?
Supposedly, yes, according to
Okay.
Disney.
How long did you date Michael?
From about, I would say December of 2015, about April, or I'm sorry, December 2014 to April 2015.
So you heard Michael's version of events,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Did you see any did he show you any photos of any battered women?
No.
Did he show you any police reports involving Michael Shaver? Okay. Did you ask him about that?
We had a brief conversation about it.
Okay. Did you ask him about any involvement with law enforcement or any agencies?
No.
You know who killed Michael Shaver? Thank you.
Redirect.
This time asked, was anyone involved with this case, involved with making that claim against you?
According to Disney, it was Laurie Shaver.
Nothing from the judge.
Any follow-up?
No problem.
Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
State calls Robert Sellers.
Laurie Shaver made a sexual harassment claim against the husband's mistress. Get the heck out of here.
Morning, please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
I'm ready, sir.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Robert Sellers, Robert, last name Sellers, Sellers.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Rob Sellers. I'm currently an FBI agent. I was a Lake County Sheriff's Office deputy for 5 years, and that's how I'm involved with this case.
In 2014, what was your position with the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
At that time, I was on road patrol, assigned to Sector 3, which is the southern portion of Lake County.
And what will your duties be as someone on road patrol?
I'm as road patrol, just like the guys and gals that are on the street now, responding to 911 calls and answering calls for service in the southern portion of the county.
Now, did you have an opportunity to come into contact with Laurie Shaver and Michael Shaver in September of 2014?
Yes, sir, I did.
Were you the arresting officer of Michael Shaver from the domestic violence incident that has been discussed?
Yes, sir, I was.
And when you got there, did you speak with both Laurie Shaver and Michael Shaver?
I did. I spoke with Laurie first and then ended up making contact with Michael a little bit later on.
It's fair to say that their story is confident.
Yes, sir.
Now, were there photographs taken of both Laurie Shaver and Michael Shaver, along with some things that happened, like conditions within the house?
Yes, sir. I believe Deputy Suttles took those photos.
I'm showing defense with previously marked as states QQQ.
All right, sidebar, please.
What's he mad about now, Captain Objection? He's mad about everything. Although a defense attorney is supposed to advocate vigorously for their client to make sure they get a clean case, a clean conviction, so she does not come back on appeal, because we do not want her out here in these true crime streets with the rest of us. Let her go over there and be with her people. Please, ma'am, enjoy prison and sit down. Go and have yourself some honey buns and some soup, some pies, get you some zuzus or wham whams, and leave us alone. Because what we don't need is unalivers like her running these streets. No, thank you. This lady, can't with her. Friends, I'm gonna take myself off the stage for a second because I need a
sorry, witness, what's your label as HQQQ, your insensitive photos?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what are those photos?
Those are photos that were taken the night of September 4th when we responded to, I guess the first couple photos are from when we met Laurie Shaver in the Target parking lot in Claremont. And then the last couple photos appear to be when we met Mr. Shaver at the residence and photos of the residence itself in Claremont.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the things that you had photographed as part of your investigation in this case back in 2014?
Yes, sir, they do.
Evidence, the next number is it.
All right, Mr. Wicks, without objection. Without objection, states QQQ will be entered into evidence of states number 68.
He's got a very sexy voice, Mr. FBI Candy.
I'm gonna go ahead and publish. This one. This photo number 1 from states QQQ. Who is that?
That's Laurie Shaver.
Photo number 2. What does this photo depict?
The photo of her left arm,
Photo number 3.
her right arm,
And photo number 4. Who is this?
Mr. Shaver.
And during the course of your investigation, did you observe any sort of laceration to his head?
Yes, sir.
Photograph number 5. Does that demonstrate that laceration?
That would be the laceration, yes, sir.
And
Whoever controls the streets controls the city. I'm here now.
Signed
I'm
up for
gonna be the
premium.
new
What's
kingpin of
happening?
Gotham.
Sorry,
The
guys.
Penguin, streaming exclusively on Max.
Oh, you gotta be freaking kidding me.
2 firearms that were involved in the altercation.
photograph 10.
See the bathroom.
Was that all the various areas of damage that occurred?
Yes.
You took photographs of?
To the best of my recollection, yes, sir.
There's also some sort of indication of an entertainment center that was damaged. Did Laurie Shaver give you any explanation on how that?
Not that I recall.
Any explanation of the broken vase that
Not-
along with the slide glass door?
There was, but I think there was a story from Mr. Shaver about how that had occurred.
But Ms. Shaver didn't know.
No, it's not that I recall.
Did Laurie Shaver give you any explanation how Michael Shaver got the injury in the top of his head?
Yes, sir, she did.
And what was that?
She stated that Michael had the pistol in his left hand and that they'd fought over the pistol. And while they were fighting over the pistol, it somehow went up and struck him in the head.
Did Mr. Shaver have a contradictory version of events?
He did.
Were there any adult witnesses present when any of this happened?
No, sir.
No. Were there any attempts to talk to any of the children in this case, specifically the oldest child, Isabel Shaver?
There was, yes, sir.
Was she able to tell you anything about it?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Can we move this thing, Madam Bailiff?
No.
Sorry, what do you, may it please the court?
Yes, sir.
What do you go by now? What's your,
I go by Rob, but my legal name's Robert.
okay, I know you're with the FBI now.
Yes, sir.
What's your title of?
Special agent with the
Special agent, okay. What do you want me to call you? Special agent? Rob, okay. Rob, when this event transpired and you went to the scene, where was Miss Shaver?
She was on her way to the substation in Claremont, and she was told by dispatch to stop where she was at, which I believe was the target located off 50 in Claremont.
Right. Miss Shaver's the one that fled the residence for her safety, correct?
From my understanding, yes, sir.
Correct. Miss Shaver's the one that fled the residence with the children. to protect those children, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, sir.
All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony and have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Did she have-
Wilma Nicholas.
Wilma Nicholas. I can't imagine that Laurie did not try to have marital congress with the nice FBI agent. I'm just saying. She passing it out. You'd think she'd want to pass it out to him too, but
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Wilma's the neighbor.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Wilma Nicholas,
Hey, girl, hey.
Wilma
Welcome back.
Nicholas.
And please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please re-introduce yourself to her.
Hi, Wilma.
The
Now,
nosy
in
neighbor.
September of 2014, was there a disturbance at your neighbor's house, the Shavers?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
When I arrived home from work around 6 o'clock, Mike called me on my cell phone.
Not getting into anything specific that he said, but did you go over to his residence at that point?
Yes.
And when you met with him, how was he acting?
He was kind of frantic, distraught.
Did you observe any injuries?
Yes.
What was his demeanor? Was anything he said distraught? Anything?
He was really concerned.
Did he still appear to be under the effects of the event that placed him into that condition? Still troubled by whatever caused his injuries and things of that nature?
Not so much of his injuries as something else.
Just for the record, I'm going to object on Williams' basis under the Williams rule, the matters that we previously addressed in the point.
State.
Can we approach?
Yes, let's have a sidebar. Thank you.
Wilma has had her colors done. That color is fabulous on her. And then she has the matching little drop necklace, hair up in a bun. Yes, Miss Wilma. She is here for the court TV realness. She's like, I am ready for my close up. So do what you have to do. I am here to just tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth while slaying the evil trollop who used to live next door. Town Bicycle don't live next door to me no more. Also, what did they do with that land? Who's gonna live there? Would you buy that house? Do they like scoop out all the dirt in that spot? I don't understand how all that works. Yeah, wait, I just saw a comment that said I'm jealous of her thick hair. I'm jealous of her thick hair too. My hair is so thin. But you know, I have other gifts. Thick hair is not one of them. Come through, Miss Wilma. Tell us everything because I myself have been known to hide in a bush to conduct some neighborhood observation myself. What if something happens on this block? You don't even know. Wait, for people who watch my channel, remind me to give you an update on Not Spike, the neighbor dog.
While Mr. Shaver was in this excited state, did he describe to you what had happened?
Yes.
What did he describe to you then?
He told me
Uh-oh.
He told me that they had had an argument. Laurie was intoxicated and she had taken off with the kids. The injuries that I saw on him, he said that she had threatened to kill the children, him and herself. And he fought her with the gun and got the gun, was trying to get the gun away from her, and she hit him over the head, the top of the head with the gun.
Did you see injuries consistent with that?
Yes,
Did you take pictures of those injuries?
I did.
Showing the defense what has been proved before identification of states. Oh.
Tell us every single thing.
Showing the witness states. Oh. Do you recognize these photos?
Even the exhibit is, oh.
Yes,
And what are those photos of?
those are the pictures that I took of Michael and his injuries and his torn clothes.
Does that accurately reflect how Michael Shaver was when you observed him that night after you described the events that you talked about?
Yes,
This time the state moves states into evidence. This next numbered exhibit.
Mr. Wiggs, any objection?
Same objection, Judge Stanton.
Objections
neighbor
overruled.
has
States
receipts.
000 will be admitted into evidence of states number 69.
This refrain that you knew Mr. Shaver, what was his approximately height and weight?
he was about 5'6", almost the same height, I think, as me, and about 150 pounds.
Can we go ahead and publish photograph number 1 from the previous exhibit of what were you trying to show with this exhibit?
Barely. Okay. You can tell that he has blood coming from the top of his head and then it comes down onto his shirt. His shirt has been torn in multiple areas here in that photo.
And the tearing of the shirt, can you read that to Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Photograph number 2.
Here you can see the top of his head and the injury a little bit better here.
Can you take a top view of that in photograph number 3?
Yes.
Photograph number 4, what are you showing here?
He had the keys to her truck in his pocket and she was fighting him and tore his shorts to get the keys out, and she succeeded in getting the keys out.
And did he express why he was trying to prevent her?
Because she was drunk and she was taking off with the children.
All right, Mr. Wiggs. Yes, sir.
Do you know who was charged out of this incident with any criminal offense?
Yes,
Who?
Mike was.
Correct. So you get Michael's version of the events, and only Michael's version, correct? Correct, ma'am?
Yes,
And Michael ends up being prosecuted, correct?
he does.
Okay. So you would agree the state attorney's office had a different opinion.
Objection, Your Honor. Charging decisions of the state.
Sustained.
So evidently, people were dealing with Michael Shaver. Michael Shaver ends up prosecuted, correct?
Based upon,
Ma'am,
yeah,
correct?
yes.
Okay. So what you got is a one-sided interview with Michael, correct?
I have heard her myself.
No, ma'am. You spoke to Michael, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you interview Laurie Shaver?
No.
Okay. Do you know who the initial aggressor was that caused that injury to Michael Shaver other than what Michael Shaver told you?
I wasn't there in person.
Correct. Correct. Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
The state calls
Elmo.
Rebecca Urbanowski.
I'm surprised at how robust the rebuttal case is. I was not expecting this many witnesses. I thought we were going to have conference closing statements and boom, boom, that's it. This case, in my opinion, is definitely going to run till
Good morning.
Monday.
Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. Thank you.
Diane Downs over there is looking a little self-satisfied with herself, Miss Laurie Shaver.
All set? All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Gorgeous hair.
It's Rebecca Urbanowski, REBEKAHURBANOWSKI.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I am Rebecca Urbanowski.
And you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes, I do.
You- Laurie.
I met her at the gym through her boyfriend at the time.
And did you work for the gym?
Yes, Gold's Gym in Claremont.
And position did you have?
I was a personal trainer there.
You say her boyfriend at the time.
Jeremy Townsend.
Did you ultimately start a client trainer relationship where you were training her?
Yes, I did.
And what was her general physical status about?
She was in pretty good shape. She had lost a substantial amount of weight on her own already, but she was in good shape, better than most, new clients that I get.
She was strength training.
Yes, we train twice a week.
And do you know Travis Filmer?
Yes, I do.
Do you know Travis?
That is my brother-in-law now.
Who's your husband?
My husband is Austin Filmer.
And when did you get married to Austin?
October 28th, 2016.
Now, did you legally take his last name?
I did not.
So on your driver's license, it said Rebecca Urbanowski.
It still says Urbanowski, yes.
Have you ever had any sort of profile where you had the last name?
Yes, I have, yeah.
But if it were said that you never took his last name, that would be incorrect.
Legally, no, I never took it.
Did you ever socialize with Laurie Shaver and Travis Filmer?
Yes, I did.
When did they start dating?
I don't know a specific date that they started dating, but I know that they were in contact after they had initially met and hung out. That makes sense.
They start hanging out.
They met the first time at the end of February of 2016.
And when was this compared to when she was dating Juror?
It was kind of in like that gray area, I think. When Travis and Laurie first met that night, Travis had already had a girlfriend at the time. So after that night, they actually left. We had gone to Old Town, and Austin and I were kind of dating at the time, or starting to date. And both the boys came, and Laurie and I had been there. And when Austin and Travis showed up, Travis felt it was uncomfortable because he had already had a girlfriend at the time. He didn't want it to look like a double date. So they left probably 20 minutes after getting there.
The period of time when she was dating Jeremy, was there like a hard break to that? Then Travis came to the picture, they kind of overlapped. What was the deal there?
They kind of felt like they overlapped. So it was kind of a gray area where when one stopped and then the other one officially began.
At some point, did you live with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And is that at the residence in Claremont?
The Sandy Pines, correct. Yeah.
And when did you start living?
That would have been May 7th, 2016.
And at any point while you were there, would Jeremy come over, stay overnight, or anything like that?
Never overnight. I've only seen him there one time when I was there, but I hadn't moved in at that point.
And like, what kind of day are we talking about with Jeremy?
It was during the day, during the afternoon time.
Right.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
And while you were living there, did you see Laurie with multiple phones?
Yes, I did.
And what was her phone number at the
Um, Offhand, I can't say exactly what it was. I just have the one that I have now.
Is that the same number that you had back then, or has that changed?
It would have changed. Yeah.
Now, during the time that you were friends with Laurie Shaver was a concrete slab put in the backyard around a fire pit.
Not when I had initially moved in, no.
But were you friends
Oh.
with her? With that?
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
And were you, Austin, present when they spent the slab?
I was actually at work most of the day. When I got back, it was there, because I worked majority of the day.
The during the time frame that Laurie has been with her brother-in-law, Travis Phillips, has the relationship between Austin and yourself changed with her?
Very much so. Um, we rarely see Travis anymore. For a while, we couldn't even get in contact with him because we found out that all of our phone numbers were blocked from his phone. Austin and Travis have always been very, very close. They're fraternal twins and they've been through a lot in life together. They used to go fishing a lot, hanging out, but we don't see anything from him, or we don't talk to him. We don't socialize. The last time I've actually physically seen him was when their grandfather passed away at his funeral. That was the last time I physically saw him.
Did Laurie Shaver ever tell you what happened by her husband, Michael Shaver?
Just that he had left.
Nothing further.
Mr. Wicks? So y'all have a bad relationship,
Who?
Austin and Laurie and Travis, correct?
There is no relationship.
Correct.
Sure.
So that's what you testify here, Chicha? That there's a bad relationship? Bad blood?
I guess.
You lived in the residence in a certain period of time, correct?
Correct.
Didn't see a homicide committed there, did you?
No, I didn't.
Didn't see anybody being buried, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And you know there was she was dating Jeremy for a period of time, correct?
Yeah, for a little bit.
You have sit downs with Jeremy?
I've seen him once there.
Okay. So he was at the house once. You moved out. What was the time period you moved out?
It was the day after their wedding. So it'd have been 2008, January 1st, 2000.
You're talking about Travis and her.
Yeah, Travis and Laurie's wedding, yeah.
So were you back there with a period of time when you was dating Jeremy?
Was I back there? What do you
Were
mean?
you Laurie?
When I moved in May, they weren't really dating. It was kind of an up and down.
Thank you.
You direct?
The wedding that you referred to.
That would have been December 31st, 2016, sorry.
And had that been, you were a guest at that?
Yeah, because we were the next day, we were moving into, Austin and I and Kendall were moving into our new home.
Had that event been represented to you to in fact be a wedding?
Yes, it was.
And she was in a white dress?
Yeah, when I had come back from signing our lease and everything, she was already in her dress.
Or wedding cake?
There was a wedding cake, yep, a dress.
Everyone there thought that Travis and Laurie were being married at that time.
For sure.
Nothing further.
Mr. Wicks,
Nothing. Nothing. All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Hmm.
The state calls Christina Vasquez.
So everybody was at the fake wedding. Okay. Duly noted. Who is Christina Vasquez?
All right, good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Christina Vasquez, Katina V as in Victor, Asquez.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Riding a bike like a real New Yorker
Fudge.
doesn't have to include colorful language or traffic ticket.
Katina Vasquez.
And do you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes, sir.
I do see her here in the courtroom today and identify myself as that.
Black jacket.
And how did you meet Laurie Shaver?
Through Scott Amatuccio, my ex-fiance.
And do you remember approximately what year you would have met Laurie Shaver?
I believe we started dating 2006, 2007, and we ended the December 2014.
And did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
And how did you meet him?
Through Scott.
And were Scott and Michael Shaver close friends?
Yes.
What was your meeting Laurie through Mike? Did you develop a friendship with?
Yes, sir.
Did you develop a friendship with Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
Closer friends with her than Mike?
Yeah.
And did you ever go over to the Shaver residence after Mike disappeared in November of 2015?
Yes, sir.
And why were you going over there?
She said he had left, and I went over just to see how she was doing.
And did Laurie say anything to you about where Mike was?
No, just that he left in a black SUV in the middle of the night.
And did she reference anything to you about Mike's work or whether or not he was still working there?
That I don't think he was going to work.
And did she tell you specifically how he informed his employer that he was no longer going to work with them? Don't remember anything about that?
Mm-hmm.
While you were there, did you see anything that you thought was unusual based on the story that he gave you that Mike had just left?
Yeah, all his stuff was still there.
When you say all the stuff, what do you mean?
She was in the she was on the porch on the phone, and I went to the bathroom, and like all his stuff was like still in the closet and stuff, and the car was there.
Talk about clothes, toiletries, things of that nature? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any extra phones in the residence?
There was a black phone on the counter.
Now, while you were there, was the defendant trying to sell or get rid of any of Michael's property?
Yes.
And what was that?
She was on the back porch on the phone and was trying to sell guns. And I asked, why are you selling Mike's guns? Isn't he going to need them? And she said she bought them. They were hers.
Now, were you familiar with the domestic violence case where Mike Shaver was arrested in 2014?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become familiar with that?
Laurie told me.
And what did she tell you about that 2014 domestic?
At her house, she said, because Mike had come back into the home, he was living at an airport. And she said that, and I was kind of like, why is he here? Kind of. And she said that she was working with being honest with her therapist and that Mike didn't touch her. Like all the wounds were from her. She threw a vase and broke a door. It wasn't Mike, and he was actually trying to stop her because she had a gun and was trying to kill herself.
When did your friendship with Laurie Shaver end?
2017.
And at the time in 2017, when the friendship ended, did she make any statements to you relating to Michael Shaver still being alive?
Yes, sir.
And what did she tell you?
She was gonna move up to Gainesville because I had a son and couldn't afford daycare. And she was gonna drive up, look for houses. She got my Starbucks order, took pictures of the kids in the car, and then disappeared. Didn't hear from her for 2 weeks. Took me off Facebook. 2 weeks went by, and she finally got in touch with me and said that she panicked because Mike was in the parking lot. And she thought maybe Scott told Mike that she was coming up there and he was stalking her. And I'm like, well, why haven't you called me? And she said that the cops had her phone and the truck was at the police station because he was tracking it.
And this is in 2017, as you say, Michael Shaver was stalking her.
Yes,
So clearly after May of 2016,
yes,
and clearly after September of 2016, when the cement slab was put in her backyard.
yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Legs?
Please, court.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, did you file a letter to support Laurie Shaver on an injunction?
No,
No, you never submitted any letter to DCF?
no.
Did Michael ever obstruct your relationship with Laurie? Okay. Now, when you said that Laurie was selling property out of the residence, do you have any understanding whether that was only Michael's property or whether it was marital property?
It was.
That she was by law prohibited in any manner?
She just said the guns, and I know the guns were theirs. And
Okay. Do you know anything about marital labor and contribution to the marriage?
no,
Correct. So you just assume this is Michael's property and she had no right to touch it, correct?
they were their guns. He built and restored guns. So
Do you know why the property was being sold?
no,
Do you know if it was maybe the need for groceries and necessities?
no,
Do you know if there was any plan to aid anybody with those funds to escape detection of a crime? Did you ever witness a murder or any event occur at the house? Now, the event that you spoke about an incident that occurred at the house, a crime, a battery, were you there to witness that event? Correct. Thank you.
Very direct. All right, thank you for testifying here today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. Next witness?
At this time, state of Florida arrest.
All right, let's take the jurors out at this point. Have a comfort break.
So we're done? Like done? Mm, okay. I do not think the prosecution gets to rebut the rebuttal, do they? Oh my gosh.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. Are there any motions at this time?
Yes, Judge, we'd renew our motion for judgment of acquittal on same grounds previously stated. We'd also make clear that these acts of violence that have been spoken of have been only offered for prejudicial value against the defendant. There's no probative value. There's no notice. It's not substantive evidence established to prove a prima facie case. It's purely circumstantial. The state supplied the court with case law. In that case law, there's a notation to a fifth DCA decision speaking about any relative probative value can be outweighed by the substantial prejudice that it it presents. It should not have been presented to the jury. The digital data that the state relies on is not sufficient to establish causation. It does not establish the nature of defense. It does not defeat a claim of self-defense. There's been reference to sale of guns. There's no distinguishing that this is non-marital funds, that Ms. Shaver had no right to sell this property, nor does it advance any claim to an accessory after the fact. We'd ask that the court grant a judgment of acquittal on these grounds and all other arguments previously mentioned before the court.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wiggs. State's response?
State most favorable to the light most favorable to the state is suspicion evidence presented to the jury.
Motion is respectfully denied when viewed in a light most favorable to the state. The evidence does establish a prima facie case sufficient to support a conviction as to each count and the information. The motion is respectfully denied.
Respectfully. Okay.
All right. And anything further, Mr. Wiggs?
1 second.
Yes, sir.
She'd like to complain more about Facebook, please, Your Honor. She does not like it. She'd like to call Mark Zuckerberg to the stand.
The defense has no rebuttal. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. No rebuttal from the defense. How long will the state take to print out the revised jury instructions?
I have a couple questions. They're done, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. The forcible felonies in self-defense instruction, one attempted murder, aggravated battery.
Correct.
In order to find my needs a little more specific, I'm assuming you want to say second-degree murder and not attempted first.
Right. Well, no, wait a second. I think we've declared, or my mindset is that there is an attempted first on her. By Michael against her, so the elements of attempted first.
Attempted first and aggravated battery.
Correct.
Okay. Do you want the definition or do you want the elements?
The elements.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge.
All right. And is there anything further? I will read the preliminary instructions to the jurors when they are called back in.
Okay.
How long are you going to have me here?
And we probably about 15 minutes to.
Well, 15-minute break, is that sufficient?
Yes, sir.
Would you like additional time for yourself?
No, sir. I'm good.
15 minutes is good. Okay. We'll plan on a 15-minute break. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Do you want to go direct that? What time do you want to take up closing?
Well, and again, there are no time constraints, but for timekeeping purposes, how much time would the parties like?
Usually shorter than the defense. So I've heard of Mr. Wicks, how long he thinks he needs.
Well, if you state it, that's first.
So polite.
Probably need around an hour. Worst case scenario, an hour and a half of both my initial and rebuttal. But it's usually not very well winded.
All right. Well, sounds like combined it might be 3 hours.
I would say, yes, at the most.
And again, please take as much time as you need. Right now it's 10:46. We'll plan on coming back around 11, and I'll read the initial instructions to the jurors at that time. And we can go into the closing at that time. We can break for lunch after. Well, we'll see where we get. And then perhaps after the state's initial closing argument, we'll break for lunch and then proceed with the defense and the state's second round after that.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything further? We'll take a 15-minute break.
Okay. So I'm going to remove them from the stage so that I can refresh my YouTube and hopefully my YouTube Premium will kick in. Because I do have YouTube Premium. I signed up for it while they were doing their thing. And also I turned my notifications off, but for whatever reason, they continue to notify. Let's see. How do I don't even like Discord. Like Discord have all the seats. Oh, there we go. Okay. So notifications have been turned off. And then YouTube has been updated. Okay, so we're going to have our whole act together. The jury is on a break right now for the next 15 minutes. Let me just make sure I have not missed any starred comments. Here we go. Data Lisa, shout out because I might fall back asleep. Oh, shout me out because I might fall back asleep again. Oh, girl, that was an hour ago. I hope you're awake. Oh no. Let's see. Is this one? Jackie D says, we love you and Brandi. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you so much. You guys, listen, I am not normally a live streamer. I generally do not enjoy streaming because it's too much stress. It's too much going on. Thank you, Mildred Hornblower, for the $5 for Miss Brandi. I believe Brandi also has a buy me a coffee. So if you would like to buy Miss Brandi a coffee, please feel free to do so. I'm vibing the background, Kathy. Oh, thank you so much. It's super fake. I get up in the morning. Listen, my process for YouTube is like a little bit ratchet, a little bit raggedy. I get up in the morning, I get myself a cup of coffee, and then I just peruse. Oh, please turn the closed captions on again. Yeah, I can do that. There we go. The closed captions are back on. So when I reshare the screen, they will be there. Thanks for reminding me. My process for YouTube is I get up in the morning and then I peruse latest true crime. Is going. Oh, yeah. Hang on. Brandi just texted me. Turned it off. Sorry. Oh yes, please update us on Not Spike. I'm going to give you an update on Not Spike in just a second. I get up in the morning, I see whatever the latest true crime is, and then I just talk about it. I post it. A lot of times I don't even look at it again, and then I just get on with the rest of my day. And so all of the technical stuff, child, that is not where my gifts lie. Not at all. But we are muddling through together, and I am eternally grateful for your patience. Not Spike. For those who don't know, so listen, we have new neighbors. I lived in the same house for like 100,000 years, and we got these new neighbors, which is really, really weird because the lady who had lived there before, I honest to goodness thought she would live out her days in that house. I thought she was in her 60s. Turns out she was in her 80s, and she fell and she couldn't do the stairs anymore. And so we got these new neighbors, which everybody on the block was like clutching our pearls and leaning in because we were like, who are these strangers? There's no HOA, but there's like an unofficial HOA. And we were like, who is this and what are they doing? And we want to know every single thing about them. But because there's no HOA, we did not get a vote on who moved into the house next door to me. And so then randomly we start seeing this little tiny, like a teacup Yorkie roaming around the neighborhood. And I was like, oh, is this? He's so cute. And so one day I was trying to capture him. Because clearly he needed rescuing if he's just walking down the block. Because I don't live in a part of the country where there are like stray dogs. If you go to like an adoption event, people will literally, it's like you would think the Beatles or Taylor Swift or somebody is coming to town. They will like claw your eyes out to adopt a dog. So the idea that an expensive little teacup Yorkie is just strolling down the street is a thing that kind of doesn't happen. So I tried to capture the dog. I could not capture the dog. And then I realized he belongs to the neighbors next door. Their way of walking the dog is to open the door and just let it roam around the neighborhood. And I was like, that's not a thing. And also he was so cute and teeny and helpless that to me, I thought he should have like a fearsome name. And so I named him Spike. And so every time I would see him outside, I would be like, here, Spike, come here, Spike. And I'm trying to give him treats and all kinds of stuff. And my husband was like, why do you keep calling that dog Spike? And I said, because that is why I have named him. I named all the little woodland creatures around here. So that dog I named Spike. And so my husband finally was like, the dog's name is not Spike. So fine. He was like, the people who live next door I'm sure they gave him a name. I'm sure his name is not Spike. And I was like, fine, then we will call him not Spike. So ever since then, I have kept an eye out for not Spike because I need to keep not Spike safe. Also, I'm kind of convinced that not Spike needs my help. Now, is he tiny? Yes. Does he need to be brushed? Desperately. And really, I want to rescue him, rescue him, and just bleach him out real good. I have a grooming table downstairs so I can groom him because he's very ungroomed. I want to brush him real good. I want to wash him and give him a bath with like some good conditioner and just trim up his face so it's cute, and then trim up his body maybe in a nice puppy cut. I think he has a torn CCL because sometimes he hops around on 3 legs, but then other times he's on 4, which means it's an old CCL injury. I'm not paying thousands of dollars to fix a torn CCL that I diagnosed myself on a dog that was walking down the street. So periodically, I see not Spike, but you know, the neighbors, honey, I live in North Jersey. For those who don't know, I'm originally from Indiana, but I've lived in the Northeast for like 34 years at this point. And at this point, I am very North Jersey, like super, super North Jersey. Now, let me tell you something. What you're not going to do is have a dog just walking up and down the street that I have named not Spike, and nobody's going to say nothing. So the neighbors, like they are wont to do, started calling the police on not Spike and his mom and them. So the lady next door is, I don't think she likes the neighbors. So we don't care. As a group, collectively, we have zero cares to give about whether or not she appreciates the police being called on her. But by the third time the police come and pick up your dog, they're just going to take it away. My kids feel like we should get a humane trap and capture not Spike and take him to the animal shelter. I personally feel like we should get a humane trap or just like line the street with like little bits of hot dogs and sausages and whatever else dogs like, and we should capture him and groom him and keep him forever. But it's going to be really hard to adopt a dog from your neighbors if the neighbors live right next door because they will see it. And there's kids that live over there. And so I said to the kids, what's your dog's name? And they said his name is, I think his name is Buddy. So like his government name is Buddy, but to me, he's not Spike. And so after the police came a couple of times, then they did a better job of keeping not Spike in the house. And it's a look. I'm out here on Beyonce's internet just telling everybody business, but look, between me and you, it's just a couple of thousand of us here having a little kiki. So it's a multi-generational household next door, right? It's like a family, and I think there's a grandma and some older kids, whatever. It's a whole bunch of child. They got them packed in over there like it's a slave ship or something. But anyway, the kids don't seem to pay a lot of attention to not Spike, but I'm starting to feel like it's the grandma's dog because periodically and from time to time, I see Abuela in the morning walking down the street looking for not Spike. At first, I was like, why is this lady out here in a thin nightgown, titties akimbo? Can you say titties on the tubes of you? Anyway, so she did not have a foundation garment on, and she was like cussing at the dog in Spanish. Well, first of all, I was like, oh, I didn't know that the dog spoke Spanish. So now I have to go on Duolingo and find out how you say here not Spike in Spanish. But anyway, she walks up the street and then she comes like, that's all I understood. So I was like, oh, it's Abuela's dog. So initially, I was thinking I cannot adopt a dog from this family who may miss their pet. But Abuela don't care enough about her dog to keep him in the house. Then clearly he needs to live with me. I just think it's the universe's way of saying, Kathy, you need a third dog. My husband, on the other hand, does not feel like it's the universe speaking to me. He feels like it's the universe telling me that maybe I should mind my business and here's some practice for me to try. Failing. I'm fine with it. There are things I do well and things I don't do well. Things I do well. Talk, tell stories, find random pets and give them names. Yes, please. I'm all about that. Like gossip. Oh, you need gossip. Oh, honey. 2 gossip channels. 2. I have Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, where I talk true crime gossip. And then I have this other little channel that I don't really talk about a whole lot. Oh, I key not Spike. Oh, write this down. Okay. Here not Spike. Here not Spike. Here not Spike. Okay. Thank you so much. So I have this other channel called Confessions of a True Crime Gossip because sometimes, Confessions of a Neighborhood Gossip, where I recount information that I have heard out and about in the world. But here's the thing. Oh, wait. Hang on. Isabel just came in the courtroom. She's sitting on the same bench as me, a couple of feet away. Get out of here. Can you feel her essence, Brandi? Does she smell good? I have questions. Anyway, I have a second channel called Confessions of a Neighborhood Gossip, where I take true stories ripped from the headlines of my life and mildly fictionalize them so that the guilty and the innocent don't know I'm on the internet talk about them. Now listen, if you meet me in real life, if you want to know the real behind any one of those stories, I will tell you every single thing. But because nobody's gonna know these people, some of them are people from my childhood or whatever else. But I'm just saying they are all true stories. And I have taken out some of the more salacious facts and details. I feel like people should be happy that I didn't tell the real. I'm just saying. Okay, so let me look, I'm so busy running my mouth that Law and Crime is running a survey about the verdict. What do you think the verdict will be? 88% of people in the Law and Crime chat think that this will be a guilty verdict. That's so interesting. That's with 1,200 votes. I would run a survey here, but I do not know how. So there's that. Wait. Look at that cute dog. I'm a nosy neighbor. I have cameras around my house. Girl, preach. So when something does happen, I will either go outside or go outside and watch the cameras from the TV on the comfort of my own. Not a foundation garment to be found. You could just sit at your house, titties akimbo, and watch all the neighborhood goings on. That is why the good Lord and whoever made the Ring camera made the Ring camera. Look, I can sit at my house. I can sit at my job when I go into the office and be like, bloom, live mode. And I can just watch and see what's going on. Is not Spike free again? Where's Abuela going? What's happening over there? Look, one of my neighbors lives half the year out of the country. I have to keep an eye. Me and the neighbor across the street been here a long time. We the whole neighborhood watch. And it's a couple of police officers that live on my block. I believe there's a former FBI agent on the block too, but there's a local police person. Come over here if you want to. Mess around if you want to. You're going to find out. You're going to find out. Real good. Point is back. Hang on. Full screen. Add to stage. Wait. Brandi Churchwell says there's a beautiful moment just now in the hallway. Stacy went up to Rebecca and thanked her for her honest testimony. They hugged and held it for a bit. They've both been through a lot with Laurie, I am sure. Oh my gosh. So the court is still on a short break. I was so busy running my mouth. I was not looking at comments. Let me just scroll back a little bit. I have I refreshed YouTube, so hopefully that gets rid of commercials. I have deleted what is the other thing? Who is that? Look, watch the killer be sneaking up behind me in my house. I've deleted Discord mostly because I never use it and I find it annoying. So hopefully the bloops stop. Well, listen, Terry with me, y'all. We just muddling through. Let's see what's in comments here. Oh, somebody said they need to find that second channel ASAP. Kathy, you're a great babysitter for us. Thank you so much. I'm trying. This is child. I tell you, live streaming is not where my gifts lie. It just is not. But not a spike at the door. I wonder if I could learn what is that Duolingo? They should have a version that just teaches you dog Spanish. Like I just need to know the words that dogs might know. Kathy is also an a great adult sitter. That's funny. Kathy, tell that Tyrone story. That Tyrone story is a long story. That's on Confessions of a Neighborhood Gossip. It's called Scandal at the Cookout or Scandal at the Barbecue, something like that. But y'all got stories. Just I don't know if y'all noticed. Oh, they're back. Shit, it's still blooping. Okay, how do I turn on notification?
Would ask her to double check especially the self.
While they're trying to get themselves together, let me see if I could turn off these notifications. Bear with me. Uh, Shazbot. All of my notifications are turned off. Maybe it's the court. It's not me. Every single notification is turned off. Okay, sorry, friends. I tried. Enlarge. Add to stage. Okay. Okay. Yeah, all of my notifications have been muted, so it's Discord if that helps. Yeah, I deleted Discord off my computer and I turned off all of my notifications. So I don't know. Is it YouTube? I don't know. Let me just confirm that I have fully deleted Discord. Yeah, it sounds like Discord. Just make sure. Discord. Yeah, I don't. Uninstall. Okay. Okay, it's uninstalling Discord. It's crazy because I don't even enjoy Discord. It's too confusing to me. Laurie has my IP address. Okay. Did everybody stretch? Bloops came back when you played the feed. Stopped again right now. Okay. Well, reportedly, Discord is uninstalling. I deleted it, but apparently I needed to uninstall it. We'll see what happens. Thank you in advance for your patience. I actually need to go refill my water before they get back. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right
Please bring in the jurors. Thank you.
I can't hear anything. Did I lose my hearing?
See that all the members of the jury have returned. Please be seated. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Laurie Lee Shaver, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crimes of murder in the second degree with a firearm and accessory after the fact to second degree murder. Introduction to homicide. Laurie Lee Shaver is accused of murder in the second degree in count 1. Murder in the second degree includes a lesser crime of manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Michael D. Shaver was killed by Laurie Lee Shaver, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was murder in the second degree or was manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Excusable homicide. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. Number 1, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means, with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent, or when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation, or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a dangerous weapon if it was used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Laurie Lee Shaver may be found guilty of murder in the second degree or any lesser included crime. Murder second degree, count 1. To prove this crime of second degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Michael D. Shaver is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of a Laurie Lee Shaver. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Michael D. Shaver by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death. An issue in this case is whether Laurie Lee Shaver did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because she acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because she acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, A, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and B, a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and C, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and D, a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death, and E, Laurie Lee Shaver was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before she committed the act that caused the death of Michael D. Shaver. If you have a reasonable doubt about what, find her guilty of second-degree murder. Possession of a...
You should not find her.
Yes, sir. I will read that again. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life because she acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should find her not guilty of second-degree murder. Please make that correction. Thank you. Possession of a firearm and discharge causing great bodily harm or death. If you find that Laurie Lee Shaver committed murder in the second degree, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, she discharged a firearm and in doing so caused great bodily harm to or the death of Michael D. Shaver, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the second with discharge of a firearm causing great bodily harm or death. Great bodily harm means great is distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. If you find that Laurie Lee Shaver committed murder in the second degree, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime she discharged a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree with discharge of a firearm. If you find that Laurie Lee Shaver committed murder in the second degree, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime she actually possessed a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree with actual possession of a firearm. A firearm is legally defined as any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to, or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or the receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. To actually possess a firearm means the defendant, A, carried a firearm on her person, or B, had a firearm within immediate physical reach with ready access with the intent to use the firearm during the commission of the crime. When there are lesser included crimes or attempts in considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which she is accused, there may be evidence that she committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included offense. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crime indicated in the definition of murder in the second degree is manslaughter. Manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Michael D. Shaver is dead. 2. Laurie Lee Shaver intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Michael D. Shaver. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. Aggravation of manslaughter by carrying, displaying, using, threatening to use, or attempting to use a firearm. If you find that Laurie Lee Shaver committed manslaughter, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime she personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm, you should find her guilty of manslaughter with a firearm. A firearm is defined as any weapon which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. If you find that Laurie Lee Shaver committed manslaughter, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that she personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm, then you should find her guilty only of manslaughter. Accessory after the fact to second-degree murder. To prove the crime of accessory after the fact to second-degree murder, the state must prove the following four elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, a murder in the second degree was committed by another. Two, after the murder in the second degree was committed, Laurie Lee Shaver maintained, assisted, aided, or attempted to aid that other person. Three, at the time Laurie Lee Shaver knew that other person had committed at that time, Laurie Lee Shaver knew that other person had committed the murder in the second degree. Four, Laurie Lee Shaver did so with the intent that other person avoid or escape detection, arrest, trial, or punishment. The elements of murder in the second degree have previously been given to you. It is not necessary for the state to prove that Laurie Lee Shaver's assistance was successful in allowing another person to avoid or escape detection, arrest, trial, or punishment, nor is it necessary for the state to prove that the other person was convicted. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. When there are lesser included crimes or attempts. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which she is accused, there may be evidence that she committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser included crime indicated in the definition of accessory after the fact to second degree murder is accessory after the fact to manslaughter. Accessory after the fact to manslaughter. To prove the crime of accessory after the fact to manslaughter, the state must prove the following four elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, a manslaughter was committed by another. Two, after the manslaughter was committed, Laurie Lee Shaver maintained, assisted, aided, or attempted to aid that other person. Three, at that time, Laurie Lee Shaver knew that the other person had committed the manslaughter. Four, Laurie Lee Shaver did so with the intent that the other person avoid or escape detection, arrest, trial, or punishment. The elements of manslaughter have been previously given to you. It is not necessary for the state to prove that Laurie Lee Shaver's assistance was successful in allowing another person to avoid or escape detection, arrest, trial, or punishment. Nor is it necessary for the state to prove that the other person was convicted. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. Justifiable use of deadly force. It is a defense of the crime of murder in the second degree, including lesser included offenses, if the actions of Laurie Shaver constituted the justifiable use of deadly force. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. Laurie Lee Shaver does not have the burden of proving that she was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force, or that Isabel Shaver was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force in the defense of Laurie Shaver. Instead, for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was not justified in using or threatening to use deadly force. The law on justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force in Florida is as follows. Laurie Lee Shaver was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force, or Isabel Shaver was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force in defense of Laurie Shaver if she reasonably believed that such force or threat of force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself or another, or the imminent commission of attempted first-degree murder or aggravated battery against herself or another. The elements of attempted first-degree murder are: 1. Michael D. Shaver did some act intended to cause the death of Laurie Shaver that went beyond just thinking or talking about it. 2. Michael D. Shaver acted with a premeditated design to kill Laurie Shaver. 3. The act would have resulted in the death of Laurie Shaver, except that someone prevented Michael Shaver from killing Laurie Shaver, or he failed to do so. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Premeditated design to kill means that there was a conscious decision to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The elements of aggravated battery are: 1. Michael D. Shaver actually and intentionally touched or struck Laurie Shaver against her will, or intentionally cause bodily harm to Laurie Shaver. 2, Michael D. Shaver, in committing the battery, intentionally caused great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement to Laurie Shaver, or used a deadly weapon. A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used or threatened to be used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. I believe there's a typo there as well. Great bodily harm, and after great bodily harm, there is another one as well. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include bruises. If Laurie Shaver was not committing any crime other than alleged murder in the second degree, or any lesser included crimes for which the defendant is claiming self-defense or defense of others, and if she was in a place where she had the right to be, then the defendant had no duty to retreat before using or threatening to use deadly force, or before Isabel Shaver used or threatened to use deadly force. If Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver was in a dwelling in which she had a right to be, she had no duty to retreat and had the right to stand her ground and use or threaten to use force, including deadly force, if she reasonably believed that such conduct was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself or another, or the imminent commission of attempted first-degree murder or aggravated battery against herself or another. The use of deadly force is justifiable if Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself while resisting any attempt to murder her or another, or commit an attempted first-degree murder or aggravated battery upon her or another, or to commit an attempted first-degree murder or aggravated battery upon or in any dwelling house in which she or another was present. In deciding whether Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver was justified in the use or threatened use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances by which she was surrounded at the time the force or threat of force was used. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use or threatened use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that the defendant or Isabel Shaver actually believed the use or threatened use of deadly force was necessary. Moreover, to justify the use or threatened use of deadly force, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use or threatened use of deadly force was necessary. Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver is presumed to have held a reasonable fear of imminent peril of death or great bodily harm to herself or another when using or threatening to use defensive force that was intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm to another if A, the person against whom the defensive force was used or threatened to be used was in the process of unlawfully and forcefully entering or had unlawfully and forcibly entered a dwelling, residence, occupied vehicle, or if that person had removed or was attempting to remove another against that person's will from the dwelling, residence, or occupied vehicle, and B, Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver knew or had reason to believe that an unlawful and forcible entry or unlawful and forcible act was occurring or had occurred. The presumption of reasonable fear of imminent death or great bodily harm does not apply if A, the person against whom the defensive force is used or threatened to be used has the right to be in or is a lawful resident of the dwelling, such as an owner, lessee, or title holder, and there is not an injunction for protection from domestic violence or a written pretrial supervision order of no contact against that person, or B, person or persons sought to be removed is a child or grandchild or is otherwise in the lawful custody or under the lawful guardianship of the person against whom the defensive force is used or threatened to be used, or C, the person who uses or threatens to use defensive force is engaged in a criminal activity or is using the dwelling to further criminal activity, or a person who unlawfully and by force enters or attempts to enter another's dwelling, presumed to be doing so with the intent to commit an unlawful act involving force or violence. Dwelling means a building or conveyance of any kind, including any attached porch, whether the building or stands is temporarily or permanently, or mobile or immobile, which has a roof over it, including a tent, and is designed to be occupied by people lodging therein at night. Residence means a dwelling in which a person resides, either temporarily or permanently, or is visiting as an invited guest. If you find that Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver, who because of threats or prior difficulties with Michael D. Shaver had reasonable grounds to believe that she or another was in danger of death or great bodily harm at the hands of Michael D. Shaver, you may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver were those of a reasonable person. If you find that at the time of the alleged murder in the second degree, Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver knew that Michael D. Shaver had committed an act of violence, you may consider that fact in determining whether Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use or threatened to use deadly force. In considering the issue of self-defense or defense of another, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Laurie Shaver, Isabel Shaver, and Michael D. Shaver. Defendant's failure to report a crime. The state has charged Laurie Shaver with the murder of Michael Shaver. Further, the state has charged Laurie Shaver with being an accessory after the fact. You must understand no individual has any duty to report the commission of a crime simply because they observed a crime having been committed. All right, it's about 11:30 right now. I think at this time we'll take our lunch break. Parties have anything further, state? Yeah, come on up, please.
Oh. So they're going to break for lunch before they do closing arguments. If they've allotted, I thought they had allotted 3 hours for closing arguments, but I don't think opening arguments were very long. Okay. This will be interesting. I know the jury instructions can be very long and very tedious, but we got through them. It looks like there's 2 charges, first degree or second degree murder, I believe. But there's a lot of lesser
That I
included.
will read to you prior to breaking for lunch. Plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation and the information through each stage of the trial unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whether the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider, whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. Reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. Weighing the evidence. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? 7, has the witness been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor involving dishonesty or false statement? 8, does the witness have a general reputation for dishonesty or truthfulness? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that their testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give their opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe them to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or part of an expert's testimony. You have heard the testimony of a child. No witness is disqualified just because of age. There is no precise age that determines whether a witness may testify. The critical consideration is not the witness's age, but whether the witness understands the difference between what is true and what is not true, and understands the duty to tell the truth. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of her testimony that you apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about their testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. Defendant statements. A statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that the defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to 1, whether when the defendant made the statement, she had been threatened in order to get her to make it, and 2, whether anyone had promised her anything in order to get her to make it. If you conclude the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. All right, and was that to the satisfaction of the parties?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at this time, is there anything further before we break for lunch?
Nothing from the defense jury.
Thank you. All right, we're going to break for lunch at this time. Again, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including each other. I would ask the parties to return to the jury assembly room at 12:45. So that'll give you over an hour for lunch. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. The jury is headed out. I'm going to hang out. I'm sitting here having a salad.
All right, the jurors have exited the courtroom. Is there anything further before we break for lunch? We'll meet back at 1 o'clock.
Not at this time.
All right, then we'll begin closings at that time. Mr. Wiggs, anything further? All right, thank you. We're in recess.
Okay. So the court is in recess. I'm going to take them down. But in case anything happens exciting during the lunch break, I'm leaving their screen up over there. Everybody relax. I'm going to answer a couple of questions. I've seen a couple of questions pop up in the chat. I may take a quick comfort break because I sit here and I drink a little bit of water. I don't do anything just a little bit. When I drink coffee in the morning, I drink 32 ounces of coffee. If I drink water, I drink how many ounces is this? This is like 4 cups, however many ounces are in 4 cups. I drink 2 to 3 of these a day. So I am well hydrated, very well hydrated. Also, you may have noticed that the bloops stopped. I think I have successfully deleted Discord, which yay me, because I only used it once. I didn't like it. I never used it again, and it's been blooping for like a year now. So bless your hearts for reminding me and encouraging me to get rid of that thing. Excuse me. On average, I drink about 100 ounces of water a day. And by water, I mean sugar-free liquid. Sometimes that's coffee, sometimes that's Crystal Light, sometimes it's just plain, like street water, but out of the refrigerator water. One of the questions was, what am I having for lunch? Big important question. I know you were here for all the important facts and details. I am a cook, not a chef, not a chef, just a home cook. So, but I love to play with my food, right? I like to go do your errands, do whatever you have to do, child, because I'm just running my mouth. We'll see you back in a little while, Willow Johnson. So a friend of mine, another mom friend of mine, I do a lot of charity work. A lot of the moms I know do charity work. And one of the moms was like, let me star this comment so I don't forget it. One of the moms was like, oh, we did the food bank and we have all these perishables from Trader Joe, but I have too much stuff. Do you want some of it? And I was like, yeah, of course. She dropped 5 bags of produce, 5 bags off at my house the other day. And I was like, oh, wow, that's more produce than I was thinking. And so what I did, I think I put it on my page. I broke down the produce and turned it into all these different things. Hang on. I think I put up pictures of it. Let me see if I can find them. Give me 1 second. I have to go to my channel. In the community tab. And I made, or maybe I didn't put it up. I don't remember. I made jar salads. So that's when I took like the lettuce and grape tomatoes and cucumbers and whatever I had. I don't see it now. Maybe I didn't post it. I don't remember. Anyway, I made these salads. Actually, this is one of the jars. I put grape tomatoes, cucumbers, cut up red pepper, whatever, and then just like divide it up. And it wasn't lettuce because lettuce gets too soft and mushy. It was like cabbage and kale and things like that, like those heartier lettuces. So you put the lettuce in last. And then I just store them in jars in my refrigerator. And for whatever reason, oh, wait. Oh, Brandi's going to jump on when she has a second. Okay, I'll stop talking when she comes. I put the salads in jars. I store them in my refrigerator. And then when I want a salad, I just literally like dump that jar upside down in a container. And so I don't know if you could see that. It's just like a nice, lots of veggies. And then I threw a handful of blueberries in. And I made a homemade lemon vinaigrette. You do. Somebody asked, where did I get this dress from? Goodwill, honey. Because I will pitch a penny. I will pitch a penny to death. But this is actually a caftan. Hang on. Oh, I don't even know if you can see it. It's it was like a big giant caftan. I think I got it for $4, $3, something like that. And it was ripped on the sides. And so I also sew. I also build things. I hung drywall the other day. I fixed the part that was broken, re-sewed it to my liking because it was too long and too wide. And then I put a little elastic channel in it so that like there's so it's not just like, muumuu style. It cinches a little bit at the waist, but it's an adjustable waist. I put, those little things where you can slide and clip it a little bit so I can make the elastic as tight or as loose as I want. But sometimes you eat salad and your tummy feels too full and bloated. You can just let your dress out a little bit. So that's that. What other questions did we have? Hang on, I starred some of them. Yeah, where did I get that dress? Goodwill, child. But I've made like 5,000 dresses like this. I'm just trying to find the same fabric. I really love this fabric. Yeah, I crochet too. Somebody said they still need a crochet crown. I still need my crown. I stopped crocheting crowns. It got to be such a pain in the neck. So I was just like, at some point, my channel is close to 10,000 subscribers, and people have been saying like, maybe for the 10K party, you could do some more crafts. The thing is that I'm old enough that I only do what I want to do. I'm not one of these people like, oh, I have to, I should, blah, blah, blah. Child, that's not where my gifts lie. I'm big on that do what I want to do life. And so when I feel moved to crochet, I will crochet. And until then, yeah, it's not going to happen. Also, mailing them out is kind of a pain in the neck. And people are like, it didn't get here. It got here too fast. It got here too slow. I wanted a blue one. Listen, no, thank you. Let me go back through here. Oh, somebody still has one of my old octopuses. That's so funny. You're a master seamstress, child. I would not go that far. Jin Pookie says you are a master seamstress. Lies. And you crochet. I have an octopus to prove it. Not a master seamstress, just a hobbyist. Wait, something just popped up on my Laurie is done lying. The defense rests. Rebuttal first thing in the morning. Oh, that just popped up for me now, but I get the feeling that Brandi put that on X like yesterday. It's weird for me to call it X. That's a good, I can't read today. That's a good Sally Kathy, and Goodwill is my go-to even for furnishings. Ooh, I love for furniture. I love Restore. You know, the Habitat for Humanity. They have a thrift store that just does furniture. I love Restore. But also because I live in Bergen County, there's like regular people and there's like super, super like rich people. And a lot of those mansion dwellers, I mean, they give their cast offs to the Goodwill and to the Restore. And so you could get some really, really, really high end furniture up here for not a lot of money. So if you're in the market, if you live in Bergen County and you want that good, you want that good, Restore. There, we have two of them. And you can get paint, you can get wallpaper, you can get fixtures, you can get those like those high-end front load washer dryers, so much stuff, dishwashers. I have not bought appliances from them, but through work, I sometimes have to donate things out of people's houses. And so we donated a lot of appliances and really, really nice and gently used furniture to them. So also reduce, reuse, recycle. And it's cheap and it's already broken in. Let's see. And don't forget the gossip chips for winning bingo. Oh yeah. I think Brandi has bingo too. I could be wrong about that, but I think that Brandi also has bingo, but on my channel, Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, yes, we have bingo cards. And if you win bingo, I send you a bingo prize, a little bingo challenge coin that symbolizes that you are part of the Gossip Corps. Which, listen, if you listen to me run my mouth, you're part of the Gossip Corps. Kathy, I am looking at my emotional support octopus right now. I'm so glad. Let's see. Who chooses the foreman? I don't know. I think the foreperson is chosen different ways on different trials. So I think sometimes the judge chooses, sometimes the group gets together. Listen, if you have a group of people like that, somebody got that takeover spirit. Somebody's going to be like, no one wants to do it. No one. Okay, well, then I will do it. You know what I mean? There's always somebody with a takeover spirit. I know a little something about that takeover spirit life. I'm just saying. Let's see. Ooh. Magnolia Gypsy says, I quilt. First, I thought it said, I quit. I was like, oh no, don't quit. But that's awesome. I love a good quilt. I don't have the patience to quilt. I know how, I've made them, but I don't enjoy it. But that's so amazing. I think that's my grandma used to quilt when I was a kid. Oh, the best, the best, the best. Yummy. Share the recipe. Recipe. Ciao. Recipe. I don't know nothing about that recipe life. I throw some stuff in a mason jar and then it's a salad. I don't know what other recipe you were referring to. Let's see. Vegetables or fruit don't belong together in my world. Okay. Well, then you can listen. Some people believe in plate apartheid. I am not mad about it. I don't like food that touches unless like certain things can touch and certain things can't. And the rules are all made up in my mind by me. So they may not make sense to other people. But like if you go to Thanksgiving and people pile their plates high with different layers of things, I can't even look at it. Like I can't. I like those plastic school lunch trays where there's like the raised ridge between each section and everything should remain separate unless it's all wet like a salad. then everything should go together. But I totally get why some people are like, no. I also know people who don't like cheese in their salads because of the texture of the cheese changes. Do you, boo? Okay. Chefs to fancy food less because they decorate the. Yeah, I don't. I decorate the inside of my stomach. I don't really decorate the plate. I mean, if I'm having a party or something, but look, wait, somebody wrote, I love a caftan. Where did I see it? I just scrolled by it. I decided at work that we should have like caftan Fridays or something where everybody should wear caftans. And in our department, we were laughing about it. And then I mentioned it to our CEO. Boss is like, you did what? I was like, can't you see him in a nice flowy moo? She was like, I can't believe you mentioned it to the CEO. But men like to be comfortable too. You know, he probably goes home and takes off his tie and his cufflinks and his fancy suit. And he's like, baby, let me channel my inner Helen Roper. I will get my caftan. I think everybody needs a caftan. Wait. David said, I hate cheese in my salad and I'm from Wisconsin. Well, listen, Wisconsin has officially spoken. Isn't that the final word? Like, if Wisconsin people won't eat cheese in the salad, therefore, cheese does not belong in a salad. Also, David said it, so how could David be wrong? What is a calf party? What is a calf party? I don't know. Unless you mean a caftan party. A caftan is like, remember Helen Roper? How old are you? Big flowy dress, no shape, amazing. Be bloated, be not bloated, whatever. Um, okay. Oh, cool. B Moore says, restore a truck here yesterday, picking up lots of really good things I've been dragging around for years. Feels good to clean house. That's amazing. And it's really an amazing way to give back to the community for people who might not otherwise be able to afford housing, for them to get like, I think the money they collect at Restore helps them build houses for like low income people. That's amazing. We do a lot of Roper romps. Helen forever. Amen. Get yourself a statement necklace and just relax in a caftan. Men, women, children, pets, whatever. Everybody needs a caftan. Uh-oh. Another country heard from. Patricia P says, I'm from Wisconsin and I love cheese in my salad. Okay. Duly noted. Also, if you are watching this video on the replay crew, drop Miss Brandi some hearts so she knows you were here. For those who don't know, Kendall, oh my goodness, Kendall's last name escapes me right now, but Kendall is Travis's mom. Remember that adorable cutie that's married to Laurie? Kendall, Travis, filmer, and his twin brother, whose name, I want to say Austin. I'm not sure. But Kendall is in the chat with us today, or at least she was. Please drop some blue hearts for Miss Kendall. Windsor. Yes, thank you so much. Kendall Windsor is in the chat with us. She might be at lunch now because I thought she was also there at the trial, but maybe she'll see them. Yes, she's the mom of Travis and Austin. Please drop some blue hearts for Miss Kendall. We are there with her in spirit. She still has her son on this side of glory, but Lord, so many families have been destroyed by the evil trollop, Laurie Shaver, and they are in our thoughts today. As they walk through this trial, it cannot be an easy time. But hopefully, once this trial resolves, then Travis will be set free of that foolishness. And I hope he doesn't feel compelled to put money on her books. Maybe he's just like, if I could just buy my time, I might be free by Friday. Okay. Thank you for all the blue hearts in the chat for the Filmer family. Wait, what happened? Y'all, my toddler just locked he and my mom in his room. Oh my God. laughing my ass off. She thought we were kidding. Little kids. Oh my gosh. Um, I hope somebody has a safety pin. I hope the two of them are not home alone or that grandma was willing to shimmy through a window. Oh my God. I had one child who was hell on ills. Oh, he chased away a couple of babysitters. It was a situation. But now he's an adult and he became, oh wait, yeah, she's locked them up, right? Now he's an adult and he's a productive member of society. But there were times that I was like, I don't know how this gonna go. I mean, we wanted to save for his college, but we might need to save for bail. But he never needed bail. I almost needed bail behind trying to deal with him and his crazy behind. But we never needed bail. And now he works and goes out into the world and hardly ever brings home. There was that one heifer he brought in my house, but child, that's another story for another day. I needed Jesus to deal with that one because let's see. Wait, that is not the comment I was trying to tag. She says, "Oh no, I work from home. Haha. My mom is here for a week, and we told her to be careful if she goes in his room because he will close the door after he locked the knob and they'll be stuck." Grandma thought you didn't know what you were talking about. Grandma was like, right, that's what he does to you. That's not what he's going to do to me because I'm grandma and I just made him those nice chocolate chip cookies and it's all going to be good. And then you look up and grandma was locked in the room. Grandma, see, we told you. We told you. Olive Green, Ruth Ann says, from what I understand, Brandi's friend only knows Laurie from their kids going to the same school. I think that's right. And I think her husband was friends with Mike. Brandi and her friend were roommates. Oh, I knew there was a roommate connection in there somewhere, but I couldn't put it all together, but that makes sense. That rings true to me. Wait, when my kids were little, my son locked my daughter in a hotel bathroom. We had to call the custodian. Oh my God. Kids. For those without kids, you're like, that's all the birth control I need. Oh my God. Kids. Wait. Jessica for Justice said, I needed bail when I was 20. It happens. Child. That one child, I was like, every gray hair I have, it is from him. Like, oh my goodness. I just hope he has children that are as delightful as he has been. And don't have them with any evil trollops because he brought this one heifer to my house. I was like, wait, I love this puppy picture. Oh my God, Gina L. Now my son is a jailer for a county sheriff's office, owns his own home, and is a productive member of society. See? Listen, mamas of youngins, you need that hope sometimes. You're just like, oh my God, this child. Kathy, I still laugh about the story about the stain on the outside of your house. Now, that is a story I can tell quickly. My son, actually, it was in this very room. Um, we would drive past the front of the house and there was a green stripe down the front of the house. And I was like, what is that? And I finally cleaned it. And then the next spring it was back. And I was like, clearly the house is off gassing the aluminum siding. I had all these theories. And every spring I would power wash it off. And then every year it would come back. And I was like, I do not know what is happening. And then one winter he was like, my room is cold. My room is cold. I can't get the window to close all the way. So I get up here and his bed was in front of the window. I climb on top of the bed and I'm like cleaning and pushing and pulling. And I'm like, what is this? Like I sprayed some cleaner down in the track inside the window. And like the smell of ammonia hit me where the cleaner didn't have ammonia. And I was like, what is going on? And then I look and I was like, this looks like that stripe that has been going down the front of my house. Come to find out, this boy had been peeing out the window when he had, I'm not sure what you could say on YouTube. He had been depositing, he had been eliminating out the window on the front of my house. Now, first of all, y'all know I'm nosy. Y'all know I'm a gossip. If this had happened to another person's house, I would be like, how is she raising those kids? Clearly, she has no idea what she's doing. But as a parent, I was like horrified. And I said to him, were you peeing out this window? And he was like, see, what happened was for years, easily 7 years, which means how old was he when we moved into this house? We moved into this house, he was maybe second grade or third grade. So 8 or 9 years old. This well into middle school, well into middle school. Keep in mind, it's not like he had to go. He had to go far and wide to use the bathroom. It's 10 steps from here. I was like, you can, he was like, and sometimes it's night. And excuse me, sir? So you just stood on your bed and relieved yourself out the window and you didn't even have good aim because now it's all in the track of the window. What kind of wild animals are we raising over here? I can't with these kids. Again, he grew into a productive member of society. Also, so you know, we have 4 sons. Our sons are 35, 26, 19, and almost 17. By the time the littles, about 5 or 6 years ago, I discovered the gallon jug of Clorox urine killer, and I literally buy it by the gallon jug. And you can put it in a little spray bottle, and it is a urine killer. It is bleach free. It won't bleach out anything, and it kills stains, pet stains, people stains, whatever it is. It's a lot. And then I got a black light. And then we would turn off all the lights in the bathroom, and I would shine that black light around and be like, nope, you need to clean some more. Clean back there. That black light is how I discovered there were stains on the wall behind the toilet. What are y'all doing? Like they just kick the door open and just like spray down the place and then leave. I don't. Mm-mm. You got to be strong to raise sons. You got to be strong to raise sons. And we have survived. Yes, you can get a black light on Amazon for like $4. It's really cheap. It's the LED lights too, a little flashlight. I got it when we had a puppy because I was like, this carpet smells funky. Where has this puppy been? And I would shine it on the carpet with the lights off so I could see where the puppies had made messes. And then at one point it just flashed past the guest bath, and I'm like, why is there so much purple? Let me go. Y'all, I can't. But that's okay. Clorox urine killer, gallon jugs, available on Amazon. Little boys. They're sweet though. They do love their mommy. So that's good. But they have thoughts and feelings about me sharing their stories and their life histories. And guess what? I don't care. For a long time, people were, was the puppy male too? No, where are the girls? Oh, they're both in here with me. Girls, you want to come and say hi? Come and say hi. Come on, hi. Come on. This is the puppy that people see most commonly, well, hear most commonly. This is Holly. Say hi, Miss Holly. Holly is they spotted her. She has a big old black spot on her back. Wait, turn her so you can see her big spot. Right. She's a black and white American. She's an Escapoo, American Eskimo poodle mix. She's very, very vocal. She looks a lot like Snoopy. Very sweet. She's 3 years old, right? Stop. Don't eat anything on this desk. She is 3 years old. She has a lot to say. She has appeared in a lot of my videos. Stop. Don't fight. Come here, Daisy. Come here. Grandma, on the other hand, has a lot of attitude. She is reluctant to appear on film. She has thoughts and feelings about my job as a sometimes YouTuber. She prefers it when I'm just home making dog food and petting her. Grandma isn't grandma. Daisy is the grandma of the group. She is, how old are you, Daisy? 13, 14, something like that. She's trying to eat the leftovers of my salad. Leave my salad alone. Daisy Doodlebug. Okay, go. They spend a lot of time fighting each other. Daisy, the old lady, starts the fights and has literally never won a fight. Never, never, never. Holly is young and spry and always wins, but that does not stop Daisy from trying. Daisy is a 13-year-old Yorkie. She's Yorkie Poo. She's a Yorkie Poo who was adopted from a pet store not far from here. Shh, don't tell nobody. You're supposed to adopt, not shop. But in North Jersey, people will cut you for a dog, and I'm not trying to get into a physical altercation behind a puppy. So now we get our pups from the Amish, right? We go to the Amish. Might they secretly have puppy mills? I don't know. It's none of my business. We just make sure they have good credentials and all that other stuff. Right, girls? Also, when you get them from the Amish, they're potty trained when they arrive at your house. So, yes, please. Wait, cut you for a dog. Look, you think I'm playing? Dead serious. Anytime there's an adoption event, they put up those gates. You know how, like, if there's going to be a parade, the city will come out and put up those metal gates so people don't go into the street. That's what they use for adoption events around here. Because people will, like, they'll be like, the dogs are coming, and a van will pull up. And as the volunteers are bringing the dogs out, people are elbowing each other. It is crazy. I went to two, and then I was like, nah. And one woman, we went through an agency, right? And she's like, well, you can come and visit the dog, the foster mom. So we came to the event, we visited the dog, we got special permission, whatever. We could hold the dog. Somebody else was trying to hold the dog. And I was like, okay, I think we really want this one. And so she talked to me and interviewed my children. And she was like, well, you have a child under 10. And so we usually don't adopt to people with children under 10 years old. And I was like, my kids are gentle, they're good with dogs, blah, blah, blah. Like she was like, mm-hmm. And then ultimately, when I read her final report where we were told no, it was because she did not believe I would let the dog sleep in bed with me. Number one, that's a requirement. Are you serious? Number two, both of these dogs sleep in bed with me every night. So no. So I was like, okay, hello, greenfieldpuppies.com, whatever. We just went on the internet. And honestly, between me and you, when we got Holly, I was like, she's kind of ugly, but the price is right. And people have said that I'm mean for saying that she was not that cute, but she was not that cute. But then she got a haircut and she was fine. And we love her. And she has a nice personality. I just, wait, wrong thing. Dogs and kids are like peanut butter and jelly. Right. They just go together. They're supposed to be together. But I'm telling you, in this part of the world, people steal dogs, people dog nap dogs. It is a whole other level when it comes to dogs. Wait. I understand exactly where you are coming from. For whatever reason, the people at these organizations believe that they are the only ones who know how to take care of animals. Yeah, and it's like, listen, I know they mean well, and I know they want the best for these puppies and kitties, and I get it. Like, I totally, totally get it. And I love that they're doing the work that I could not do or would not do just because my life would not allow for it. But sometimes I feel like there needs to be a little bit of a balance. But listen, I need to go take my dishes back downstairs. Chat amongst yourselves. Wait, what happens? Age. Okay, listen. Wait. Okay. I am going to take care of a couple of little things over the next maybe 10 minutes or so. Chat amongst yourselves. I will be back. Let me see if there's another. now, lunch until. Okay, hang on. Let me just make sure I got all my starred chats. Wait, carpet guy used a black light like a crime scene. Don't do it to yourself. You might need therapy if you get a black light. I'm just letting you know right now. If you got kids or pets and you use a black light, you gonna need Jesus. I'm telling you right now. Somebody said, wait, why do people dog nap in Jersey? I'm from the Pacific Northwest, and that doesn't really happen here. Because people, P.S. Jesus Lover, I read your name as Jesus Lover. I was like, oh, is her husband's name Jesus? Yeah, because dogs are highly in demand, especially mostly people have like these specialty breeds, like various doodles, small dogs. No joke, there are 7 Yorkies or Yorkie poos on this block alone, the block that I live on. So if you have a small dog, a fuzzy dog, a hyperallergenic dog, or any sort of doodle, if you are not careful, it will be stolen right out of your yard. Also, people have been known to ask for ransoms for them. It's crazy. The way people act around about dogs around here, crazy. Um, Gail Davis, no, we are not on verdict watch. We're at lunch and then we're going to have closing arguments. Let me take care of a couple of quick errands and then I will be back with you guys soon. Chat amongst yourselves.
Hi, jurors. Y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let's see. Mike.
I can hear you. Keep talking, ma'am. Keep talking.
So that I can pay attention. There we go. All right, there we go. Oh, look at it. Hello.
Hi.
Can I hear you?
I took
Are you
myself
talking?
off the page. So, yeah. I can hear you.
I threw you back on. Sorry, I threw you back on.
That's
I was
okay.
going to try to jump on earlier. However, I've been in the hall talking to Rebecca and Miss Wilma. So I have so much to say. I have so much
Tell
to say. Let
us
me make sure
every
there's no
single thing.
jurors around me. I'm
Child,
pretty
we're
sure
here for
that they
all the tea.
there. Okay, so I have so much fun stuff to tell you. So first of all, did y'all notice that yesterday during testimony, Laurie said that the murder did not, or the unfortunate unaliving. Oh, I'm probably losing service. I think I might be too far from the thing. Tell me if I cut out. The unaliving, she said, was sometime in May, right? Did you notice that Rebecca, when she got up on the stand today, said she moved in May 7th? And so Laurie just got herself busted. I don't know if the sorry if I look like crazy person, like looking around. I have to make sure that there's no jurors within earshot. And they're out in the wild out here, so just walking around. So I heard that and I was like, oh. So I'm hoping that the prosecutor caught on to that and is going to mention that in closings, because if Rebecca moved in May 7th, then she would have been there for the event if Mike had actually
Oh no, Brandi. Okay,
It wasn't
okay,
Isabel.
you're back.
It was Laurie pretending to be Isabel, allegedly. A very
For sure. Oh no, it's the circle of doom. I kind of love a cliffhanger though. Okay. She dropped off. Oh my God. I need Miss Brandi to come and tell us every single thing. But that's okay. She knows how all the controls and stuff work, so she can pop back in when she's ready. I just was laying over there on my son's bed because this is his room, the auxiliary studios. For those of you who were not here, Miss Brandi popped by and she was I thought she was over in the courthouse ear hustling, just like lending an ear to the entire situation, but she was talking to people. And according to Laurie, the scandalous trollop, Laurie was saying that the unfortunate unaliving happened in May, and then Rebecca moved in like a couple of days later. Okay. But we know what happened in November, right? Listen. She was too far from the courthouse because I know she has to. Brandi needs to be mindful of where the jurors are. She can't stand too close by because she doesn't want them to overhear her or whatever. But I want to overhear. I want to overhear everything. So hopefully she'll be able to hop back on. I just took a tablet. I have a tummy ache. So I'm gonna go lay down and finish resting until my tablet kicks in because oof, it's not that fun. But if Brandi comes back, I'll be back too. I got one eyeball on the screen. Keep an eye out. All right. I'll see you guys in just a few.
Hello. Let me fix this. There we go. Okay. Make sure there's no jurors. Can y'all hear me? Make sure you can hear me.
I can hear you. I'm listening.
Okay, good. Hold on. Let me turn this onto my AirPods so that just in case Kathy pops in with her tea, then we don't have anything else. Okay, there we go. Okay. All these issues, dealing with all these issues, trying to get y'all the tea. Okay, so I talked to, in the hallway, I talked to Miss Wilma, and I told her that that everybody loved her and everybody wanted a neighbor like Miss Wilma. She's super sweet. So I'm going to talk to her some next week too, because I'm going to be here most of next week, and I'm going to meet with some people. Now that testimony is over, I'm going to meet with them and now that I can talk to them, I'm going to meet with some of the people that that I'm able to talk to and get all the inside scoop on everything, all the stuff that didn't come out at trial, because there's a lot about her that did not come out at trial, and I'm about to meet with them and show it all. Isabel sent her a really long Facebook message. She's going to forward it to me so I can see it. But she sent her a really long Facebook message, and she said that it obviously didn't sound like Isabel when she was reading it. She was like, no, it didn't sound like her at all. It sounded like Laurie. So she said that she sent this whole long thing, and then she read it and she was like, oh, okay. All right, Laurie, thanks. So I'm curious to see what all that says. Also, the stuff about the gun in the closet at the wedding and all of that, the prosecutor kind of decided at the last minute to leave that out because there's so much stuff already going in against him, and he didn't want to give the opportunity for her to say, that she was just reacting, like with the gun and stuff. She was just reacting to her abuse and all of that. Also, the family and stuff and everybody that I've been talking to, like there's so many stories that about like the stuff that actually happened, and I've got so many like pictures and videos and stuff. So there's like when next week I'm going to get together with all of them and be able to do all of this. Put everything together so that I can do this next video and the podcast on it or whatever, and actually give a lot of the real information, because there's so much stuff that y'all didn't get to hear and that the jury didn't get to hear. So I'll get all that, and I'll be working on that. It'll be it'll piss her off, but that's okay. Isabel is in the courtroom today. But she only came in during jury instructions. That was her first time coming in. So I'm assuming she might be there during closings. But the closings are going to be, these Florida gnats, y'all. The closings are going to be as soon as we get back in, and then it's going to go to deliberation. So hopefully, we'll get a quick verdict. Hopefully. I don't want to have to stay late tonight. So, and if not, then, maybe they'll let them go and come back Monday. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I talked to Rebecca for a while, and, they can't watch Laurie's testimony. So when I was talking to Rebecca, I said, I was like, because Rebecca and I've talked, but once the jury was selected, then I can no longer, I had to cut communication. So I mean, not like the only communication I had is like what day she was going to testify, so that I would know when I was allowed to actually talk to her again. So she hasn't seen anything. So I got to see her a little while ago, and I was telling her about Laurie's testimony, because she hasn't seen it yet. And I said something to her about the whole May thing, and she was like, "Wait, what? May? No, I was living there in May." That was the first she had heard of this whole story about how, this supposedly happened in May, and I pulled up the video and played her our stream from yesterday, played her the video of Laurie testifying to how this was someday in May. And she was shocked because she was like, no, I lived there in May. She moved in the first week of May. So crazy, right? Crazy. So I don't know. It's hard to guess how long the jury's going to deliberate, especially after Tell Us. I'm not ever going to say what I think a jury is going to take or how long I think a jury is going to take again, because Tell Us taught me to shut my dang mouth and not guess. So, oh well. But anyway, I'm going to get back in there. I tried to jump on earlier, but I was sitting there talking to Rebecca and Miss Wilma, so I wanted to talk to them for as long as I could before Rebecca had to go get her kids. And then, and I'm about to get back in there and get my seat for closings, and then I'll keep y'all posted on everything that happens and let you know. I'm going to tell the prosecutors. I told Rebecca I'm going to make sure if I see them in the hallway that I'm going to point that out just in case it's one of those details that they missed, because y'all know I love me some details. So anyway, but I'm going to go back in. I love y'all.
Thank you, Brandi.
You're welcome. Thank you. You're doing an awesome job.
You're so sweet. Stay away from those murderers.
I'm going to trip her on the way to the bathroom. Just joking.
Hussy, she's a hussy.
In case it happens and I get sued, I'm going to edit that part out so that there's no evidence against me. All right, y'all. I love y'all. I will see y'all soon.
Bye. Look, Brandi got that good. Oh my goodness. Okay, look, I'm going to be back in 10 minutes. I'm going to finish my comfort break, aka resting. Stay tuned. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back from lunch, everybody. The jury should be back in about 2 minutes, according to what they say over there on Law and Crime. We shall see. That's no movement in the courtroom yet. When they start moving, pop them right up here. But for those of you who were away when Brandi stopped by, oh yes, Miss Brandi dropped by during lunchtime, and she had been chatting with Wilma, the neighbor. Wilma girl, tell us every single thing. And she had been chatting with Rebecca. Apparently, sorry, butterflies and alibis. I didn't mean to scare you. I should probably tiptoe into a room and come in more gently. Sorry, you guys. I'm like freaking people out. I'm here. Excuse me. Yeah, I've seen that Oreo flavored Coke. I don't understand. It's confusing to me. My tummy is my tummy is doing what my tummy does. I'm at a certain age and I'm on hormones and all kinds of stuff. And so everything has gone all the way to the left. Anytime anything works, I'm surprised. When it goes funky, I'm like, oh yeah, this is just it doing it. Couple more years and I'll be fine. Anyway, I'm feeling better. Thank you so much. Sorry, I also scared the cat. Oh, I scared him. Next time I'll tiptoe back into the room. But Miss Brandi stopped by during lunch hour to say that she had been having a little kiki with the girls over there in the courtroom. And apparently, Isabel used Facebook Messenger to send the neighbor, Miss Wilma, a message, a long rambling message. Brandi has received that message, although she can't share it with us until after the court case is over. And I will be here for every single moment of it because I want that good. I want the tea. I want to know what she said. I want to know the tone of voice. Was any of it all caps? I need to know everything. And for those who don't know, Dateline has been following this case. Now, if you know Dateline, like I know Dateline and I know Dateline. Look, what is the name of the podcast? Dateline has a podcast that comes out every Thursday, and it's their meeting over at 30 Rock. I know some of y'all work over at 30 Rock. We know about that 30 Rock life. Their podcast is called, oh, it's not because I played it already. It disappeared off my thing. Oh, wait. It's called Dateline True Crime Weekly, where the producers at Dateline have their meeting every week and they just talk about, I think it's a Zoom meeting where they talk about what all the producers around the country are working on, and they give you an update on the latest cases, the cases they're working on, the cases they're following, the cases they're paying attention to. And it's a really good way to know what's coming up soon on Dateline. And in yesterday's episode of, let me see what episode number it was. Dateline Weekly, the episode that aired September 12th, 2024. The title of it is called A Mayo Clinic Doctor Accused of Poisoning His Wife. They talk about this Mayo Clinic doctor. They also talk about ways for college kids to stay safe on campus. But additionally, they talk about Laurie Shriver and they cover the ins and outs of the case. When they had their meeting at 30 Rock the other day, apparently they were like, okay, this case is sort of, I don't remember if they said it was going to jury selection or that the case had already started, but this case is on the radar for Dateline. So, wait, what are all the ones for? What did I miss? What I miss? All of a sudden, there's a bunch of ones in the chat. I have colitis too. Girl, I just have plain old menopause, perimenopause. It is brutal. Oh, wait, here we go. Did prosecutors prove their case? Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. If no, put a 2. Okay. Did the prosecutors prove their case? Lots of ones. Lots of ones. Oh, there's movement. I just saw somebody walk past the camera. Yeah, I think the prosecutors also proved their case. Wait, where's my 1 at? If I put in a 1, what does it show up as? Oh, it shows up as Brandi Churchwell. Okay, that Brandi Churchwell that just put the one, that was me, not Miss Brandi. But yeah, maybe we'll all be on Dateline. Brandi girl, maybe you'll get interviewed by Brandi and Keith Morrison down there in Florida leaning on things. I'm willing to bet there's a Dateline producer in the courtroom because before they send in like the hosts, they have a producer that's just there and lurking and paying attention. I don't know if Court TV is also covering this. I don't know that I've paid a lot of attention. Lately, Court TV has not had a whole bunch of cases that I'm interested in. Let's see. They're doing the buried in the backyard murder case, um, school shooting. Oh, they are. Court TV is covering Laurie Shriver. Okay. We are Dateline, right, Wild Child? Look, we will conduct a complete investigation. Nope, you have not missed closing statements. Closing statements have not yet begun. I thought I heard that they were going to get 3 hours for closing. Maybe it's 3 hours altogether because I thought somebody else said 45 minutes. So we will see. Listen, this right here. Be careful, Brandi. Laurie has proven she will go to any lengths. Truth. Let me take down this. Where's that lunch message I put up? Oh, here it is. Oh, is it already down? Look, I'm over here trying to work. I am not in StreamYard that often. Okay, let me see if I can take down that lunch banner. Hide. I'm figuring things out. Okay, they just were wiggling around in the courtroom over there. Not back yet. When they come back, I'll let you know. I have them on the big screen right here. So the minute there's like a wiggle, but yeah, I wonder how long you guys will think they will deliberate. Because listen, I thought I knew, right? I was like, obviously, because I have these psychic powers and knows the ability, I can tell how long a jury is going to deliberate. I'm wrong, and Tellus proved that. Thank you so much, Sandra Oliver. Look, I'm doing my best. I'm rubbing two sticks together over here trying to make fire. I thought the Tellus jury would make a decision in the hallway, but some of the jurors came back and said because of the person in the truck that had on a hoodie, and there was a debate: is it hair? Is it not hair? Maybe Tellus really was set up. All this stuff. It took a really long time. I think 2-3 days for that jury to come to a verdict. So I would like to think that this is an easy verdict, but I have a lot of outside information that this jury does not have. And let's all keep in mind that even though we may not think a whole lot of Laurie Shaver, she is innocent at this point unless she is proven guilty in a court of law. And so now, in the jury of my mind, she's the town bicycle. And she is a scandalous trollop, and she should be put up under the jail. But in the real world where the rest of us live, at this point, at this moment, she's innocent. I don't have no thoughts and feelings about that. I'm just telling you the way our judicial system works. Now, once she is adjudicated guilty by a jury of her peers, we can start referring to her as a scandalous garden tool. I mean, I need somebody to help me with what the rules are, because she's not my favorite. Although most unfortunate unalivers, those are not my people. Y'all are my people. True crime fans, my people. Gossips, absolutely my people. Even if you gossiping about me, I'm like, oh girl, what you hear? What you hear? Because I want to hear. Yes, she's a rake and a shovel and a hoe and probably also a backhoe, if you know what I mean. Shit. Okay. And in my shed, we have a bicycle. She is clearly the town bicycle. Look, everybody get a ride. Everybody get a ride. But that's okay. We will wait and we will patiently wait for the jury to render their verdict. And then what they say is what they say. And we are just going to go with that because we keep our pinkies out. We are good citizens of these United States of America. And we believe in the judicial system most of the time, unless when it's really messing up, because, mm. Yep, the village bicycle. Village works too. Yeah, everybody get a ride. In this trial alone, 7 different men have come forward to say that she has known them in the biblical sense. Now, listen, I don't care what your body count is. Ain't none of my business. But they got 7 different people to show up in court to say you offered comfort. 7? Girl, is your mama still living? You got family? Your kids gonna see this one day? I can't. Mm-mm. Mm-mm, 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 mm-mm. Mama told me that she was a virgin. Only proof she did anything 2 times. Me and my sister. That's it. Now that might be a bridge too far, but I can't. I can't. Wait, call her Snow White. Who? Oh, maybe what was the girl's name? Kendall, the cute little girl from Disney. She's Snow White. Right. 7 identified, and none of them was dwarves. You've seen some of that. Listen, wait, and she loved herself a married man. Oh, she loved herself a married man. If he was single and available, she ain't want no part of that. Even her current husband, bless his heart, when she got with him, he was dating somebody else, which, okay, that's not marriage, but still, that's not the world's greatest. For the life of me, I don't understand a woman who sees a man and it's like, oh, he has a girlfriend, he has a wife, he's otherwise taken. He's for me. No, girl, let him be for her. I wonder how many total. The infinity symbol. She's not dead yet. I'm looking at her lawyer real strange. I'm looking at all the bailiffs. I'm looking at strangers over down to the publics. Mm-mm, mm-mm. We will not name call her because manners. I'm just saying. 7 plus infinity. Oh, Snow White with the 7 doors. Okay, I'm seeing movement in the court. That could just be somebody's wait, Kathy, can you please do more live streams? I told y'all gets live. This is a lot of on time. I do 20 minutes a day, right? I get up, I do more like 50 minutes a day because I do a 20-minute video about a topic. And then before I record my public video, I do a members only video that averages about 10 minutes. And then sometimes at night, I do another 10 minutes for members only. And then periodically and from time to time, I do another 5 and 10 minutes for the other level of membership. So I actually kind of do a lot of videos. I record something like 35 videos a week. It's crazy. But people who are not members of my channel get 5 a week. Y'all, that's plenty. You want to get sick of me, right? It's like candy. She gives you a tummy ache. You don't want that. It's bad for you. You are going to be exhausted by the end of today. Yeah. But then I'm gonna go out and run some errands and do some stuff. The other day I put up some drywall in my kitchen, so I still have not mudded yet. So I have to go and change out of my live streaming caftan and put on I'm about to do some construction work caftan. I got to mud that wall because I want to sand tomorrow and then paint or maybe do some wallpaper. Regular things. Don't you come home from work and hang drywall periodically and from time to time? That's what I do. Terry, bless your heart. Terry says, I'm never sick of Kathy. That's because you don't live with me, girl. This is a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot even for me. Wait, what, Brandi? What? Wait, where'd she go? These comments are moving so fast. She said, y'all, it's a cliffhanger. Where's the rest of that sentence? Wait, this comment's hysterical. Vogger says she won't be as exhausted as Laurie with her revolving door amount. I Chocha got a revolving door built right in. They just wait. She said, "Hold on." What you mean, hold on? Messing with this looks probably like throwing a hot dog down a hallway. Did she take a plea? What's going on? I am on the edge of my seat. Oh my God. Right? Tell us, Brandi. Wait. Travis is here now. He is sitting literally right next to me, which is problematic since I am writing about his. Oh my God. You have to tell us what his essence is like. No, I am not originally from New York City. I am from Indianapolis. I need to know everything. Don't tell us about his wife. Tell us about him. What does he smell like? He about to be single, girl. But you don't want that. He got little kids to raise and stuff. His mama seems real nice, though. You can have a real nice mother-in-law. What? I should have my husband wash my heifer what t-shirt. Oh my God. Flo, you're from Indianapolis too? It's down. Okay, for those of you who are late joining us, I'm whispering in case Travis is also in the chat. Brandi is sitting right next to Travis, but that also means Travis is sitting behind his wife. Does that mean he's siding with his wife? I mean, I guess he has to in case she gets off because, she get mad. She gonna unfortunately unalive him. We don't need that, but y'all, I feel like we should speak in hushed tones. Stop barking. What's that? Holly. Oh, dog, stop. Dang, it's a lot of Naptown folks up in here. Get out of here. I was born and raised there. Okay. Oh, Kathy explained May 7th. Okay, so according to, wait. I'm trying to click on comments and do things at the same time. Okay, look. May 7th. According to Laurie and Isabel, Mike was unfortunately unalived sometime during early May, but then Rebecca said she moved in the first week of May. So there would have been a crossover. Rebecca's like, wait, if those dates are right, that means I would have moved in right around the same time that Mike went on to the Endless Heaven buffet where he's now enjoying plentiful key lime pie and chicken fingers. Just me? Okay, well, whatever. He can have whatever menu he wants over at the Endless Heaven buffet. But he over at the Endless Heaven buffet and there's questions about when the timing of it happened. And Laurie, who lies as often as she opens her mouth, said that, yeah, it was in early May when my daughter unfortunately unalived her daddy. But Rebecca is here to say, no, girl, no. So, we don't know if the prosecutor caught that like slip up or her fixing the truth, manufacturing the truth or whatever. So we will see if the prosecutor brings it up in the closing statements. So according to Laurie, but we all know she's a lying ass liar, respectfully. According to Laurie, this unfortunate incident happened in May. According to good common sense and records and stuff, it happened in November. I'm not sure if that's the November before that May or the November after. It is unclear. Oh, wait. Churchwell charts. The Brandi's website had a whole chart. I gotta pull it up. Wait, but how am I gonna also keep an eye on the court? I gotta split my eyeballs up. Hang on. Churchwell charts. Oh, does she call it the 13th juror? I'm not even sure. Okay, look. Okay, there's nothing happening in court yet. I have to look at the timeline that Brandi created. She could not be cuter. Um, wait, I don't know. Somebody has to. Okay, can somebody tell me where I can find the chart that she made? That is the timeline that she laid out for this trial. Oh, yay. Remember for 7 months. That's awesome. Okay, I'm trying to do too many things at once. But we have to try and figure out. Oh, it's on the 13th juror. Okay. Oh my God, my whole screen. There's like I'm getting messages on my voicemail. Oh, I think this is yeah, I'm at brandinchurchwell13. Okay. Maybe we'll find it after the closing statement. And maybe if the prosecutor brings it up, then that'll take care of that. But there's a lot of lies and untruths. Wait, I'm missing a bunch of chats. I want to acknowledge everybody's chats. There's always good stuff in chat. Love the chat. Otherwise, I'd just be sitting over here talking to myself. Kendall, I know he's been there. From Ghana Fawcett. Kendall, I know he's been manipulated, and I hope once she's found guilty, you can find him therapy to break away from her. Amen. Yeah, sending love and hope and positive vibes to the whole family because this is a demon. Listen, sometimes they bring home a demon seed. You know, when the kitty is feral, the young men sometimes get blind and they can't see. They just be like, "Give me more feral kitty," but come home with some rabies or something. I mean, I think it's wonderful that Travis is still here on this side of glory so that there is a chance for him to recover and move on or whatever, if that's what's meant to happen. Because, that family needs hope and healing. And I really, really hope they get it with her behind up under the jail, allegedly for entertainment purposes only. Whatever else my disclaimers need to be. Listen, I'm not trying to get sued. I am just expressing my feelings. The thoughts expressed here by the big mouth broad from New Jersey are only those of me and not the opinions of 13th Juror Podcast. They are the opinions of Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, LLC. Please don't sue me, but if you do, you only gonna get 35 cents because, baby, that's all I got. I could give you a slightly used dog and a good salad recipe. So, I'm just saying. Okay, wait, I'm scrolling here. Kathy, you should live stream trials. I'd be all over. You're very sweet. A regular job. Should have seen me trying to explain to my boss why I needed a day off. I was like, see, what happened was, I got this friend and somebody murdered a dude and he's in a hole in Florida and there's a trial and live streaming. And she's like, what? Mm-mm. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. You could catch me on recap. Plus, this is hard work. This is hard. I'm gonna go right back over to my corporate card and my desk and be a cubicle warrior and just be like, "Hello, thank you for calling. How can I help you?" Okay, that makes it sound like I'm a customer service agent. I'm not, but still. But every job is customer service if you get right down to it. Wait, what? How does your brain work that fast? You're incredible. Oh, I probably shouldn't have clicked on this because that's a little bit self-congratulatory. It can be funny, but I can be funny, but I got to think a minute, child. Because I'm unfiltered, it's a problem. This has not been helpful a lot in my life. I mean, sometimes it is, but more often than not, it's like, ooh, I spent a lot of time wishing I had said less. Oh my God. Years ago, I was in a meeting at work. I worked for a company that was like helping people with their bank accounts or whatever. And a customer came in and they needed money and they were, it was like a loan application type situation. And the customer looked slightly seedy in my opinion. So the question came in this meeting like, oh, well, what do you think the person is going to, use the funds for, or what does it say, on the application the person is going to use the funds for? And I, in a corporate setting with my pinkies out, opened my big mouth and said, hookers and blow don't buy themselves. So look, could I have said less? Yes, a lot less. I could have said none of that. Honey, a hush fell over Jerusalem. You should. The way those people looked at me, I was like, okay, what is the next loan application? I'm just going to. It was a problem. It was a problem. But, yeah. So, I spent a lot of time wishing I had said less. But these things happen. Oh my God. During the pandemic, I was on a Zoom call for a charity organization that I work for, and they were talking about blah, 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 whatever. And they said, this, we're going to do this, we're going to take care of that. They're going through the minutes, whatever, whatever. And then they said, there was an elderly person who had been a part of this charitable organization and he had passed away. Now, did I know he was old? Yes. And did he look sickly? I mean, not particularly, but he was like in his early hundreds or something. I don't know. He was old. And they said he passed. I said, oh, who killed him? Again, I should have said less.
Number 2020 CF 2361. Are there any preliminary matters or can we call the jury?
Here, I just have a corrected copy of the verdict form for you, given it to.
Yes, sir. Please approach.
I made the typo change. Well, places aren't back here.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Judge, have no objection to it.
All right. Anything further?
Yes, sir.
All right, then we'll call in the jury.
The jury's coming. The jury's coming. Bring the jury. Her bicycle day's about to be over. She's shaking her head no. What, girl? What? Mm-mm. I wonder if she's fake crying yet. What do you want, dog? You gonna sit on my lap? You gonna watch closing statements? Come on, baby. Come on, I'll catch you. No, if it stops swinging that carrot.
All right, thank you. Thank you again. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned, and thank you again for your time and attention today. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. State, you may proceed.
Please, court.
Yes, sir.
On November 7th, 2015, Michael Shaver went with his family to meet up with some friends at a tractor show. This is the last time Michael Shaver is ever seen by anyone other than the woman that murdered him, Laurie Shaver. You've heard a lot of testimony and evidence over this last week discussing Facebook, phone records, bank records, all sorts of evidence for your consideration. But it's important to remember that why we are here is because Michael Shaver
was shot in the back of his head without any sort of legal excuse or justification and buried in his backyard. Michael Shaver, between November 7th and November 10th, shot in the back of the head, dumped, wrapped in a tarp in his backyard. That's what we've been here this week. That is what the evidence has shown you. And it has shown that the person who did that is Laurie Shaver. The elements of second-degree murder are fairly simple. And it is these elements that the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. You can have doubt in this case. You can have doubt in any criminal case. State's burden is to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. These three elements. And that is what we must prove to you. First, Michael Shaver is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Laurie Shaver. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Michael Shaver by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. That third element is further defined by the court as an action that is reasonably likely to kill. A gun to the back of the head is obviously something reasonably likely to kill. Done with ill will, hatred, and spite. I can think of no other reason in a person's mind when they're shooting someone in the back of the head other than those three things. And 3, indicates an indifference to human life. The evidence that you have heard throughout this trial clearly show that that first element and the third element are really just not in dispute. What we are going to spend the majority of time talking about this afternoon is whether or not the death was caused by a criminal act of Laurie Shaver. And the evidence that you have heard shows that the state has met its burden for that element. As you heard the judge give you the instructions already, there is something that is called a lesser included offense to this second-degree murder, and that is manslaughter. The difference between manslaughter and the second-degree murder is it does not have that third element about an act done imminently dangerous, demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. So if you feel that the state has proven that Laurie Shaver is in fact the one that shot, but didn't have that state of mind at the time she shot him in the back of the head, manslaughter would be the offense that the state has proven in this case. As we go through the evidence, I want to remind you of something that Mr. Wiggs said in his opening statement. And what said in opening statement is not evidence. If you've heard some things in opening statement that was going to be presented to you when it came out differently, what you heard from that stand, what you got from the evidence sitting on that table over there, that's what you are to consider, not what the attorneys talked about in opening. But what Mr. Wiggs said is you aren't going to hear just find her guilty because common sense. But the instructions that the judge gives you, and the judge will give you a full written packet of all of these instructions. So you don't have to worry about writing down various instructions as we're talking about them. The judge will give that. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. So common sense is absolutely part of the instructions the judge is giving you and absolutely part of what you should use when you are weighing the credibility of the evidence, the witnesses that have testified from both sides. The state has proven this case through the totality of the circumstances of this entire investigation. It is important to remember that Laurie Shaver is the only one that stood any sort of benefit to gain by the death of her husband. She had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to do this. And when I talk about the means, the gun that was recovered and
from Robert Seha that he purchased from Laurie Shaver prior to the body being discovered is the same caliber and class as the projectile found in Michael Shaver's skull. And remember the testimony of Megan Cleek, the firearms investigator from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement that did that analysis. Once again, I'm going to trust that you remember what she said as opposed to what the attorneys say about it. But what she said was the projectile that was found in the skull was the same caliber, meaning that it was the right size ammunition to be fired from that pink and black 38 special. She also said that it had all of the class characteristics from that type of firearm. The only thing she said it was missing in order to make a full comparison and the thing that she would need in order to say, in fact, it was that gun, is it didn't have enough evidence of the individual characteristics from that firearm. You saw the condition of that projectile, how smushed it got once it struck the inside of the skull. You also heard her say when she did the test fires with that weapon in the most pristine situation she possibly could, firing into that water tank, the individual characteristics that were left on those pristine projectiles were very hard to see. So between the time frame, the degradation, and the fact that this gun does not leave strong individual characteristics, it's completely understandable why 4 years later, when it's examined, that they just can't find it. But all of the evidence that is in that projectile is consistent with being fired from that weapon. Motive. We actually heard evidence of a couple different motives, because it is clear that she wanted to be with Jeremy House. We are going to talk much more at length about the Facebook activity, the flowers, the messages sent to Vanessa Townsend, but she wanted out and she wanted to be with her new boyfriend. But you also heard her say, when Frank Merritt came to check on the whereabouts of Michael Shaver, when she claimed that he, in the middle of the night, got into a black SUV, abandoned all of his property, his vehicle, his clothes, anything that had any sort of value, and hauled up to Georgia, that she and Michael had had a fight because she found the fact that his previous girlfriend, Kendall Davidowski's phone number was still in his phone. Motive is not something the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not one of those elements. But we have presented you evidence of what her motives would be in this case. And finally, opportunity. That means, was this person in a position to commit this crime? I believe Detective Dale summarized it best when she said, the body was found buried in the backyard. It's not like he got carjacked and shot on iDrive. All three of those factors point in the direction of Laurie Shaver. So now let's talk and focus on the totality of circumstances. That goes to all of that on that table, all the things that have been presented to you, showing how she hijacked his Facebook, showing how she impersonated him to his friends and family members through texts, Facebook messages, took all the efforts she possibly could to avoid anyone from starting to look. Now, you have heard various friends and family members talk about how over the course of 2.5, 3 years, they went looking for Michael. It wasn't a scenario where he talked to anybody on a daily basis, weekly basis. There were times that he would go and not visit and things of that. But he always responded. When people would reach out to him, he would respond. He wouldn't leave those messages unanswered. And when they did get any response after November 2015, every single person that talked to you about that said it was obviously different. It was not the way he would respond. Finally, when taking all of the circumstances, all of the evidence, and putting it all together, that's where the state is asking you to rely on your common sense. Because you can take any one piece of this puzzle and you can look at that and you can say, well, I mean, that's not an eyewitness that saw what happened. That's not a piece of DNA. Maybe that's not something that proves in and of itself that Laurie Shaver committed this murder. And we're not saying any one piece of evidence over there does that. We never have. We got up here, Mr. Buxman in opening was straightforward with what you were going to see. He told you there's not going to be a witness that's going to say Laurie Shaver did this, that I saw her do this. He told you what the forensic evidence was going to be. We put that up there so you could see it. But we also gave you the explanation of why, after someone is buried in the ground over multiple years and their body decomposes, the effects that that has on any sort of trace DNA evidence, any sort of trace fingerprint evidence. But we were upfront about that with you. We told you that's how it was going to be. But we are asking you to follow that judge's instruction and use your common sense in looking at all of this together. Because when you look at it all together, the conclusion is crystal clear. Let's start going through the timeline. November 7th, 2015 is the last time Michael Shaver is seen by any friends, family members, co-workers, anyone other than Laurie Shaver. November 9th, 2015, after Frank Merritt had reached out first to Michael the day before, text about a gun cleaning kit, did not get any response. He followed up with that. And Michael says, well, I put air quotes, Michael says to Frank Merritt, have to quit my job to work on my marriage. Submit to you, someone going and becoming unemployed and not earning any money probably isn't the best way to go about working on and contributing to marriage. But that's the first type of response that people thought was odd. November 10th, 2015 was the first time ever that Michael Shaver did not show to work and did not call to say he was not coming in. This continues to November 12th, 2015, and ultimately leads to his termination. November 11th, from those Facebook records, the Laurie Shaver Facebook records, Laurie Shaver posts a public posting to the entire world wishing various veterans a happy Veterans Day. Most importantly, in that list of people that she thanks is her brave, loving man. Michael Shaver was never in the military. Her husband was never in the military. Jeremy Townsend was. One day after Michael Shaver has no contacts with his place of employment, she is publicly posting for all the world to see, talking about her brave, loving man, veteran, Jeremy tells. November 12th, 2015. John Borglum receives a text message from Mike's phone that's saying he has issues at home and was in Georgia, so go ahead and fire him. Now remember, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever that he was ever in Georgia. None of his bank records show any activity up there. His family members in Georgia, they haven't seen him. And Mike just leaves his job, his vehicle, everything behind. November 13th, 2015, because this is all extremely unusual, Frank Merritt goes to the Shaver residence to check in on Mike and is told he went to Georgia. Now, when Laurie testified yesterday, she tried to say, oh no, he must have misunderstood. I never said Georgia, definitely. That's just a misunderstanding. But remember, he's not the only one to say he got a message about Mike going to Georgia. John Borglum the day before, in that text message sent from Michael Shaver's phone, and whoever had that said he went to Georgia. Laurie's version of what happened in November. She kicks Michael Shaver out after the November 7th, 2015 tractor show, and he returns to live at the airplane hangar. So now Laurie has changed from he went in a black SUV, went out in the middle of the night to go up to Georgia, to he is living at the airplane hangar. If that is true, you need to believe all of the following. One, despite the fact that the last time he was out of the home and living at the hangar, he's still working at Disney, he somehow decides to abandon his source of income. He's kicked out of the home. He's obviously going to need a place to stay. He's going to have to pay for bills, pay for food. But that's the period of time he decides, I'm not coming to work anymore. You also have to believe that he decided to just abandon his vehicle, his source of transportation, his source of actually maybe finding another job, being able to go various places. You also have to believe that he leaves behind anything he has that has any sort of value. Guns, tools at Disney, anything. Now he's unemployed, homeless, gonna need to fend for himself, but he just leaves all of that behind. And then you heard also today from Katina, they left all of his belongings, toiletries, and clothing behind at the house. So you basically have to believe, if you believe Laurie Shaver's version as she told you yesterday, all of those things would have to be true. So what's the evidence that that's not true? Well, the person that she indicated took him to Georgia came in and said, nope, I didn't do that. All of his friends, all of his family members that live in Georgia, no, we never saw him. All of the bank activity is here in Claremont by the home that he lived in with Laurie. The bank activity is not even out by the hangars. There's one entry that deals with Disney, but every ATM withdrawal, Groveland, Claremont, 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 Claremont. He was not in Georgia. No outgoing phone activity after November 7th, 2015. None. And then, if he is kicked out of the home, fending for himself, there is absolutely no reason for him to just also cut off contact with friends, family, and coworkers. But that's exactly what happened. Michael Shaver was dead before November 10th, 2015, because he fell off the face of the earth. There is no bank, phone, any activity that is associated in this day and age with what people need to do in order to survive, because he's dead. These are the various records that you heard about, that you saw. Everything is in those folders so you can review it. But this is what I am talking about the bank activity from the time he was killed, before November 10th, 2015, and then December 30th, when that account just becomes overdrawn and is never used again. November 20th, online purchase to wish.com. November 24th, online purchase to wish.com. 12/14, ATM deposit. What was that deposit? That was the check that was mailed to his home from Mariner Finance. And this is important because this check was sent to the place where she lives. And it was deposited in Claremont. Michael Shaver does not have a vehicle. I think Laurie was trying to explain to you how, well, he would just come by, no one would see him, no one would know anything, but he would just check his mail because it was out by the street. That makes no sense. He has no car, he has no money, no phone, but he's coming by to check his mail and get this check. No, that's just not credible. That's not believable. He then, after he makes this deposit, ATM withdrawal Bailey, 12/14, ATM withdrawal Claremont, 12/18, ATM withdrawal Claremont, 12/21, ATM withdrawal Grove, 12/21, ATM withdrawal Claremont, 12/23, purchase from Walmart.com. Who was the purchaser there? She was. You saw the receipts. You saw the Walmart.com records. You saw it went to that address. Finally, 12/23, ATM withdrawal Claremont. And at that point, on the 30th, the account becomes overdrawn, never used again. Mike is walking around, having no contact with friends, family members between November and May. Where's he getting his money? Bank account, cash out, absolutely no activity. There's no reason, if he's out trying to forage for himself now, kicked out of the home, living at the hangar, and doesn't maintain his bank records, bank accounts. But it is depleted by Laurie, because all of that activity is Claremont and Grove. Phones. This is Michael Shaver's phone records. This is the number that he had. This is the number that you heard his friend Brendan Burns actually pull out his phone, say, I still have his phone number programmed in my phone. This is what it is. This is that 5121 number. And once again, all of these records are in those folders. You can look at them yourself. Obviously, you can't read all the detail here. But the point of putting this up was to show you that this one in blue is that phone call he made out on the 7th to Epcot. That was the Detective Dale told you that was the last outgoing call from this phone number. In the research, that phone number was associated with a landline in Epcot, where he works. Before that, all the activity, it almost daily calls out, calls in, calls out, calls in. This first area, all those yellow highlighted, are calls back and forth between him and Laurie Shaver. After November 7th, nothing. Not a single call out from his phone. He doesn't have a car. He doesn't have a job. He's not at the hangar. None of his friends there have seen him. He's gotta communicate with somebody if he's alive in order to keep going. But there's no exit because he's not alive, because Laurie Shaver killed him before November 10th, 2015. The only phone record after November 7th, 2015 is the collections call from Mariner, because the check that was mailed to her was deposited in Claremont and they were coming to collect. And when they called, remember what Tara Mitchell told you. A female answered the phone and said, "Oh, this is a new number." But we know that's not true because you have all the phone records showing the history of that phone number, and how it changed. And we'll come back to that. So let's keep going with the timeline. In December of 2015, Mike's mother becomes ill. His family is seeking him out to let him know that she is very sick. I believe the testimony from Stacy Turner was it looked like she might not make it. Couldn't get in touch with him. All the texts, phone, Facebook, whatever they tried, couldn't find him. Dead. But they did get in touch with Laurie. And she said, "I'll get word to him." No phone calls to him. She knew she didn't have to call him. She knew he was dead. Because she killed him. March 24th, 2016, Laurie Shaver posts about fire pit investigation. This is the area that multiple witnesses told you was a hole. It was going to be a duck pond. But now in March 2014, that area is filled in. And wouldn't you know it, Michael Shaver's right there. He's in that. Isabel described it as a really big hole. April 6, 2016. This is where we start showing you how we know Laurie Shaver had Michael Shaver's phone and access to the ability to text people, had access to his Facebook, had access to everything she needed to do to keep people from starting to look for him, to keep people from investigating the fact that she killed her husband and buried him in the backyard. That phone number, 352-431-5121, on April 6, 2016, this would be approximately 4.5 months since Laurie said, "I kicked him out." But that phone number is changed. Saw those records, Vice brought in, changed phone number to 352-801-0941. And then 10 days later, that phone number is changed again to 352-431-8444. As a reminder, the phone numbers that were important in this case started off with the 431-5121 number, the one we just talked about, how it got changed 2 times within the period of 15 days. We know that was Mike's number. The records are connected with Laurie Shaver as the subscriber. We also heard Brendan Burns testify. That was the phone number I've had programmed in my phone since the last time I ever talked to my friends. Laurie Shaver's phone is 352-431-0419. We have our phone records. We have the screenshot from the time frame that Vanessa Townsend had reached out to Laurie to discuss the messages that she had received. We also had the screenshots from the text messages between Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver. And lo and behold, the phone number associated with Laurie Shaver in those text messages says 431-0419 number. Now, Laurie testified yesterday and doesn't seem to remember any phone numbers that she's ever had, but the records show it, the screenshots show it, text messages show that was her number at the time. And then there's a folder, and as opposed to the call details, so this is the call out, this is the call in, that third folder we talked about with Pam Gale shows the history of that phone number and device. And it shows how on April 6th, the phone number was changed from Mike's original number to the 0941 number. Why is that important? Well, 2 days later, after changing Michael Shaver's phone number to a new number, she reaches out through Facebook to contact Vanessa Townsend. It says, here is my number, call it. Vanessa Townsend goes to call that number at one point. Remember what she said. I called this person and asked me to call them. They wouldn't answer, but they would text. Or I can't answer the phone, pretend she's Mike anymore. She has to text. Well, their number always stays in place for 10 days. She got it. She did what she needed with it. Got rid of that number, got a new number. What number was that? 352-431-8441. Why is that? Well, in July, she's filing a court document with her address and her phone number, 352-431-8441. This shows that she had the original Mike Shaver phone and phone number this entire time. This shows the constant link between when she killed him in November, had his device, had the number changed to contact Vanessa, and then had it changed again to the number that she represented as hers. April 6, 2016. Laurie Shaver's bank records reflect the purchase of flowers sent to Vanessa Townsend. April 9th, Michael Shaver's Facebook sends Vanessa Townsend, that's when she asks him to contact her at the 0941, the burner phone. And April 11, 2016, Michael Shaver Facebook sends a message informing Vanessa she's about to get a special delivery. And she does. The flowers purchased by Laurie Shaver, as shown in her bank records. She receives the flowers, exposing the affair. But that's not all she ultimately gets from Laurie via the Mike Shaver's Facebook. She gets pictures after picture after picture, text message, screenshot after screenshot after screenshot. I ask you once again to use your common sense. This is Mike Shaver reaching out to inform some other person that their husband was being involved in an affair. Want to listen it up? Want this next to it? Why all that? Why? This was Mike. With all that. This isn't sent by a husband trying to inform some other person's wife that their partners were having an affair. This is sent by Laurie Shaver because she wanted to drive a wedge, because Vanessa would not leave Jeremy would not leave Vanessa, and that is what she wanted. September 12th through the 14th of 2016, the cement slab is poured over Michael Shaver's body. That is shown to you by the cement mixer rental thing for that period. And then it is also confirmed in Facebook posts a couple days later at Isabel's birthday party on September 19th, 2006. Michael Shaver's body has been in the ground for some time now, but there is no argument that can be made that after that cement slab is put down, that his body was not there. On September 20th, 2016, after we know for a fact Michael Shaver has to be dead, there's a Facebook message to his niece, and this is the one that reached out to him and said, "Hey, Mike, how you doing?" He said, I don't know who you are." She didn't have a Shaver last name. Laurie didn't recognize it. She's like, "I'm your niece." Talked about how she had discussions with him. Mike knew she was getting married, knew that she was going to change her name. And Michael Shaver's Facebook reply is, "I don't have a family anymore. I have no clue who you are. Now stop messaging." September 20th, 2016, after we know Mike has to be underneath that cement slab, he also sends a Facebook message to Vanessa Townsend. "Hi, Vanessa, how are you? Moving good looks good on you. Hope you and your son are doing well." Now, Mr. Wiggs has talked at length with various witnesses about maybe Jeremy Townsend had this phone. Maybe he was just driving up to the house for months and months and months after this relationship was ending to try to get into the router to have the IP address match Laurie Shaver's IP address, and that he was the one that was doing all this. No reason for Jeremy Townsend to send this message to Vanessa, because it's not true. It's just as unreasonable as the idea of some sort of hacker getting into Michael Shaver's Facebook account to post a stupid meme. It makes no sense because it's not true. Laurie Shaver had access to it. Laurie Shaver had access to the devices. Laurie Shaver had the means and desire to make people not want to come look because she killed him. March 8th, 2017, after we know Michael has been dead for a very long time now, and known that he is underneath that cement slab, the Facebook profile picture is changed to a photo taken by Brendan Burns in 2014 that he says, "I probably texted to him back then." So who would have access to that to put it up on his Facebook profile to try to act like Michael Shaver was still alive? Someone that has his phone. Who had his phone? She did. And those phone records proved it. January 1st, 2018, that is when Michael Shaver's Facebook profile is changed to the random bar picture that Detective Strickland did research into using the reverse Google image to show that had something to do with some sort of Bloody Mary company out in the Midwest, and Michael Shaver's nowhere in that photo. March 14th, 2017 is when the cover photo changed. And that was that
odd looking revolver that I think had 700 bullets in it that Detective Strickland made a joke about that. It's not a real gun. Well, it's important to remember that the post of that cover photo and almost the 2-year anniversary of Michael Shaver's death to put a gun after he was shot in the back of the head shows that Laurie Shaver's Facebook account and Michael Shaver's Facebook account utilize that same IP address, meaning that they have to be in the same location, the devices that are accessing these accounts. It's the same, whether it's Starbucks, whether it's Laurie Shaver's home, it doesn't matter. It is in the same IP, the same location. Both of those accounts are accessed within 1 minute of each other. Has to be someone that has control of both accounts. There's no other reasonable explanation for that. The Facebook IP logs. We spent a lot of time talking about these. This is a summary that Detective Strickland described. And going through this, you can see how there is activity throughout the 2-year period where both of these Facebook accounts are utilizing the same IP address. Once again, we've been upfront with you since the moment we started talking about this case that we are not going to be able to tell you the physical address of that IP address. But it doesn't matter. Wherever it is, you have to be in the same location to access the IP. And when both accounts are constantly utilizing the same IP address, that shows that that is the same location, the same person accessing that. If you were to go through this and go through all 70 some odd pages, you would see there are 13 separate IP addresses that both accounts utilize over the course of that period. And you heard some testimony about how providers like CenturyLink will sometimes roll that, change your personal IP address to your home every month, maybe every 2 months. What you will see is that both devices utilize a particular IP address for about a month, maybe 45 days. And then it changes to another IP address. And then both of those devices share that IP address for that entire time. There's countless instances in there where you might see the Michael Shaver Facebook address, Facebook account access an IP address, and then the next day, Laurie Shaver's Facebook account accesses that same IP address, and it goes back and forth, back and forth. That is a folder full of those examples. But if you were to go through there, not only would you find 13 separate IP addresses that they use, you will see activity on Michael Shaver's Facebook account that continues after the cement slab is laid over his body in September of 2016. You will see there are 31 separate days in that 2-year period where they both access the same IP address on the same day. You will see that there are 12 days in there where there is activity between the Laurie Shaver account and the Michael Shaver account within 2 hours of each other. There is one instance, which we talked about with the gun photo on the almost 2-year anniversary of his murder, that is 1 minute and 7 seconds apart. There's another instance on July 15th, 2016, where the activity is within 6 minutes of each other. This is the same person looking at these. This is one example of the type of thing you'll see in this chart. This is from April 2016 on this side, where you can see there are some days, once again, look through this chart, feel free to do so, where on certain days, it's actually going back and forth. Both are being accessed throughout the day.
November of 2017, towards the end of that chart, this is where you can see the actual data that I've been talking about, showing the 1 minute. And not only have we given you this summary to try to help you with going through all this information, you have the originals right there, and you can go through it yourself, and you can check it and look at all of that. Justifiable and excusable homicide. Justifiable homicide is going to be the self-defense, defense of others that we will talk about shortly. The excusable homicide instruction is given to you. You heard it, read it. I would submit to you that none of these things apply when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune and doing a lawful act. There's absolutely no evidence of any of that. Accident and misfortune and the heat of passion is coming in and being so overwhelmed by something that a reasonable person would not act any different. Not to be blunt, but you come in and you see your child being attacked, molested, whatever it may be, and you are overcome with this emotion, and no reasonable person would not. That actually doesn't excuse the killing. It just means that you don't have the necessary intent to commit second-degree murder or first-degree murder. It would be a manslaughter. And when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from sudden combat, and a dangerous weapon is not used. Well, we know someone was shot in the back of the head. That doesn't. Excusable homicide has to be given in every homicide, but none of those apply. Before we talk about the defense of others, I want to go through and talk about the tools the judge has given you to aid in your common sense in weighing the credibility and weighing the evidence in this case. Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did they have an accurate memory? Were they straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I'd submit to you that as you go through this, all of these questions that you ask yourself are pretty common sense, that these are the types of things you should use to try to assess a witness's credibility. Defense of others. The testimony that has been presented to you by the defense is that Isabel shot her dad in the back of the head. And then, just so happened, at that exact same moment, that Jeremy Townsend showed up, grabbed the gun, shot him again, and then threatened to kill Isabel and Aiden if anybody says it. They also say, both Laurie Shaver and Isabel Shaver, that Laurie took her kids to school, that Aiden had no idea anything that had been going on. Gunshot in the back porch, huge fight. Isabel said Jeremy threatened to kill him. But Laurie said Aiden had no idea what was going on. I just needed to get them to school. And it was a short trip over to school. All I wanted to do is get them to school and then get back home. That's what she said. And she said when she got back, Laurie said when Jeremy got back, Jeremy was gone and there was no change in the property. She talked about how close this school was to her. All she did was take the kids to school and drive right back. Yet somehow, Jeremy was able to clean up the entire scene, remove the body, and I guess come back some other day undetected and bury it, and no one noticed disturbed ground anywhere. These rules of weighing the evidence and assessing credibility, the judge has told you specifically, since the defendant has testified, you're those same questions, those same tools in order to assess her credibility. And when you look at this story, it makes no sense because it's just not true. Now, ultimately, proving this case is the state's burden. We have to prove she was the one that killed him. They don't have to prove it was self-defense or defense motive. We have to prove to you it wasn't. And we have, because all of the evidence shows that Michael Shaver was not alive in November, was not alive when this happened. He's been dead since November of 2015. Somehow, Isabel, who shot her dad in the back of the head and went to school when she was 7 years old, has absolutely no memory of what year or what month this happened. What grade were you in? I don't remember. I don't know. What month was it? I don't know. I think spring or summer. What year? No clue. And she said she went to school that day and carried on like nothing happened. It's the state's burden to prove. But if you are fed a story that is just patently false and fails all common sense scrutiny, ask yourself, why? Why did they come up here and try to feed that to you? Because to cover up the reality that Laurie Shaver killed her husband back there. And they're trying to give you a story. And they're trying to fit it in to the timeline that has been established over the course of this case. Because also remember, in the very beginning, when Laurie Shaver was arrested, you heard testimony that her attorney said, you need to look into two people. You really need to look at these people. Jeremy Townsend and James Ballou. Okay? Well, if this is the story back when Laurie was arrested in 2020, why bring James Ballou into this? That's not part of their tale. That has nothing to do with it. But that's how the story started. And then as the evidence progressed, that in 2022, Isabel shows up as this potential witness. And despite what Mr. Wiggs told you in the very beginning, that we were offering the truth to the state, and they shut the door on us. They said, we don't want to hear it. They want to talk. But you heard from her attorney. What does she tell you? Every time after she became the attorney of this witness, I would see her and say, hey, anytime your client wants to come and talk, I'm here. Does that sound like the state shutting the door on his theory? Or is that just the convenient tale they want to tell? And we went through Laurie's Facebook because it has been 9 years since this happened. The person, Isabel, that you saw testify is a much different person than the little girl she was when she says she shot her dad. These are the pictures of Isabel from back when she says she shot her dad in the back of the head, went to school, carried on like nothing happened. And then this great, wonderful mother that Isabel described, who is saying that these two were involved in this horribly traumatic incident in 2016. She go get her therapy, counseling. Maybe she needs to talk to somebody about the fact she shot her dad in the back of her head and was threatened by her mom's boyfriend. No, one time this year, I saw a counselor and talked to somebody. We're fine. So the story makes no sense because it isn't true. But the evidence completely disputes their tale. Dr. Coberly told you that this is a single gunshot to the back of the head. Isabel told you I shot my dad in the back of the head. He sat there, he started shaking, he started to cease. And then they said Jeremy came up and shot again. There's no damage other than post-mortem rib breakings from after the body was buried in the backyard for years. Also makes absolutely no sense that if someone was coming in to finish someone off, give them a coup de grace shot with a gun, if they want to put another shot in the head, that they would shoot him in some soft, fleshy area so as to not hit any bones. But this injury, Dr. Coberly looked at underneath a microscope, and she says there is no doubt that is one gunshot. She says even when you have a scenario where somebody takes the gun, pulls the trigger, and immediately pulls the trigger again in that exact same spot, there's going to be derivation, there's going to be enough movement so that they can see kind of a figure eight type of movement, figure eight type of configuration, to show that there was more than one shot. There's also only one projectile in the skull. Probably didn't even need that explanation of the microscopic examination because there's only one bullet there. But scientifically, we know Michael was shot one time. Going back into those tests, going to those questions. Does the witness have some interest in how this case should be decided? Laurie Shaver, Travis Miller, and Isabel Shaver are the only witnesses in this case that had an interest in how this case should be decided. Isabel Shaver said, I love my mom. I don't want to see anything bad happen to her. I want to keep my family together. And I understand that. But that doesn't mean what she told you is true. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I want you to think about Travis Miller and target his discussion of this commitment ceremony on December 31st, 2016. No, nobody thought this was a wedding. We didn't represent this as a wedding. Was she wearing a wedding dress? Yeah. Was she walked down the aisle by your grandfather? Yes. Was there someone there conducting the entire ceremony? Yes. Her testimony from other people, well, they absolutely told us. You also saw the Facebook post that Laurie put up announcing their engagement, saying that I'm going to be a adult. Now, is that in and of itself the big earth-shattering aha moment? No. But if you can't trust them on the little things, how on earth are you going to trust them on the big things? Laurie Shaver, as far as honest and straightforward answering the attorney's questions, you got to see the way she testified, you got to see her temperament, you got to see all of that. But also, once again, the little things. Was this your phone number? I don't know. That's the types of tools you can use in assessing their credibility. Does the witness testimony agree with other testimony and other evidence in this case? Everything except for Laurie Shaver and Isabel Shaver show you and tell you Michael Shaver has been dead since November of 2015. And if he's dead in November of 2015, he definitely isn't showing up unannounced 6 months later for the first time on their porch. I guess wearing his nothing but his shorts, socks, and underwear. That's how the body was found in the ground. Is that somebody that just shows up unannounced and starts a fight? Or is that somebody that was at home, asleep, in that bed, when he shot in the back of the head? Even Laurie Shaver and Isabel Shaver's testimony conflicts with each other. Isabel Shaver said her father had not been living at home since 2014, since that DV arrest in 2014. Laurie testified actually consistent as far as that living arrangement as other witnesses that you've heard from, where she says, no, he was living there. But Isabel, now Dad hadn't been there since September of 2014. Also, Isabel says, Jeremy said he was going to kill me and my brother. Laurie says, Jeremy said, if you tell anyone, DCF will come and take you away from it. Their stories don't even match. Because it's fabricated. It's made up. It's flat out not true. And it's inconsistent with everything else that you have heard. The only witness that Laurie got up there and say wasn't fabricating something was her daughter. Scott Amatuccio. He's lying that he's actually friends with Mike. They weren't really friends. I heard from 15 minutes, like, oh no, they were great friends. Frank Merrick. He's lying. I never told him Mike went to Jordan. Jeremy Townsend. All sorts of lies. He would spend the night. That right there is should be a huge red flag to you. If Jeremy Townsend was out spending the night at someone else's home 3-4 times a week, the way Laurie and Isabel tried to tell you, Vanessa would know. She wouldn't need someone to send her flowers with a card to expose an affair. Vanessa had no clue that anything was going on because Jeremy would go over in the middle of the day the way he told you. Robert Mercado is not being truthful when he said that Laurie got upset one day and was threatening people with a gun. Austin Filmer is not telling the truth when he said that he went over there and helped Travis lay down this concrete slab. Vanessa Townsend obviously is lying because she said there was never any time that Jeremy was missing at night. He always came home. He was always living at home. John Borglum apparently is lying about the reason why he terminated Mike Shaver, because Laurie got up there and said, no, he was fired because of a sexual harassment claim. So also, I guess, Disney's lying when they sent over all of Mike Shaver's work records and just hid any sort of sexual harassment claim against him. But today you actually heard the truth about that sexual harassment claim, and nothing to do with Michael. She called it against Kendall Davidowski, a woman that Mike Shaver was dating when they were separate. Kendall got up there and said, yeah, I worked at Disney. Laurie Shaver called in and made a complaint about the relationship I had with Mike Shaver. So everyone is lying about Laurie, but Laurie is the only witness that you heard from that actually admits lying to other people. She admits lying to law enforcement. She admits that when they came and said, do you know what happened to your husband? She said, I don't know. That was a lie. She knows he was dead. She tries to say, I have no idea he was buried in the property. No idea that he was under this cement slab she poured. But as far as anything that happened to him, no clue. She admits lying to Rabin, her former boss, about the fact that after Mike Shaver was dead in November, she told her former boss, oh, he's in jail somewhere for failing to pay child support and his driver's license. She admits that. She lies to her son, Aiden, because she says, after I saw Mike killed, that fashion they try to say it happened, she told her son that her dad went away and went to jail. Even if you're trying to cover this up and trying to tell something to the son, Why say your father went to jail? That's spite. That's absolute spite on this man that she killed. And then Katina Vasquez, who testified here today, that this whole thing you heard about in 2014, about how this is just so indicative of what happens in the household and how she was abused by Michael and all of these things. What did Katina tell you? Laurie told me that was a lie. Mike had never been arrested for that. I was the aggressor. I threw the mace. I broke the sliding glass doors. I hit him with a gun. Mike can't get up here and speak for himself and defend himself, but he doesn't have to. Because people like Katina come up and tell you the truth about Laurie's lies. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony they gave in court? Tammy Dale talking to Isabel. Do you know what happened to him, your dad, Isabel? I have no clue. I don't know. He just left. At the CAC, so you did not see anything that happened that would have made you have an idea of what happened to him, Isabel? No. The last time she remembered seeing him, is there an objection? Sorry. Yeah.
Sidebar, please.
All right.
Who said they thought that the defense attorney was going to object during the closing? They win the prize. Oh wait, she's wearing her wedding ring, girl. Mm, It's not clear what the objection was. I think it was, oh wait, some of the jury. Brandi says some of the jurors standing up to stretch. We should all take a stretch break. Shake out the knots. And I was not sleeping. I was checking my eyes for pinholes, also looking down because I'm taking notes. Although I could use a cup of caffeinated tea, I'm not gonna lie. Is it 2 o'clock? Oh yes, every day at 2 o'clock I have an after lunch snack. A nice tea. And possibly a cookie. I believe strongly that we should have heard more about the lingerie from Wish and how long her rash lasted, because you will never convince me Wish lingerie did not give her a rash. He got thoughts and feelings. Okay. Oh, to be a fly on that wall. Okay.
Remember what Isabel was testifying about. I asked her, did you tell this to Tammy Dale? Did you tell this to Susan? She admitted, I told these inconsistencies that are completely different from what she testified. Now, I will also submit to you that back when Laurie Shaver was first arrested is when these statements were made. And this, I don't know, he just left, is consistent with what Laurie Shaver told every other person that came with him. In 2020, I believe that the evidence is completely clear that Isabel had no idea what happened. The only thing she knew is what her mom told her, and that's that he just left. and that this story was fabricated. Travis Silver states in depo that the reason Laurie did not want a legal wedding was due to financial. Yet at trial, he said she didn't want a legal wedding because, quote, she did not want to sign a contract with another man. Started talking about, poor Laurie and the things that had happened. But when he was actually presented with that depo transcript and given an opportunity to show me where he had said any of that before, couldn't, because he didn't say it as it wasn't true. And also, this whole thing about not wanting to sign a contract with another man, we know that's not true because they ultimately got married once they legally could. Once it was discovered that her ex-husband was in fact dead, they got married, and you heard testimony about that. So all of that, not true, completely inconsistent. Travis Filmer states to Robert Prober and law enforcement, but Laurie said it's not that the victim is missing, it's that he is no longer walking this earth. And he just flat out denied it. But his friend, mentor, Robert Prober, and his twin brother, who said he overheard that comment to law enforcement, came in to verify it. Then Travis Filmer had told his brother, Austin, that there were times that Laurie would get his phone, send texts to Austin, basically posing as Travis. I asked him, had you ever said that before? He said, no, that's never happened. No. Austin, his twin brother, came in and said, that absolutely has happened. He's absolutely thought of me. And I could tell because we're twins. The way we communicate was completely different from the way she was communicating with me. Which is the same thing you've heard from every friend and family member that received texts and Facebook messages from Laurie Shaver, posing as Michael Shaver since his death in November. Brings us to count 2, the accessory after the fact. The judge has read you the law on this. I'm actually going to hold off in talking about this charge a little bit until after Mr. Wiggs has talked to you. I will tell you that a person cannot be guilty of the murder and as an accessory after the fact to that murder. Accessory means they were helping another person. The evidence we have presented to you proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Laurie Shaver committed second-degree murder. And because of that, the verdict should be guilty of murder in the second degree using a firearm and not guilty of accessory after the fact, because you can't be guilty of both. But the law does allow the states to present these alternate theories depending on how the jury perceives the evidence to make that final conclusion. But I will tell you that the evidence that has been presented is not that in May of 2016, Jeremy Townsend shot this man in the back of the head and Laurie had efforts to help cover that up. It's that Laurie killed him in November of 2015 and she, in order to prevent investigation into her own crimes, covered that up. The evidence of the cover-up is still showing you evidence that she is in fact the murderer. Comes back to that common sense. We've been talking all week about a lot of different things and a lot of different evidence. And what I've been trying to do here is put it together in such a way to kind of condense and show you how the bank records and the Facebook records all fit together. It's up to you to decide what's reliable, and you should use your common sense in deciding. The totality of the circumstances show you that everything points to Laurie Shaver. She had the motive, the means, the opportunity. Mike is buried in her backyard. She's the one that installs the fire pit and puts the cement slab over his body. She lied to friends, family, and law enforcement about his whereabouts for years. There was no attempts to call Michael after 2015. She depleted his bank account. She sold his property. She posed as Michael through Facebook and his phone. Everything points to her. All the evidence points to her because she is guilty of murder in the second degree. The verdict form that you are going to be presented is not as simple as just guilty or not guilty. We talked about manslaughter being a lesser included, so that is on here as well. The judge will instruct you that you are to find the defendant guilty of the highest level offense that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So I would submit to you as you start your deliberations to start with the murder and go through those elements. Because if the murder is proven, manslaughter is obviously included, so that's proven as well. And you don't have to go to manslaughter if you all agree that the murder has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. But there's also a couple questions here for you that you will also have to decide that deal with the use of a firearm. And that is crystal clear. There's a bullet in his head, a bullet hole in the back of his skull, but the law requires that she actually designate, yes, she was in actual possession, meaning that she had it in her hand when she shot Michael Shaver in the back of the head. She discharged the firearm and it caused great bodily harm or death. The state has presented to you evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. This was not self-defense. It was not defense of others, but it was murder in the second degree. And therefore, the verdict consistent with the law, the evidence is that she's guilty of second degree murder, that all three of those questions should be answered yes. Mr. Wiggs will be up here and talk about what he believes the evidence is shown to you, and I'll just remind you what the judge said, what the lawyers say is not evidence. You're to rely on your own memory of that evidence and what things were presented. So if either myself or Mr. Wiggs are saying something and you're like, that's not what I remember, you go back to your notes and you look and you make sure what you're being told is valid. It's actually what was presented this week. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Conocchio. Mr. Wicks?
Yes, sir. May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
It's been a long week, hasn't it, everybody? And I appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate your attention. I know it was an arduous event. All of us sitting here listening through that, all of the breaks at the bench, all those interruptions, it can be very annoying. It can take a lot of time. It's very distracting, but those things have to happen. In the voir dire, you'll remember, I stressed to y'all extensively about the Constitution. This is something we don't take for granted in a criminal case. Some people may want to downplay it. Some people may want to compromise our rights, the responsibilities, and the privileges that we have. They can't be. They cannot be compromised in the slightest event. This is a privilege we have. It's a constitution that is endured. It was created by hardship for men and women like us to live under the system we have. This system goes, we'll never have it back. We will never get it back. And it is at jeopardy at this stage. I told you that the founding fathers in this Constitution, they recognize that liberty comes with an extreme price. To deprive somebody of liberty comes with a lot of responsibility. Not coming in here, throwing a bunch of mud on the wall and saying, yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh, she lied about this, or here's another misstatement, or here's another misstatement. Laurie Shaver is not on trial for lying. Laurie Shaver is not on trial for bank fraud. Think about that. That the state has the audacity to come in here and state money's moved, thus she committed a murder. Guns were sold, thus she committed a murder. There's a car in the yard and a misrepresentation, somebody went somewhere, thus causation. That's a huge leap, an extreme leap. Remember we spoke about in voir dire, and I kind of used an example, and I said, I had seen on TV about, and I believe it was Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson talking about, I think it was Rogan talking about, and he said, I see photos and stuff and talk about UFOs. And he said, and I hear this and I hear this and I hear this. He goes, I really would like to believe in UFOs. And he says, but there's just not enough to put it all together for him. And Jordan Peterson said, yeah, that's a conspiracy theory. What does the state put together here this week? A conspiracy theory. She lied about this. Here's a misstatement. Here's a misstatement here. Here's a misstatement there. She must have murdered the guy. Think about that. Think about the draw and the stretch that the state has put out. Well, she had a motive. All right. That's a big stretch. Okay. I want to talk about the law foremost, and then we'll go over to some facts. And I'm going to show you undisputably, irrefutably, how more than one reasonable doubt exists in this case. And we know what your responsibility is. And I just ask that everybody abide by it. In the instructions, it talks about, yes, what are the elements of a homicide? When the killing, okay, excusable homicide, now we're talking about. When the killing's committed by accident or misfortune, okay, was Michael part of his own misfortune? Obviously. 2, when the killing occurs by accident, misfortune, or in the heat of passion, okay, Michael brings on his own death. Michael comes to the house when the state never established his right to be there. We know there were injunctions in place periodically. 3, when the killing is committed by accident or misfortune resulting from a sudden combat. Right. The state wants you to believe Laurie lied about this, or there's a misstatement here, or she's sleeping around. Why did we have to hear that testimony to disparage my client? To think they're going to get emotional impact out of you? Is that relevant to this cause? Is it probative to a material fact that you have to decide? No. It's disparagement for the attempt to pull an emotional result out of you to fill in a verdict form. I told y'all at the beginning in my board item, the state has a responsibility to seek justice. And I said, what is the state seeking here? They're seeking a verdict. That's what it is. So most of what you heard, if not all of what you heard, is an emotional ploy for you to go back there and out of anger for Laurie Shaver, fill in a verdict form for the state. That's what's going on. That's what you've heard this week. Second-degree murder. Mr. Camuccio went over the elements, so I'll briefly touch on it again. The defendant's dead. Yeah, we know he's dead. Okay. The death was caused by the criminal act of Laurie Lee Shaver. Okay. Has any single witness taken the stand and shown you one piece of evidence that established Laurie Lee Shaver killed Michael Shaver? Zero. Zero. Case over. Period. What they've done is brought in a bunch of digital data after the fact, after the event, and said, well, she tried to cover it up, or she didn't want to talk to this person, or she didn't want to talk to that person. Well, there's a good reason she probably didn't want to talk to numerous of these people, but a lot of it probably didn't have a darn thing to deal with the death of Michael Shaver. 3, there was an unlawful killing, an act eminently dangerous to another, demonstrating a depraved mind, without regard for human life. Okay. Has anybody established a depraved mind? No. Without regard for human life? No. Laurie Shaver was in her house when she was attacked. That's what happened. Did the state offer any evidence on causation, where this event occurred, how it occurred, any different than what the defendant and her daughter testified to? No. No. In fact, you may remember Tamara Dale. She gets up there and I talked to her about it. And I said, you don't have any DNA, do you? No. You don't have any prints, do you? No. You have nothing in the scene in the house to suggest any activity, do you? No. You don't have anything in a gravesite, do you? No. You don't have any prints in there? No. You don't have any DNA in there, do you? No. You don't have any gun that links Laurie Shaver to the crime, do you? No. You don't have any confession, do you? No. You don't have any witness, do you? No. She admitted all that. And then her response was, well, how could we solve a murder any other way if we had to have all that stuff? Because you normally have that stuff if a murder has occurred and it's attributable to one person. The state tried to compromise that obligation. Do you remember? Do you remember how? They said, hey, Mr. Camuccio said, you're not going to hold us to that standard like CIS that you see on TV, right? Trying to lower what you could expect to see in this case. You're right, he said that, because he knew he didn't have any evidence. So we wanted to mentally prepare you to get you ready to not see evidence. That's what that was all about. You remember his statement earlier as well? We talked about the burden of proof. You'll remember that. And I talked about it in voir dire, and I talked about it, and I said, it's kind of like a football field. I said, in a criminal case.
I'm going to object.
This is an analogy for closing.
Set a sidebar, please. Thank you.
To be a fly on that wall. He didn't object to the aliens and Joe Rogan. He's objecting now. How is she sitting there with a straight face? Lord, today. Oh. Okay, this one doesn't look as animated. Oh, why are people walking around? Did you hear what he said? I know you heard him with your ears. He's looking a straight fool. Okay, sorry. What is that? The court clerk on the side? She like, this Mama Luke. I cannot believe it. By the by, that court clerk looks like my Auntie Janet. I don't think it is because she doesn't live in Florida. Oh, yeah, and Jordan Peterson. She threw in Jordan Peterson, Aliens, Small Green Men, Marvin the Martian. Everybody's in this closer.
Field. And I said, look, if it was a civil case and the standard is beyond reason, is by a preponderance of the evidence in a civil case, that's just tilting the scale, getting past kind of the center of the field. But in a criminal case where our founding fathers put the premium on liberty and the obligation on the state, I said it's the highest standard required under the law. You got to be on the end of the field down here. There's a high difference between this, which can't be downplayed in this case by the state throwing some mud on the wall and saying, oh, there was a lie here or there was a lie there. You see, The state can't compromise that.
Checking off unhinged ideas off his list. Did I call Bugs Bunny?
Go on.
Let's see.
When we talk about depraved mind and you hear that word, and you'll have a complete set of these instructions, you go through them at your leisure, need be. Okay, it says, an issue in the case is whether Laurie Lee Shaver did not have a depraved mind, without regard for human life, because she acted in the heat of passion. Okay, inadequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have a depraved mind, then it gives you some factors to consider. There must have been a sudden event that would suspend the judgment. A reasonable person would have lost normal control. Driven by blind or unreasonable fury, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act.
Did he disappear? I looked down and looked back up and he was gone.
Y'all saw these photos.
Oh.
Y'all know there were repeated acts of violence in that house. This was not a blind event that Laurie Shaver just stepped up for her child and said, I'm not going to act. They knew what was coming. And this is evidence that they knew what was coming. We had multiple injunctions that were filed with the court. Michael Shaver had been prosecuted with this, and the state wants to sit here and say, hey, this was some blind event and she just murdered us? I'd like to hear an explanation for that. Move on, son. Let's talk, because the state's going to have the last word in this case. They always do. We don't have the privilege to respond to their last word. Okay? Let's think about this. She's charged with accessory after the fact as well as a crime. What are the elements of this offense? And let's think about it. They state that a murder in the second degree was committed by another. State has a real courage to announce who that another person is in the elements or in the information. They don't have the backbone to tell you here who the actor is, who the principal is. And yet they'll come into court and say Laurie did it. Then it says, after the murder, Laurie Lee Shaver maintained, assisted, aided, or attempted to aid another person. Stop right there. We see and hear talk about money going into the bank or going there. Okay? Is there been any showing in this trial how any money was moved to assist, aid, or attempt to aid somebody in escaping detection of a crime? No. Laurie's using money to live a life, feed her kids, that the state can't not deny is marital money, equitable money, that she didn't have a right to touch it, anything like that. But it's all a pull for you. And then it says, and at that time, Laurie Lee Shaver knew that the other person had committed murder. Okay, let's think about that. That's an important element as well. And I'll tell you why. If you have a right to self-defense, no crime has been committed if somebody dies. No crime occurred. So you'll have to assess, was there a right of self-defense? If so, no crime has occurred. 2, where was money being spent to aid detection for somebody who had not committed a crime? You see? Does that make sense to you? Under the justifiable use of self-defense, it represents, and I'll just highlight some of this for you because I want to talk about facts. It says Laurie Lee Shaver was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force, or Isabel was justified in using or threatening to use it if she reasonably believed. Now we know the history in this family. That's undisputable. That's physical. That's not to be questioned. Was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself. Okay. And then it goes on and tells you, well, what's the type of harm that they suspected would happen? Michael's trying to kill her, or he's trying to commit an aggravated battery. And then the instructions tell you what that is, what the elements of first degree murder are that Michael's trying to do, or how he's trying to create another hard battery on her. Okay. And that's spelled out in these instructions. Then the instruction will tell you as well that justifiable use of force is justifiable if Laurie or Isabel reasonably believe that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death, meaning that a murder, attempted murder on her, or great bodily harm. Has the state eliminated this defense? No, not at all. They want to throw mud on the wall and say, well, she lied here. She spent some money here. But they can't say first and foremost, she didn't have a right to defend herself, to establish that a crime even occurred. It's actually, listening to this case, I got to tell you, I'm spun around listening to it. The judge is going to give you an instruction because they've made an issue in this case out of this. And it's an important instruction because it kind of strikes a nerve in all of us. And it says this: you must understand, no individual has any duty to report the commission of a crime simply because they observed a crime having been committed. Laurie Shaver could watch Jay Townsend shoot somebody and had no duty to call the police. Isabel would have no duty to call the police if she hadn't shot him or done anything. Okay? That's a fact. That's a law. The state will act otherwise. Like, no, they could have called 911. Why didn't you call 911? Again, we spoke about this in board on. Foremost, I'm going to say, excuse my handwriting. Okay? Probably the worst penmanship I've done. Thank you for it. Anyway. But anyway, the judge will tell you that a reasonable doubt, they're in your instructions. I briefly spoke about it because this is very important. If there's one reasonable doubt, it is the requirement, the responsibility, the necessity of any and every jury to return a verdict of not guilty. Not guilty. How does it arise? From the evidence. It can arise from the evidence itself. It can arise because of the lack thereof. in the evidence. It can arise by a conflict in the evidence. Those instructions tell you. And they further say that if your feeling is not stable, but one that wavers and vacillates, you got a reasonable doubt. You see? Now let's shift over to the facts, talk about some of those facts. One we spoke about, and I want to remind you, the burden of proof is entirely on the state. Ms. Shaver was not required to take the stand, expose herself to criticism, ridicule, or the misstatement here or there. That burden stays on the state. We know, in this case, it became evidently clear, and should be to everybody here, that Miss Shaver was in a marriage that had gone bad. It was a case of where children lived in an environment that, as Isabel said, it just became commonplace to see these things happening. My dad striking forcefully, acting out on my mom, and she said, I soon developed an attitude of feeling a need to protect my mom. I soon just responded with a attitude of response trying to protect my mom. That's how bad it got. So she said on the day that this happened, she goes, she was kind of in shock, went to school and just kind of tried to put it out of her mind. And that's what happened. And yet the state, despite all this, wants to criticize that girl who's a victim in this case. Shame on them. This little girl is a victim of a house with continual domestic violence. And the state says, well, why didn't she get counseling? Why didn't she get counseling more? The state chose to ignore this girl. She was brought to their attention as well as Mr. Ballou. Mr. Ballou had prior tensions with Mr. Shaver. That's why his name was mentioned. Mr. Townsend's name was given to the state. The state took no aggressive action to look into this case. I asked Tamara Dale, state talk to you about this? Did you make any efforts to go see her? Not ask Kelly Johnson, hey, if she wants to come by, why don't you just bring her over? I mean, is that investigation? That's not investigation. That's just saying, bring us some evidence. We'll maybe look at it. State was aware of the domestic violence in the house. They had evidence. They had prosecuted Mr. Shaver for a battery. They knew about it. Wilma Nichols gets up there on the stand and says, yeah, well, Michael's story at an earlier date and time was that his wife attacked him. I said, are you talking about the same incident where he was prosecuted and the state went after him? Well, yeah. Yeah, that had a lot of merit, didn't it? There was nothing contrived by Laurie Shaver and this minor child. Now listen to me. The judge is going to tell you you had the privilege of believing all, some, or none of the witnesses' testimony. So if you find that there was misrepresentations by Laurie Shaver here or there or one way or another, okay, you can disregard those. You can say, I don't believe that truth. But again, whereas the state led you to believe that Laurie Shaver killed Michael Shaver, they haven't. There's no evidence in that regard. We know there was times when Michael was not residing at the residence. That wasn't contradicted. His former girlfriend gets on the stand and says, yeah, he was living at the hangar here and there. Laurie said, I let him in the house. There were injunctions. He was coming and going. Did the state offer evidence that there was not an injunction or he was not restrained from the house, not permitted into the house on a date specific when any homicide occurred? No. No. Now, let's shift over to the digital data. That was interesting to me. Kind of interesting. Okay. You got some guy at the sheriff's office, Corporal, he had advised me, that does some tech work out of there. We never heard his qualifications, any experience really he had. Okay. I heard a lot of arguments from him, but we heard Connor take the bench, a man that had been involved in, I don't know how many trials, federal trials everywhere. And he had testified in court with his special skills. And he spoke to us real clear and simple. And he said, now think about it. He said this, the IP records from Facebook, CenturyLink, etc., at a point in time, they expire and don't tell you the physical address it's coming from. They may have IP logs, records, you see, but you don't know where it's coming from. It could be Starbucks, it could be overseas, it could be here or there. So the state, trying to throw some mud on the wall, says, look at these IP logs, look at this, look at this. But you know what? It doesn't tell you where it's coming from, any device, or any user. You see? That's a significant fact. So the state says, well, somebody sent this and somebody sent this and this went here and that went there. That would create a lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence as well. And it certainly would not create stability in the way in which you think about it. If Jeremy Townsend is sending some of these, he could be at Starbucks, he could be at his house, he could be anywhere. He could be in a driveway, and he certainly had a motive that can't be excluded. Now, this child wants to be the state disparages this child because she doesn't know it's state specific. She said sometime in the spring. She didn't say summertime. Mr. Camuccio went on and he said, now today, well, she said the spring and the summer, and that's not true. Mr. Camuccio's not presenting evidence here today, but some of his statements were not accurate as to the content of the witnesses themselves. You'll have to rely on your memory, the notes you've taken here. Now, there's a discrepancy exactly, precisely, and what Laurie said and what Isabel said. Isabel, I believe, says, and you have to rely on your memory, she made some statement to the extent Jay threatened to kill us or something of that nature. Laurie said he implied it or something to the children. There was a little discrepancy, but they got the message loud and clear. Okay, don't tell anybody or you guys are going to get in trouble and you're going to be harmed. So one, she doesn't have a duty to report anything, and somebody's threatened her. She's been the victim, we know, of repeated violence. It kind of makes sense this woman doesn't want to come forward with that kind of threat against her. It kind of makes sense that Isabel is not going to school and wanting to tell everybody all about it as well. Now, let's talk about a little bit about this shooting. The state's made issue of this, and I want to bring something to your attention. And I hope you picked up on it in trial. We heard from Dr. Shaw, the medical examiner. And we heard several things, I did, and it was brought out through his testimony. One, he said there was a gunshot here to the rear of his skull, and we know that, okay? And I elicited testimony from him when I said there was no soft tissue on this body, correct? Yes. And I said, could it be that somebody shot through some soft tissue and that may account for the presence of the shrapnel? He says, yeah. And so you may have a bullet that goes in, exits an eye, and there's some shrapnel in that skull. I asked him, did anybody do any meteorological testing on the fragment together with the shell to see if they were linked together? No. Now, who's in charge in directing them to do these things? The state. Does that create a lack of evidence? Correct. Does it create a conflict in the evidence? Yes. Does it create stability in your mind? It shouldn't. Okay. Whose obligation is that and the burden rests with to come in here and prove these facts? The state and only the state. Now, one thing further I brought out through Dr. Shaw, and I know you all probably heard it. I don't know if you picked up on the significance of it at that time, but I asked him about injuries and the nature of the injuries that existed on this body. And I said, were there post-mortem injuries to the body? And he said, yes, there were. And he noted several ribs. And he said those were post-mortem injuries. And I said, when we talk about post-mortem injuries, how do you identify them? And he described about buccal fractures in the ribs and the way to identify it. And he said, this is where the body is broken after the death, and there's a discoloration in the ribs here and there. And I said, could that be accounted for? And he said, that can be accounted for by moving the body. I said, correct. So Jeremy Townsend logically tells Laurie Shaver, I'll take care of this. She understands they got property elsewhere. Logically, that body disappears at that time. Now, when did the body logically and arguably show up? When after that shooting, when Laurie said, it's over. It's over. Okay. She even took the stand, and I thought this was kind of sad listening to this. And after all the violence she incurred, she started crying and saying, I still loved Michael. So we know any relationship between these two was logically over. Now, maybe, and I don't know, we talk about flowers being sent, cards being sent. Was that sent by Laurie maybe to make sure Jeremy's not coming back? Maybe to get him in trouble with his wife? Possibly. You may interpret it that way. Now, we also heard from Mr. Cios, remember? And the state called him. He's their witness. And he said, I asked him this, didn't you call Laurie, advise her somebody was trespassing on your property? Yeah, she was gone, and I saw somebody trespassing. Who had any motive to come back to that property, deliver something back to that property if it had been removed? Jeremy. You see, that fits together a little tighter. Now, talking about that gravesite, did the police think about the depth of the site, the height of Mr. Townsend versus Laurie Shaver? No. Never even analyzed that mentally. It's not that difficult to think about that. Okay. Also, there's a blue tarp in the grave, right? We heard all about that. And I said this. I don't know why this wasn't done. We had told the state about Jeremy Townsend. I said, did anybody do a financial audit of anybody's accounts to see who may have purchased a blue tarp? No. They should have. I'm telling you, if they had one on my client, they'd be in here waving it up in the air. It's her tarp. Lack of evidence, conflict in the evidence. I asked the officer as well. I said, did you guys, I said, you didn't find any prints on that tarp, did you? Now, I like the way the state tries to cover some of these lack of evidence up. Okay, I really kind of got entertained by it at a point. They'd say this, well, you weren't surprised, officer, that given the evidence was degraded that you couldn't find that, could you? No. And I'd say this, hey, what do you mean degraded? The evidence may have never been there in the first place. It could have been degraded when it went into the ground and evidence was put on it prior. How do you know the condition of the item before it went in the ground? But they had to acknowledge that, yeah. So the state would repeatedly, to try to cover up the lack of evidence, well, you're not surprised at this. It was all degraded. You wouldn't expect it to be there, would you? No, no, no. So that's how they try to defend themselves against the lack of evidence. We saw that repeatedly in this trial. Now, we heard with regards to the tarp, the state never investigated it. One, party with the burden of proof. Two, we heard Laurie and Isabel both take the stand. We didn't have one. We didn't have one. Now, that logically goes with the theory that that body had been off the ground, off that site, because it comes back to the property and it ends up in the gravesite. Can we assume that Mr. Townsend put that in there with the straps, wrapped it up, took it off site, damaged the body, brings it back and puts it in the grave? That's a logical conclusion. I asked the investigator, I asked the tech people, listen, were there any telltale signs on that tarp that tarp had been dragged across the yard? Huh? What do you mean? I said, did you ask for any kind of chlorophyll testing underneath it to see if it had been dragged by somebody? No. You see? Do you know if Laurie took it out there? I don't know. Do you know the distance from the house? No, we don't. Somebody else can tell you that. So what does the state do? They offer some evidence showing she's working out, and you're just to jump to this conspiracy theory and say she could have dragged it out there. She could have done this. She might have done this for you to fill in the gaps that the state failed to investigate. And that's what we see in this evidence thrown in your face without a real connection. You look at the forensics. I brought out, state didn't do it. The defense brought it out. There's no DNA in the house. No evidence of how the crime occurred in the house. No prints, no hair analysis, yet there were hairs. Okay. No match of any flooring that was found in the gravesite to implicate Laurie Shaver. Those all create a reasonable doubt. The state can't ignore it. Instead, they just want to say she lied about this or she lied about that and she's sleeping around. That's their case. That's the state's case. Now think about the gun we heard about. We have a gun in evidence. Again, kind of a comical display to me. You get this lady up there, and she goes through this litany as to her experience and everything. And she talks about, well, it has the signs of other guns, meaning this manufacturer that make Colt or Smith & Wesson that may manufacture a 38. They got a machine. It's going to have ridges in it. They all have that common characteristic. Millions of them. Okay? But she can't identify any specific features of the gun. She can't narrow it down from millions to say it's this gun. Wow. Wow. So the state says it can't be excluded? Oh, no, it can't be excluded. Right. That's reliable evidence for you to hang your head on and to fill out a verdict for the state? No. The state's position is, well, we don't have to prove this case by 100%. No, they don't. Okay. That's not the requirement. We know what the requirement is. When Jeremy Townsend, the state was informed of Jeremy Townsend, why, ask yourself, didn't they look into his financial records? Lack of evidence. 2, why didn't they look into his Facebook aside from his banking? Do you remember what the testimony was on that by Tamara Dale? Here's what she said. Well, those records were too old. What do you mean they're too old? You're going to stand in here and tout that Laurie Shavers are reliable at the same period of time and not look into Jeremy Townsend, who you've been advised shot the guy? And not even look? Not even look anywhere into his matters? No. She was closer to the body. Okay. Now, let's talk about the patio. State thinks that's a big deal. I don't. Why? Because they cleaned it out to make a pond. We all know that. Okay. They get tired of building this pond, and it sits for a while. Concrete is bought. Now let's think about that. Nobody goes and tries to conceal themselves when they're buying any concrete. They don't go paying cash. They don't go in there with a hat on or anything like that, trying to disguise themselves. It's open and clear. They're not trying to conceal themselves. They go rent a mixer, not trying to conceal themselves, not trying to make it private, or a hidden event. They even post it on Facebook. Like this is a big secret? No. No. Who would do that if they're trying to hide a fact against the public and knowledge? You wouldn't do it that way. That's just common sense. Okay? You take the evidence and then you rely on your common sense or the lack of evidence thereof. That's the point. Who would write their name in concrete on top of a grave of somebody that they allegedly murdered? Not any person in the face of this earth would do such a thing. You got to admit that. So you see, there's another reasonable doubt the state can't account for. We had Holcomb, officer, take the stand and said, oh, it was right in the middle. Okay, like it was obviously trying to be concealed. Wasn't. When I pressed her, on the video. She said, well, it wasn't on the middle, actually. Then the next officer said, well, it was a darkened spot. And you look on the photos, well, there's about 3 or 4 darkened spots all over the place. Okay? Doesn't mean, we know there's a body on there. There's clear evidence of guilt or anything like that. I want you to think about all those things that create a reasonable doubt. There's multiple, and the state can't excuse that. They cannot excuse those factors. There's a question, who killed, actually, Mr. Shaver? We know there's shrapnel. We know there's one fragment, but the shrapnel could have been a second shell. We know that from Shaw himself. Has the state eliminated self-defense? No. No, they haven't. Who has that burden exclusively and only? The state. We know this is a violent man who most likely didn't have a right to even be in the house. Is there evidence that the body was moved? Yes, there is. Has the state refuted that? No. Why no forensic audits? None. Now again, the state is looking for a verdict on something. Give me something. Give me something. So they got lessers, a primary, and an accessory. You have to understand, Laurie Shaver's not guilty. She's not guilty. Don't be pulled into an emotional game trying to compromise, thinking you're doing justice one way or another. You have to understand that. Laurie Shaver's not guilty of any crime. She has not committed a crime. The state has not refuted it through an investigation and presentation of evidence in this case. Again, I'll remind you with regard to the crime of accessory, it must first be established that a crime was committed. If there was a right to self-defense, no crime has been committed. You see? And there is anything that Laurie Shaver did was lawful. The state can't link up any transaction unjustified or evidence of a cover-up if there is no crime that is committed. Likewise, the crime of accessory must establish a firm timeline as to when the crime occurred. You're not at liberty to say, well, the state says this and Laurie says this. Let's just pick a number. Could have happened between this date. The court will instruct you that that accessory requires the completion of one event before the start of an accessory offense. Okay? Has the state firmly established that? No. What they do is they say, well, there is, he didn't show up at work, so you gotta assume that she murdered him. And then let's take the next step and say, all this stuff was to aid or assist in concealing an offense versus living expenses and money that she had a right to touch and use. An accessory, when you see accessory, normally what you would see is somebody buying somebody a flight ticket to leave town, putting them in private housing, doing things to conceal them in that manner, not living like this.
Sir,
It kind of reminds
please.
me, this case, when I listen to it. It's all speculative, what you call circumstantial evidence. I'm sitting here listening, sitting at my table between approaching the bench, I guess, and listening to this, and I'm going, it's like playing a game of Jinko. Sooner or later, this thing's got to topple. You can't just keep putting little boards on top of each other without a firm foundation, you see. It's not going to stick. So the state just piles up some evidence and says, there you go. Come back here, reach us a verdict, okay? Give us what we want. Now, again, I remind you, and I'll sit down, leave it to you. The people that may have been misrepresented, the people that any lies or misstatements were given to, really are not relevant in this case. Laurie's not on trial for lying. She's on trial for murder. Any misstatement must have been to make and conceal a crime which never has occurred. You say, if she lied about Michael, where he was, or what happened, or where his tools were, or where he'd been, is not really relevant in this matter. So don't be distracted in that regard.
Objection, I'm bored. Please sit down, please.
Going back to the digital data, I'll leave on this. Remember, I asked these witnesses, did you find anything in the digital data that announced or indicated somebody had shot anybody? No. Did you see any evidence in the digital data of any effort to conceal a crime? No. Could you tell me where this was coming from physically? No. Could you tell me who was using the device? No. So what did we have? I found it, I don't want to say it, but we get memes thrown in front of us and some emails from this place to that place. And you're supposed to say, let me hang my hat on this meme. Sometimes you got to burn a bridge and move on. That means Laurie Shaver killed somebody? And that's what the state is asking you to hang your hat on and just pile up a bunch of memes like a Jinko game? No. That's not how you prove a criminal case with suspicion. Bare innuendos without physical evidence of guilt. Now you have, likewise, and I mentioned it to these people on cross. I
Lord,
said, you
just
got a
take me.
certificate over there,
Just
a
take me.
business record certificate from Facebook, right?
Check. Approach.
Sidebar, please.
Objection. We're nearly, he's trying to unalive the entire audience and the jury. I cannot. Objection, my dogs are barking. Objection, I'm sick of you going on. Objection, you have mispronounced Jenga twice. I'm going to convict her on the strength of you get on my nerves. Sorry, I'm slightly melting down. I might need key lime pie.
Business record certificates from Facebook. Really interesting. I brought it out on cross-examination. I mean, kind of floored by it. But here's what they say. In essence, read them yourselves. Well, we once had this data. We gave it to you earlier. We're sure we gave you something that was accurate, but we don't have the information anymore. So we got to just assume it was accurate. Okay? That's what the state's going to hang their hat on and say this digital data is even reliable for your consideration? That's not even digital data. And we know what Connor said. You can't even link it up from this place to this place because IP addresses have expired the physical location, and the state's hanging their hat on it to throw all this out there. It's unbelievable.
Like this closing.
Further, the state doesn't even have a computer. There's no computer in this case. not a computer
Sir,
for them to try to connect it to.
the cloud, Facebook records, IP addresses, records custodians at Meta. Sir,
I want you to think about these factors.
dear Black Jesus, I
This
can't
is
with this
where,
man.
ladies and gentlemen, my power ends. This is where yours begins under our Constitution.
Praise God.
I can only beg you to do your duty. Don't compromise your duty. I've listed to you multiple reasonable doubts in this case. They should never be compromised by any single one of you. I asked each and every one of you as well to please hold your verdict, and if it disagrees with other ones on this verdict, on this full jury, that you please hold your ground. I've shown you everything, every way the state has failed in this cause. Don't be misled, I ask you. The state will have the last word in this case. They always do. Wasn't like that always when I practiced law, but it is. Yeah. But as Mr. Coluccio speaks, I ask you to listen. Give him the due concern that you've given me. But I ask you to ask yourself as he speaks, what would Mr. Wiggs point to refute that? Have you answered Mr. Wiggs's questions? What about this question? What about the grave? What about the lack of evidence? What about the gun?
Turner, make
Let's
it
hear an
stop.
answer to all these things. He
Blanche,
can't give you an
Rose,
answer.
Dorothy,
So I ask that when you go back there, I know
Sophia.
the answer, which should be given by you, but I can't do it. But I ask you to do the right thing and come back on all counts, all issues, and do justice, not seek a verdict for the state. Seek justice,
Stop.
as I've asked, and return a verdict on all counts of not guilty.
Stop
Thank you.
talking.
All
Oh,
right,
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggs. At this time, I'd like to give the jurors a comfort break. We've been in proceedings for nearly 2.5 hours, so let's take a 10-minute comfort break. Thank you.
I need an emotional support cookie. I don't this Mama Luke. Oh my God. Sarah. Mm-mm. 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 Objection. Objection. I am offended by his long, boring, crazy closing where he brought up the founding fathers, Joe Rogan, UFOs, and CIS because he did not know CSI. I cannot. Oh my God. I almost had to go get my Golden Girls prayer candle because clearly he needs something. He needs something. Oh my God. I need something. And let's not forget, what was it? The Chinese Mafia Secret Service something?
Yes, sir. So we're in recess for 10 minutes. Thank
Stop
you.
talking, Mr. Wiggs. Stop talking. I can't. Honest to goodness, I died and went to the Endless Heaven buffet and then came back because you can literally be bored to death, apparently, as has just been proven. My cup of tea. Glad I took a comfort break and got a cup of tea. To eat my feelings for a little while. Okay, I'm sorry. I left my body for a minute because it was too much. It was too much. Okay, what's happening in the comments? Where are Holly and Daisy? Holly and Daisy are outside barking their fool heads off because when I made my tea, I was like, oh, he's going to finish in a minute and I'm just going to let the dogs out. And then they'll come back in. Turns out, no. My dogs have grown old. They're both senior citizens now. This Mama Luke, what is... Sir, did you somehow think you were going to talk me out of common sense? You were incorrect, sir. You were incorrect. Wait, I started a couple of things that I wanted to get back to. Oh, Steph asked, What was the name of my other channel? The name of my other channel is Confessions of a Neighborhood Gossip, where I just tell lightly fictionalized stories of gossipy things that have happened. I can't stomach this. Preach, sis, because it was too much. It was so much. It was much too much. It was much too much. Oh, Lizzie, new member, welcome, welcome. And I wonder if Lizzie's new membership is from Beth Henderson, who gifted one membership to the 13th Juror cast. 13th Juror? What is this? A live stream? I don't know. To the 13th Juror people, welcome to the family. I have been a member for a super long time. Okay. Oh, wait, I saw something about an Irish grandma. I got to read this. As an Irish grandma, Kathy, you are bloody brilliant. Oh, that's so cute. Thank you. We share the same humor, and my favorite has got to be Dear Black Jesus. Listen, sometimes you need Black Jesus's help because I needed to breathe through that. You know how like when you take Lamaze class, they teach you like that special breathing, like or whatever it is. I needed some of that. Also, an emotional support cookie and possibly some key lime pie because this. Bear with me, friends. I need to go let my dogs back in because nobody is home. So I'm gonna mute myself, but I'll bring up the Golden Girls candle when I come. So hang on, I'll be right back. Don't panic. And we're back. I told you, I don't even know if you can see this in this light. I brought you the Golden Girls. Sometimes we need them. I have a Golden Girls prayer candle. I have Tina Turner. Wait, can you see Tina? Tina for big emergencies. And every now and then, periodically and from time to time, we need Leslie Jordan. Because, I don't even know if you can see, there's a glare. The world is a tough place. Look, and I have these little, because I'm not trying to burn my house down. How do you turn this off? Oh, there it is. We're going to light the Golden Girls. See, I don't know if you can see the little flickering light in there. Because here's the thing. I am not a sacrilegious person. Not at all. And I understand that Jesus is busy and don't have time for my foolishness. So when I need to call somebody, Tina on the main line, tell her what you want. I'm just saying. Oh, you have a Golden Girls t-shirt? That's what I need. A friend of mine went on a Golden Girls cruise. He won Golden Girls trivia because he knew the address of the house that they lived in. That's a level of Golden Girls trivia that I aspire to, but have not reached yet. I also had to grab the last Aussie Bite, which is an emotional support cookie, which was very, very necessary. Also, I could hear my dogs barking outside like they were a couple of maniacs, and I was like, well, clearly something major is going down because 5161 Richmond Street. People know this information. The Golden Girls address? That's crazy to me. That's crazy. Um, I thought the dogs were in terrible trouble. Turns out they were just being nosy. They weren't even by the back door. They were over standing at the gate, barking at. I guess the kids are coming home from school or whatever. It's probably like there's a school not far from here, so kids sometimes pass our house. Y'all, hang on. Sorry to eat on stream. This man has taken me there. I'm breathing. I'm calming down. Okay, hang on. Let me just take a sip. Y'all are helping me hold it together because when I'm at work watching stream, I'm like, and my coworkers are like, but I'm like, oh, sorry, nothing. The other day, I was gasping and literally clutching where my pearls would be. And I looked up, and three of my coworkers were doing what is it called? Prairie dogging, where their head pops up over the wall of the cubicle. Like they have full half a what on their face. But I was just like, sorry. Oh, that's when I was watching. Who's that dude who bumped the judge on the head with the gavel? Dio Red. And all of his triflingness. Lord. Okay. Kevin the router. Bless your heart. You were very sweet. I have a job, y'all. That yes, the judge jumper. That's the case. I was listening to it at work. My coworkers were like, "Are you okay?" I was like, Don't mind me. I need an office. That's what I should just move it to an office. So wait, what kind of cookie? I'm eating Aussie Bites. I don't know if you can see this. This like the light is funky in here. Aussie Bites. Um, they're supposed to be healthy. I don't know if they are. They're delicious. It's like a you know what a monster cookie is? Where it's like a bunch of different things. This is like a healthy monster cookie. It's like a whole grain oatmeal cookie. It's soft. It has chocolate chips. It has nuts. It has grains. It probably has some pieces of tree bark or something in it. I don't know. High fiber, delicioso. Wait, oh, I should try. It's getting dark in here. Where's the light? My kiddo's gonna be home in a little bit. Wait, rolled oats, oat flour, sugar, dried apricots, canola oil, butter, shredded coconut, honey, quinoa, chia seeds, stuff to keep you regular, keep the trains moving. Wait, there's no chocolate in this? I thought I tasted chocolate. Mm-mm. Raisins, sunflower seeds. Lord be with us. How old is my child? I have a bunch of them. 35, 26, 20, and 17. I have four sons. Yes, I said 35 when I'm 35, and I have four grandkids. I don't know how old they are. They're little. Tina, be near us, girl. Be near us. Be with us. Please let them land this plane and get this find justice for these families. Wait, they just let her walk around? She's just free out here like regular people? That don't seem safe. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. They seem a little Very close. Mm-mm. She's out on bail. I see how she paying that bill though. Okay. All right. I got you. Somebody might have picked up the village bicycle. That's all I'm saying.
Ready for the jurors?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
But you ain't heard that from
Thank
me.
you.
That defense attorney talked in slow motion. It was like torture.
May be seated. I see that all of the members have returned. State, you may proceed.
Yes, sir, counsel. Yes, sir. Mr. Wiggs asked who would write their name in concrete over the grave of their dead husband. A woman who killed her husband with ill will, evil intent, hatred, and spite, and then over a period of years covered that up with lies and manipulation against all the people that knew him.
Amen.
That is who writes their initials on top of that grave.
Okay,
And
now.
that is what happened in this case. Mr. Wiggs brought up numerous things. I'll try to address as many as possible, as quickly as possible. But some of the things he said, I ask that you go back and think about what's your memory of the evidence and the testimony and realize that that's just not the way it happened. One of the things he brought up was talking about how the state didn't bring you any things about how there was no DNA evidence in this case. I did. Edgar Perez from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement testified about the DNA analysis in this case. Mr. Wiggs from state. We presented that to you. We presented you the fact that what the DNA evidence was, and the fact that it's not that it was someone else's DNA and we can't match it up. There's just not enough genetic material in anything that was in that gravesite to compare to anyone. But that came from the state. And Mr. Wiggs got up here and talked to you and said that he was the one that brought that up. And that's not true. It just goes back to you can't trust the little things. How can you trust the big things? He talks about what he refers to as shrapnel in the skull and how that's evidence of potential 2 bullets. That's what Dr. Shaw told you. That's not what Dr. Shaw or Dr. Corporal told you. They said that shrapnel is not evidence of a second bullet, but when there is gunshots like that, typically there will be small metal fragments from the bullet. There's only one entry wound. There's no exit wounds, and there is one projectile. There's no second bullet. There's no second shot. He talks about how the state has presented no evidence to refute self-defense. The state has presented undeniable evidence that Michael Shaver has been dead since November of 2015. And if he is dead in 2015, he can't possibly be on the Shaver porch sometime in May in 2016 and have the events that were relayed to you happen. That's how we've proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this wasn't self-defense, because we've proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that he has been dead since November of 2015. If he's been dead since before since November of 2015, Jeremy Townsend had nothing to do with it, because that relationship had just started at that point, continued up until April of 2016 when the affair was exposed, and then it was over. Laurie Shaver can tell you what day she kicked her husband out of the home in November of 2015, but cannot tell you the day he died. Think about that. Isabel can't even tell you what month or what year, but Joy says she's a kid. No, that's not a big deal. Laurie Shaver cannot tell you the day her husband was killed on her front porch. That is completely unreasonable. And the only reason for that is because she's afraid I'm going to find something in some of these records to completely refute it. So if she tries to keep it vague, that's harder to do. But Michael Shaver has been dead since November, and if he's dead in November, the way Isabel and Laurie described these events to you could not have happened, and therefore it's not self-defense or defense of others. Once again, talking about Isabel and her inability to even remotely tell you when this happened, Mr. Wiggs says that I just completely made up this summer time frame. I asked you to go back, think about her testimony, look at your notes. When I went through and I asked her, can you tell me what grade you were in? No. Can you tell me what year it was? No. Can you tell me if it was around a holiday? No. The best she could do is say that we went to the beach, so it was sometime between spring and summer. And then I asked her, what spring is to you and what summer is to you might be different to me. So what is spring to you? She said April. I said, what is summer, end of summer? And she said that would be before school, August. That was her test. But to rely on your own memory of those issues. Briefly talking about accessory after the fact. And the reason why I say briefly is because the state has presented to you evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that she is in fact the murderer in this case, because her husband was killed in November of 2015. The evidence, the story, with all of its holes that the defense has been presented to you, if you were to believe that and ignore all the evidence and just ignore the facts that Mike was completely disappeared off the face of the earth for 6 months without a car, without a job, without a bank, without a phone, without any contact from friends, family, coworkers for 6 months, and showed up without a vehicle, dressed in shorts and socks, and this event happened in May. The events as described to you by the defense show that she's guilty of accessory after the fact. Even if the initial shot by Isabel was in defense of others. According to them, when Jeremy Townsend comes up and shoots again, coup de grace, puts him out, kills him for sure. That's not self-defense or defense of others anymore, folks. That's murder. And when Laurie lies, manipulates, and covers up the fact that her husband has been dead for years, that's maintaining, assisting, and another person to conceal evidence of this crime. The defense's story is that she's guilty of accessory after the fact. The evidence in this case is that she's guilty of second-degree murder. And as I told you, the law says you can't be an accessory to your own crime. One of the things that I think is very important, one of the details that also undermines their whole disappearing body story, is Laurie's actions when law enforcement comes and excavates the gravesite. First and foremost, their story is somehow in that short drive back and forth to Pine Ridge School, Jeremy somehow got the body out, cleaned it up. They speculate maybe he drove a couple hours to Crystal River to hide the body up at his parents' house for a while, only to return at some other point to bury the body unbeknownst to Laurie Shaver in the backyard. She never notices any, like, oh my gosh, why is there upturned dirt here? And then returns the body, buries it without her knowledge, and of the entire 5-acre plot, she just so happens to choose that to put a cement slab down. That's completely unreasonable. But she needs to say that in order to convince you that she didn't know the body was there. But you have evidence that absolutely refutes that. Because Jessica Wade testified that they were doing this search and this excavation. And Laurie sat in her truck and was sitting there the whole day, the whole time watching. When did she leave? When law enforcement started to pull up that concrete over the body of her dead husband that she murdered. Law enforcement, when they were done the process, when they were done search, took a couple of days, Detective Strickland called her. Said, Laurie Shaver, we are done all our work. You are allowed to come back to your property. Would you like to know what we took from the property? And she said yes. And he went through and proceeded to tell her everything that they took. We took some swabs, we found some projectiles, we took some other items from inside the house. We took skeletal remains from your backyard. And this woman who is sitting here trying to convince you she had absolutely no idea that her dead husband was buried under the cement slab that she poured or helped pour, had no reaction whatsoever. That's why we played that call. That's why we had that for you to listen to. So you could see just how she reacted when told there was a dead body in her backyard. Nothing. Because she knew it was there. She absolutely knew that. The defense has talked about how law enforcement, how their investigation, and they didn't look into self-defense. They didn't look into this story. And despite the fact that Kelly Johnson sat up there and told you, yes, the state was asking me repeatedly if I was going to produce my client, Yet I did not do so until they issued a subpoena to her for deposition, thereby giving her immunity. I wasn't going to allow her to talk to them. But he wants to put the blame for not looking into her on me? When the witness he called said I was the one preventing it because I was doing my job as an attorney, and he sits up here and tells you that's me not looking into it? That's just not true. And it's not true based on the evidence he presented. He also talks about, in this, has the state eliminated self-defense? And it always is going to come back to the evidence shows you that Mike Shaver was dead since November of 2015. And that is overall how the state has proven to you it's not self-defense, defense of others, because that story in May can't happen if he's dead in November. But also think about whether or not their story is even reasonable in this situation. The scenario as outlined by Isabel and Laurie happens. What reasonable person is not calling 911 to let them know? I'm not saying do it in front of Jeremy under this scenario that they've outlined, but go some other place, call 911, explain what happens.
Exactly.
The idea that Jeremy comes in, sees Mike Shaver shot, and then in that scenario decides he's going to shoot him again and move this body to different parts of the state and come back, that makes no sense whatsoever. And there's no evidence of it at all. He points to the neighbor, Robert Seha, saying, well, I saw a trespasser one night. Well, fine. Did that person have anything? Were they doing anything? I mean, I didn't really see. Do you really even know if they were a trespasser? Not really. But most importantly, he says that happened in 2018. The cement slab is poured in 2016. The body is already there under. That trespasser has nothing to do with this. The timeline doesn't work. Also, Rebecca was living at the house at the time frame this happened. She says, I moved in there in May. While I was there, Jeremy came over to visit. When? At lunchtime, when Laurie was on her break. Exactly the way Jeremy described when he would come. Not 3 to 4 overnight visits, which would obviously put his wife on notice that something was going on, which makes absolutely no sense. But Rebecca said that she had moved in. Jeremy would come over during lunch, as Jeremy said that, but Rebecca was living there during this time frame. This didn't happen the way Laurie and Isabel said. In talking about the 2014 incident, Mr. Wiggs talks about how he went after Wilma Nicholas, and he pointed out that, well, the state prosecuted her or him, and you only got one side of the story. But that completely ignores the fact that Katina Maspens, Laurie's friend, came in and said, you know what? Laurie told me she fabricated that. That's not the way it happened. She was the aggressor. She threw that flower vase through the slide glass door, hit her husband over the head. And when Mike was saying that he was trying to basically grab her, to control her, to stop her from doing these things, that was true. That's her friend saying that. The timeline. Once again, go back to those phone records that establish that Mike Shaver's phone The phone number that he originally had changed 2 times, ultimately ending with a phone number that Laurie Shaver admits is hers, puts in a court filing is hers, showing you that she had that device the whole time. They want to insinuate maybe Jeremy Townsend said some of these messages from Facebook. Well, we know he's not sending the 500 pages to his wife to expose the affair. That's not him. Who had motive to do that? Her. We know he's not sending this message in September 20th, 2016, months after the relationship between him and Laurie is over and he's back with his wife saying, hi, Vanessa, how are you? Moving on looks good on you. Hope you and your son are doing well. After we know Michael Shaver is underneath the cement slab, we know Jeremy Townsend has no reason to send his wife that message. All of this connects back to Laurie. And all of it connects back to her in her attempts to cover up the crime that she committed, the murder. Mr. Wiggs, as he was going through, kind of picked and chose some things here about the heat of passion defense, just kind of threw out some buzzwords like digital data he's been doing all week. But when he's picking and choosing through the excusable homicide heat of passion, you can't just pick some choice phrases out. You have to read it as a whole. And as you see, none of this, even under the May 2016 story that has no factual support whatsoever, would apply to this situation. The defense under the May 2016 version of events, which is completely refuted by the evidence, would be defense of others. That's Mr. Wiggs talks about how there's been no investigation into whether or not there was drag marks or chlorophyll testing. That's fake CSI TV stuff, folks. There's been no testimony whether or not that test even exists. Quite frankly, I've never even heard of that.
Let him know. Let him know, brother.
He talks about Richard Connor and the long credentials of Mr. Connor and Corporal Strickland. He's just a corporal. He's just law enforcement. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. What did Corporal Strickland and Richard Connor say that conflicted each other? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They both told you an IP address is something that is given to you by an internet service provider and it's assigned a location. It's basically like a physical address. That is what people will use in order to hook up their devices to the internet. They both said that. Richard Connor acknowledges that the Facebook records and the IP logs within them are the types of things that he as an expert relies on all the time. Richard Connor told you that those Facebook records that Mr. Wiggs wants to say are unreliable were reliable. He says that the fact that 2 different accounts are accessing the same IP address and close in time is consistent with them being in the same location. Knowing what that physical address is would be nice, but it is not at all necessary when you look at 2 years worth of IP addresses showing multiple times these 2 devices are accessing the same IP address. Where she was using both of these devices doesn't matter. The fact she was utilizing the same IP address shows that it's someone in the close proximity and the same person. That's what Richard Connor said, and that's what Corporal Strickland said. I've got a few more messages to demonstrate how this had nothing to do with Jeremy, and quite frankly, nothing to do with Michael Shaver, who's been dead since November. Mike Shaver has absolutely no reason for Vanessa and Jeremy to get a divorce. Laurie Shaver, posing as Michael Shaver on April 18th, says, "I'm sorry, Vanessa, you must be running scared. I heard JJ Gall is a good divorce attorney." Who stands to benefit? She does. Mike Shaver, who's been dead now for about 5 months, stands nothing to gain from the divorce between Vanessa and Jeremy. Laurie does. We've already discussed the September 20th, after the slab has been poured. Makes no sense for Jeremy to have sent that message, but that is the "Hi Vanessa, how are you? Moving on, looks good on you." This last message, I ask you, is this a message sent by a man trying to inform another woman that his husband is cheating on him? Or is this the message of a woman trying to drive a wedge and get a divorce so she can get the man she wants? This is April 20th, 2016. "Hello, Vanessa. How are you doing? I know you asked for no more information." Right there. Vanessa said, "I know there's this affair. Don't need to give me anything more. I got it. But I feel you should be aware of this. There are emails from October through November I have been reading. There is one from November 3rd where she asks him if he changed the sheets. He replied, no, that he had not. Loved being able to smell her and that he would inform you the spot was from him if you noticed. It appears she has been at the house and they have had sex in your bed. Thought you should know that. It also appears he invited her to stop by at your Halloween party, but she declined, not feeling comfortable with you being there. Pictures of that night were sent as well. There's a ton more information about how they met and what transpired. If you would like a copy of the email logs, let me know." Vanessa tells him, "I got it. I understand they're having this affair. You don't need to give me any more information." But Laurie says, "You know I had sex with your husband in your bed, right?" Who would do that? Mike Shaver? Jeremy Townsend? Chinese hacker? Laurie Shaver.
She's nasty and crazy. Mm.
Mr. Wiggs got up here and said, "State just wants to be mad and check off guilty of second-degree murder because the state's proven to you that she had some affairs." And I think he said, specifically, "Why do we have to hear that evidence?" We had to hear that evidence because these are the two individuals that he provided to law enforcement. When Laurie was first arrested, he said, "You need to look into Jeremy Townsend and James Ballou." And how are they connected to Laurie Shaver in this case? They were having affairs with her. This all came to light because Mr. Wiggs told law enforcement, investigate these people. And they did. They did. Jeremy Townsend talked to law enforcement 3 separate times. Came in for his deposition. Came in, told you what was going on. And his testimony is consistent with the testimony of other people that he has no relationship with, that he has no connection to. Rebecca Urbanowski, who was friends with Laurie, states that Jeremy would come over during the day when she was on lunch break and wouldn't spend the night. That's what Jeremy said. Isabel and Laurie said he would spend the night 3 to 4 times a week. That's not consistent because it's not true.
She's a dangerous feral kitty. Mm.
So,
Sir?
minor point, but it's just another example of how I think it's very important for you to rely on your own memory about testimony. Mr. Wiggs talked about Jessica Holcomb and how he said, she said this body was found in the middle of the fire pit. He was very insistent about that. He said, remember that video that was played. Please remember that video that was played. Because he confronted her on cross-examination. Didn't you say it was in the middle of the fire pit? No. Well, where was it then? And she sat there without missing a beat. That fire pit looks like, from top down, looks like the continent of Africa. And if you were to go into the bottom section of it and the point facing at the house, and you were to go right under there, under where the depression was, that is where the body was found. That's what she said, not what Mr. Wiggs said. The state has proven second-degree murder beyond all reasonable doubt because of all the evidence points that Michael Shaver, as Laurie said, is not a missing person. He's no longer walking the face of the earth. And he has been that way since before November 10th of 2015, when all indications of him and his life are gone. No bank activity, no phone activity, no contact with family, no contact with friends, no contact with work. Wasn't at the hangar where she said, wasn't in Georgia where she said. He's dead because she killed him. And then she made up this May 2016 story to distract. That's pure and simple what we have. If there is absolutely no evidence consistent with that May 2016 story, ask yourself why. And it's because she killed him in November. And because of that, she's guilty of second-degree murder with a firearm. I ask that you return the only verdict consistent with the law, the evidence, and justice, and that is guilty of second-degree murder with a firearm. She possessed that firearm. She discharged that firearm, and she caused great bodily harm or death. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to these additional instructions I'm about to give you. Rules for deliberation. These are some general rules that apply to your discussions. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number one, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law. In this case, all of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Number two, the case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Number three, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Number four, remember the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Number five, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not. In accord with the law, it is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Number six, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Number seven, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Cautionary instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crime as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, It should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree on the same verdict. Only one verdict may be reached as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for convenience, the necessary verdict forms have been prepared for you. They are as follows. In the Circuit Court of the Fifth Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida and in Fort Lake County, the State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, case number 2020 CF 2361-A-01, verdict, count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the charge. In parentheses, it indicates check only 1 as to this count. And there are A, B, and C. A, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder. In parentheses, it states, if you checked A, please answer the following questions. Number 1, was the defendant in actual possession of a firearm? Yes or no. Number 2, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no. Number 3, did the discharge cause great bodily harm? Yes or no. In section B, it states the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. In parentheses, if you checked B, please answer the following question. Number 1, during the commission of the manslaughter, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes or no. And C, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this blank day of September 2024, and there's a signature line for the foreperson. Verdict form, count 2. In the Circuit Court of the Fifth Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida and in Fort Lake County, the State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, case number 2020 CF 2361-A-01. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the charge. In parentheses, it states check only 1 as to this count. There are options A, B, and C. A states the defendant is guilty of accessory after the fact to second-degree murder. B states the defendant is guilty of accessory after the fact to manslaughter. In parentheses, if you check B, please answer the following question. Number 1, during the commission of the manslaughter, did the person who committed the manslaughter personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes or no. And for option C, that states the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this blank day of September 2024. And again, there's a signature line for the foreperson. A separate crime is charged in each count of the information, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over the deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried out in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict forms when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict forms back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instructions I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. Certain exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see any exhibit, please request that in writing. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. All right, at this time, I will excuse the 2 alternate jurors. Ms. Davis and Ms. Hernandez Urbina, you are the alternate jurors. You are excused from further service. Thank you for your time and attention.
I don't have the stats. I didn't see them. If Marie Moss posted them, I missed them. So please share them again. So the jury appears to be 3 men and 3 women. Oh, stats. Okay, let's just make sure he's not saying anything important. What are they doing? So stats, charging conference, motion to excuse witnesses, state rebuttal, witnesses 7, sidebar 7, objections 13, renewal of the JOA, jury instruction, state closing, 1 hour, 48 minutes. Oof. The defense's closing was only 58 minutes. It seemed like 500,000 years. We knew she wasn't gonna get a judgment of acquittal now. Come on. All that hoeing and dead bodies and everything else, child, please.
All right, then. Is there anything further before the jurors go back to deliberate?
No, sir.
All right, please bring the jurors back to deliberate. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, they got the verdict clock up. So according to Brandi Churchwell, Aunt Fix Your Face and Selena were dismissed. That means there are 3 men and 3 women on this jury. Now, someone tell them let's start on Monday because Brandi has important plans. Let's see. I need to get to
Right,
the
the
home.
jurors have gone back to deliberate. Copy of the jury instruction.
I can print one up.
If you were, thank you, sir.
Seagull to town.
The parties wish to review the evidence before it goes back.
No, that's fine. On the train. Go ahead. I'll just find the jury instructions and everything. Yes, thank you.
Maybe they have a verdict on first ballot.
May be seated.
I emailed the final revised jury instructions and it's verdict form to the clerk, so she's done right now.
Ladies, you can see the final copy before it goes back to the jury to make sure it's to your satisfaction.
This is the latest one, Mr. Buxman, then I'm sure.
So I'd like to leaf through it, so there's no.
It's a version.
Right now. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Listen, there's some question as to whether or not she was playing footsie with that attorney. All I can say is, Oh, no.
Madam Clerk just received the verdict form for the sum.
I'm sorry.
Yes, all right.
Where's the
Thank
verdict
you.
watch banner?
Yes, sir.
Where are you? They're writing down, they're writing down on the race there. No, not that reason. I know one is, one or two to the right there. Or something they tonight on. Are you judging some? Safe. Yes, right.
Park stack of clean whiteboard without any additional writings on it.
There we go. Let's see for payment. Child. He can't pay his mortgage with that feral kitty. I don't know what he's gonna do. Oh, jury requested a whiteboard. The jury is not playing around. Why does the jury need a whiteboard? So they can draw Africa and then put Angola. So, because I looked on a map of Africa, if the fire pit was shaped like Africa, the body was in Angola. Just so you know, I'm a visual person. So they're probably like, what is the shape of Africa? How many men did she have?
Right. Where we put.
And they named them all like the seven dwarfs. Might they run out of fingers trying to count? What the jury should request is one of them Churchwell charts. They're like, there's this famous lady on the internet named Brandi, and she made a chart of all this nonsense. Okay. So 30 minutes until their weekend begins. Oh, wait. Somebody said Senegal. They thought the body was in Senegal. I thought the body was in Angola. Oh, she said my people are from Senegal. Okay, Senegalese cousin, I see you. Okay. Can they officially request a Brandi chart or no? Because I think that would be helpful. Not that I could find it, because I'm over here trying to. It was on 13thjuror.com, right? Let me see. Oh wait, where is Senegal? Senegal, Botswana, Zaire. I feel like I'm in the wrong neighborhood. Sierra Leone. Okay, I'm not good with the motherland. Forgive me. Eritrea. I can pronounce them all. I just can't find them. Botswana. Zaire is gigantic. Nigeria. That's where my people are from. Nigeria. I did one of those ancestry DNA tests, child. Some of the aunties was upset. Okay. Let's see. 13th juror. We're gonna find that chart that Brandi made. I'm gonna see if I can.
Would you like to leave with the short on that?
They're just chilling. They're just hanging out in the courtroom. Oh, here it is. Okay. Hang on. I'm gonna remove this. Let me see if I can. I feel like this is not gonna take a real long time though. You know what I mean? Hang on. Sure. Okay. Laurie Shaver timeline. What happened? Let me find out they got a verdict already after 7 minutes. What'd I miss? I was looking for the chart. They're asking for something. I don't know maybe this is where they're asking because Brandi said they asked for the whiteboard. Maybe this is just where they asked for the whiteboard because she's reporting real time and Law and Crime is running it on a delay. That was real fast, though. They're asking for proof of the Chinese hackers, those nasty sheets, her Kohl's cash, Joe Rogan, and the Founding Fathers. Oh no, the whiteboard is gone already. Right. We saw them take the whiteboard out. They have a verdict? A question? Mm-mm. Tell us something. How are we gonna be nosy if you're not telling us anything? Brandi, are they saying anything in court? No, maybe they're just asking for the evidence. Be safe, baby. Sorry for blasting your ears out. Okay, they're just looking around. Let me do this the opposite way around. Let me keep Law and Crime on my phone so I can look at this chart. And then I can toggle back over. Law. I feel like this is not going to be a long one.
All right, are the parties ready for the jurors? All right, please bring out the jurors.
What?
All right, just one moment, please. All right, just one moment, please, Madam Bell.
Why are they bringing out the jurors? Okay, the verdict clock is still going. Wait. Probably the call where they were told she had the skeletal remains on the property and she was like, okay. Read chat, Kathy. I'm trying to do 50 things. Oh, to hear the call. Okay. Sorry. There's a lot of things I got to keep track of over here. Okay. The jury is coming back to hear the call where the police tell her there are skeletal remains on the property. Well, that is good because I want to hear the call too. Thank you, mods. Thank you, chat. It's been a long day. I'm not saying goodbye. I'm just don't want to forget to say my thank yous. I have manners. Thank you, Jessica, for justice. I've been watching her all week.
All right, please bring in the jurors. Thank you.
Come on, jury. Holy shnikes. Brandi girl, you got dinner on Elaine Burris. Dinner and drinks. It's amazing. So generous. Thank you, Elaine.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Audio tape has been queued up and ready for you to listen to.
I don't hear anything. I feel like Law and Crime muted it. You did not go deaf. I can't hear anything either. Not even feedback that we normally hear in the courtroom. Oh, you can hear it on Law and Crime? I can't hear it.
Jurors like to listen to it one more time, or was that sufficient? Sufficient? Yes. Okay. All right, please bring the jurors out. Thank you.
I would like to hear it one more time. Let me see if I can find it someplace else.
The jurors have exited the courtroom. You may be seated. Are there any other matters that need to be addressed before we adjourn? Okay. Provide the phone number or you reach out. State, will you be in the courthouse, in your offices or?
Yes, we're not.
And we provided, the clerk with our phone numbers.
All right. Thank you. If there's nothing further, then we'll adjourn.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so they've got us back up at the ceiling. Okay. Let me try something. Because when I went to listen to the call on my phone, I could hear it, but I could not hear it going through StreamYard. So give me 1 second. Let's see what we can do here. Why is it bringing me Laurie Vallow Daybell? Okay, no. Okay, yeah, bear with me a second. Let me see. Ah. For whatever reason, um, I can hear it when I play it on my phone, but when I try and play it through my computer, it's not working. I don't know why that is. Hang on. See what we can do here. Yeah, I don't know why. For whatever reason, it's not playing on my computer, but it does play on my phone. Okay, sorry, friends. I'm doing my best. What we can do is well, what I can do is look at the chat and see what I'm missing, because I'm sure I'm missing something. You know, back on track. Oh, Fox 35. Okay. Let's try that. Let's see. Fox 35, show me that live stream goodness. Okay, that is election coverage. Okay, now hang on. Her interrogation. No. Okay, hang on. I tried to listen to it elsewhere and it's not the clearest. Yeah. What is it? Okay. Thank you for your patience, all. I am trying to get the Laurie Shaver call on the Fox live stream, but their live, at least for me in New Jersey, is talking about like election stuff. Hang on, let's see. Yeah, they're talking about like legal weed, which, while that's delightful, that's not what we're here for. Okay. Now I got 35 windows open. Okay, Fox 35 Orlando. Yeah, no, this is giving me Fox 35 Orlando is giving me a dude talking about weed. I mean, it might be geolocated, you know what I mean? Like if you're in Florida, you get one thing, and if you're outside, you get something else. Um, but when I go on Fox 35 Live in Orlando, it's a skinny dude talking about legal weed. Oh wait, Laurie Shaver closing arguments. There's like a bunch of videos. Hang on. I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. They have the live stream up right now. Okay, wait. Searching the tubes of you. Hang on. Let me get off Bing and go to Google. I should probably go to Copilot. Oh, or check YouTube. That's a good way to go too. The tubes of you will never let me down. Hang on. YouTube. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, okay. So I'm looking at Fox 35. Look at the chat. Okay, sorry. Yes, I got Fox 35 in Atlanta. I have the sound boosted, but I still can't hear it. Yeah. It's Fox 35 Orlando. Yeah, that's what I have. Fox 35 Orlando. Because it keeps asking me to subscribe. There's a link in chat. Okay. How can let me star it. Let me take it out of here. Hide it. Let me go over to the star. Hang on, let me try this a different way. Y'all know this is way more stressful than my regular job. Let's see. Let's see if we're gonna try this together. How about that? Because it won't let me cut and paste this link. I have to type it in. Oh, Brandi is coming in. She can keep y'all busy while I try and find this link. I see you, girl. Let me put you on stage. Oops. Hey, can you hear me? I can see you. I can't hear you at all, though. Oh, there you go. There you go.
You can't hear me? Oh, you want me to holler?
Yeah, I got
Then
you.
you can hear me?
Nope. You're good, ma'am. Tell us every single thing.
Well, first of all, I'm about to take these shoes off because I got my high heels on and they're about to come off. Like all the
Oh,
fancy people are going, so Brady's going barefoot.
for real, for real.
So they are going to. So here's the problem. They're going to call when something happens. Laurie and Travis are right there. So they're gonna call when something happens, but the courthouse actually closes at 5:30. So if I leave to go get like
You
nourishment
can't come back in.
for my spirit, then yeah. So I
Oh,
am,
shoot.
and of all days
Okay.
for me to not have time to eat breakfast or lunch.
Oh my God.
Now I'm
Girl.
stuck here for now I'm stuck here for and I had plans tonight. I have plans. I gotta hurry this up.
Oh, what's his name? Tell us everything. Oh my goodness.
What?
So what are you
What?
gonna do about your plans? Are you gonna stay or are you gonna go? What are you gonna do? You look real cute. You should go out.
I know. I will. It just might be might be later than I was hoping. So that's all right.
Hmm,
We'll figure it out.
that stinks. That
Uh,
stinks.
I don't know.
So
But
I know that you have ears in the neighborhood, so you can't really talk.
mhm,
But Travis is there. The side
yeah.
eye. Travis is right there. Wait, Travis and Isabel were not sitting together?
No, Travis was sitting by me and they're looking at me. Act normal. That was real. This is why I would make a terrible like liar, like spy person, because I'm like that's my act normal. Like there's birds in the courthouse ceiling or something.
Hilarious.
But yeah, so Travis sat on the bench by me, and then Isabel sat on the bench in front, right in front of me. She was on the front row, I was on the second row, and the attorney was with Isabel, and then she had a couple of everyone fix that face, fix my face. But I was watching. They stayed pretty much very like still and um, uh, quiet and listening. There were a couple times when Isabel whispered, but for the most part, they were kind of just very still and quiet. Um, the jury was like, I feel like with the prosecutor, the jury was like kind of hanging on to every word. Wiggs lost him a little. Wiggs lost him a little because Wiggs lost all of us a little
Yeah.
bit. But
Yeah.
he was. God, my phone is blowing up. What is happening? Oh, just everybody asking for inside details. I'm busy right now. I I noticed that there were a couple times when Wiggs mentioned Isabel, and like when he tried to do that whole like shame on the state for saying this or that about her or whatever. They looked directly over at her. Well, she's sitting right in front of me. So when they look at her, then I'm like my instinct is to be like, he did not just say that, and I'm like, fix your face, Brandi, fix your face. So trying to like
You messing up the whole jury trial with your face? Oh my God.
I know, but it's funny because I said something about I'm just sitting over here, all like, let me move this so that I can like not have to face them. See if that makes it a little bit better. I'm trying not to face them. I don't think it makes it much better, but that's okay. Yeah. So hold on, I'm eavesdropping.
I understand.
Act normal. Everybody act normal.
We're all just like, we're not doing anything. We're not gossiping about you. So then it
Just a little
rained,
bit.
and the rain in Spain stays mainly on the plane.
Mainly on the plane.
Oh, who's coming to my house? I hope the killer's not coming in here.
Oh dang. What's he got going on over there?
I heard a door open and footprints, and then I realized that my dog knows how to open doors, so never mind. It's not the
So
killer. It was
everything's
just
fine.
my dog. Everything is fine.
Everything's safe. You're getting what's that thing that where they do it to people, like they're swatting them or something, where they like if you're live and they send people into you're fine. It's just your dog. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah. It's my dog.
It's a dog. It has been. Oh God, here they come. And they're looking at me. They're probably in chat. Hey, Laurie, come on over and say hi if you want to. Just get out. Yeah, quit looking at me, mean mugging.
Do you think there's going to be a verdict today?
I'm not sure. It's very interesting to me that the very first things that they asked for were a whiteboard and the
call. The faces are killing me. So funny. I feel like she's looking at something very, very important. Like the boogeyman is coming up the hall, or a sheriff, or a hot cop.
I'm just eavesdropping. Just being nosy.
Uh-oh.
I was listening to them tell what they're gonna be doing, what their situation is, on what they're planning on doing. So
are they gonna let people stay late and continue to deliberate?
Yeah, like as of right now they are. Laurie and Travis are walking back in there right now with her. Nope, Travis is staying right there. They're like, oh, he's walking over here. He's walking over here.
Uh-oh. Okay, we're listening. We got your back from far
This
away.
is the part where you act normal.
Right? But they're like lovey-dovey holding hands the whole thing, like they're a couple, even during her murder trial.
No, they didn't do any of that. I'm 5 feet away, so I gotta.
It can't be easy to sit there in court and listen to all the tales of your wife being the town bicycle. Everybody getting a ride. Like, that's crazy to me.
They're throwing them nits and bits everywhere. I don't understand. Oh, he heard that. Oh God, he heard that. He heard that. He heard that. Mayday, mayday, mayday. He heard say that.
We're talking about the storm that just took place in
Look,
Louisiana.
if I don't make it home
She's the
from
one that's
Claremont, Florida,
deadly.
y'all know where to find me.
That's okay.
True that,
Kendall will protect you.
Hopefully.
Kendall raised a good boy. Yes, he married an evil trollop, but I'm sure she raised a good, nice boy.
Yeah. But I don't want him to tell her what I said and her come out here and
well, she gonna be locked up in a minute.
I sure hope so, because my stomach's growling. I'm hungry. I got plans tonight. I got
You
stuff
trying to
going
be
on,
out here beer drinking and booty shaking, and they over there deliberating.
Just a little bit. Just a little. I mean, I can neither confirm nor deny. All I'm saying is, y'all fuss at me. 13 is your community. Y'all fuss at me nonstop because all I do is work. So the one time I make plans to not work, look what happened.
You were gonna go out to sit around a fire pit, have some beers, and relax. Try and spot some dead bodies. I think you work way too hard. You work way harder than me. Anytime I do your job, I think, ooh, Black Jesus, ain't no way in the world.
I know my mom said something to me about you can't work 24/7. I was like, I only work 26. That's not 24/7. I take one day off a week. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Girl. Meanwhile, at my job, when it's 5:01, our boss is like, get out, go. You need to have a life, go. And I'm like, okay, bye. See you later, girl. Bye. Meanwhile, the 13th jurors are like, click this link. Okay, I'm doing my best. Trying to find that phone call. God,
it's from earlier. It's from earlier today.
Yeah, I know, but we couldn't hear it. I mean, It wouldn't play through StreamYard. I could hear it when I listened to it on my phone, but on my computer, I couldn't hear it at
Mhm.
all.
Oh, gotcha.
I suspect maybe the sound was too low. I don't know, but even on my phone, the sound was very low. I'm not getting it.
Oh,
I don't know. Maybe we can
well,
all
here, let
listen
me see if
to
I
it
can,
independently. Well, that would be cool.
and then report back. Let me see if I can, if I have the ability. Let's see. Um,
Do you need me to take my oh,
oh, there's
Travis?
my plans tonight.
Oh,
He's watching.
hey. Yeah.
Yeah, my plans tonight.
I
He's
just want to see if
watching.
that was you home, baby. Hang on.
Let's see if I can find.
Hang on for a second. I need to go look at my child's teeth. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm gonna try to find that. That thing. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it. Am I making y'all dizzy by moving you around? I'm trying to get. I'm sitting crisscross applesauce, so I'm not exactly. Oh, here. Well, here. I'll just sit on the floor. If I sit crisscross applesauce on the floor, it makes. I can use this as a desk. I gotta lay a jacket down. I can't get nothing on my white breeches. Okay. All right. Let's try now. Oh yeah, now I got me a whole desk, whole setup. I can do it from here. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it.
I had to see that very expensive orthodontia that I paid for. He got his braces off.
Oh. Okay.
I hope
Did it
everybody
play
went and got.
earlier or no?
I didn't
When
hear it play earlier. The first time they played it, no, I didn't hear it play.
Okay. Oh wait, even the first time that like earlier today?
I didn't hear anything. I mean, chat, if you guys heard something, but the first time it played, I didn't hear it. I found it on other channels and it plays on my phone, but it's just not playing on my computer.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can find it. It's right there. Let's see. Oh yeah. So while I'm trying to pull this time thing up, I talked to the prosecutor during the break, and then when I heard him, and I was on the phone at lunch. I was on the phone and I was saying something about that or that May thing, the
The
whole big thing with the
dates.
May 7th and all that. Yeah. And about Rebecca um and I was saying something on the phone at lunch. I was like, he needs to know that. Like, I don't know if he caught it because he didn't say anything about it in the cross examination. And I was like, he needs to know that. So I went up and made sure he knew that. So then when he said it, I was like, look at him go. Look at him go. He did a good job. They did a real good job.
You just over here with the trials and helping people out. I think you got Alec Murdaugh convicted. You about to get this this innocent citizen convicted.
There ain't nothing about that floozy that's innocent. I gotta watch my dang mouth with her husband right here. The Jesus has left me. Let me try again. Okay, I'm sorry. Holy Spirit, come back to me and let me stop calling this woman a floozy. I did it again. I think he heard me again. Let me shut up.
She may think
This is why
floozy
people
is a
don't.
term
This
of
is why
endearment.
you can't sit by me. Like if you don't want to get in trouble, like you can't sit by me because I'm gonna be the one running my mouth. Let me just shut up. Get it together, Brandi.
I may have that same problem periodically and from time to time. I try to be good. It's just so hard.
You know, it's a process. It's a process. You just do the best you can for these next 10 minutes. And then 10 minutes after that, you can sin all you want to. And then after that, you just try again. That's my theory. But this is also why I'm not a life coach. That's why I have a YouTube instead of life coach. So it's fine. Just ignore what I tell you to do with your life. All right, let's
That's
see.
the best life coaching I've heard.
Don't go slinging your nits and bits to married men and only sin for 10 minutes at a time. That's my life advice. It's my life advice.
Yeah, she's a whole
Very
garden
good.
tool. I mean, it's hard to respect a woman who does not respect herself. What you want from me?
Yeah. That's the thing is like there's a lack of respect for herself, a lack of respect for other people, a lack of respect for other people's marriages, a lack of respect for, the truth and honesty. And how do you, what do you do with that? How do you go with that? There's only, I say, I ain't got no time for all that nonsense.
Her child, no respect for her child. Just, everything about her. I can't. And when she got up there and immediately started crying, I was like, girl.
Oh.
The jury's coming back.
Are they going back in?
They're only 37 minutes in.
The jury has a question.
The jury has a question. Okay. Let me update this banner.
I done took my shoes off and everything.
You got all comfortable.
I got all comfortable. I was looking for this. I took my shoes off. I'm charging my laptop that I'm talking to you on right now because it's died for the day. Oh, okay, let me go in here. I'll call you back in a minute.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay.
All right, so the jury has a question.
First had a request and not a question. They requested calendar for 2015, 2016. Madam Clerk took the liberty of printing out a 2015 and 2016 calendar. If the parties could approach, view the calendars, and let the court know that it is to their satisfaction. This request part of the okay, great. I will file that with Madam Clerk. That's like earlier. Sure. Okay. Without stipulates, and the two calendar will go back for jurors. Sorry. Don't believe there's anything further, civil adjourned. Thank you.
So the jury has requested a calendar, which makes me wonder. They requested a calendar for 2015, 2016. Brandi disappeared. She was backstage, but she's okay. Verdict watch. So the jury has requested a calendar for 2015, 2016, which really makes me wonder if the point that Brandi made to the defense attorney is what they're exploring now. We shall see. Ooh, maybe they're in there making their own timeline. I agree. I believe this is a smart jury. Wait, Brandi needs to DoorDash skinny latte and Aussie bites. I'm serious. But even if she goes outside to pick up the food, they might not let her in. Truth. It would not surprise me if this jury came back with a verdict tonight. What was the point Brandi made? Brandi made a point about the dates. When she was talking to Rebecca in the hallway, Rebecca, who was the roommate for a short period of time and then later became Laurie's sister-in-law, um, said that she had moved in to the house. Wait, is she coming back? I just saw a flash. I thought I saw Brandi coming back on. Um, this is gonna give me a headache. It's too big. Okay. Um, the sister-in-law, Rebecca, said that she had moved into the house on like May 7th or something like that. Rebecca was not able to hear Laurie's testimony that Mike had died in early May. And so when Brandi, oh, she's back. She'll explain it to us. She's coming. I'm gonna put her on stage. Can you hear me?
I done got my high heel shoes back on for that. I'm getting back crisscross applesauce though, because it was way more comfortable. They just wanted a calendar. So they got a calendar.
Law and Order's chat is saying the same thing. They think this jury is pretty bright.
Yeah. I think that, you know, oh, the door just opened again. I was like, if I done set my old ass down again and then my old self down again, and then they start calling us something.
So people were asking about the calendar.
Yeah, they're wanting to see a calendar, I think, because, you know, they're talking about the timeline stuff and about the days that she was sending the money or like doing all the money transactions and stuff like that compared to when he disappeared, and the days that all the days that they brought up in the closing. So they're wanting to see the calendar, like to get a calendar from 2015, I guess, and then see if they can compare it. I honestly don't think this is going to be a very long jury, especially based on the questions that they're asking right away. That call, if you weren't able to hear it, that call was like, they were like, yeah, we found skeletal remains in your yard, and there was you know, shrapnel, and you know, going over all this stuff. Okay, if the police are calling and telling me, you know, if Lake County's finest is calling like, hey, you have a skeleton in your fire pit, my response is probably not going to be, okay, do I need to sign the papers?
You would be treated to a feast of my finest cuss words. Like what? What?
Yeah, I don't know what the proper reaction would be, but okay, do I need to sign the paperwork? Is probably not it. But you know, what do I know? I hadn't had any skeletal remains found under my fire pit anytime recently. So,
Yeah, no.
I'm just guesstimating on how I would behave, you know. But
same girl, same. Look, I found skeletal remains of a mouse in my shed. And I was like, obviously we have to sell the house. My husband was like, or I could remove it. And I was like,
that would be more cost efficient. Yeah.
I was like, he just got a bag and took care of it. And then I made him paint over the spot because I was like, you need to hermetically seal all of that mouse juice in. I can't.
Okay, but at least he removed it before painting over the spot. Because my neighbors, look, God bless them if they're watching. I'm sorry, I'm about to tattletale on y'all. My neighbors from back home, there was a dead possum on the side of their house, and I swear they literally painted around it. The house was yellow and they painted it blue, and as it decomposed, then it was worse and worse. So I mean, it's big old. Was it a possum or a raccoon? I'm pretty sure it was a possum. Anywho, they painted around it, so there was like this one. It was like, it's almost like a possum body chalk, except for it's on the side of a house, like forever memorializing where this sweet little possum once lived, you know, or died, I guess I should say. It was. I mean, to each their own. To each their own.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's like kind of like the winner for, hashtag not my job. I mean, but look,
Mm.
God bless the possum. So, you know,
Look, when I was a kid, we had these neighbors who were real kind of country, but they grew a lot of their. I'm like, I grew up in the city, right? But we lived in a house, and they grew a lot of like fruits and vegetables and stuff in the backyard. And then at one point, their sewer line broke, and it flooded between our two houses. And so they came and they got it all cleaned, like the sewage people or whatever came, and they cleaned up most of it, but there was still a bunch of toilet paper on the ground. And we were like, ew, who's going to clean that up? And my mom is like, it's on their side of the property line, so they have to clean it. Well, then winter came, it snowed, whatever. They never cleaned it. In the spring, a million tomatoes grew there from like the sewage overflow. And the mom would be like, we had so many tomatoes. Would you like some tomatoes? My mother was like, Kathy is allergic. And I was like, I'm not allergic to tomatoes. She's like, we are not eating them doo-doo tomatoes because it, came from their sewer line. It's like,
you know
no,
what you do with those? That's the kind, look, that Jesus is leaving me again. So just beware. That's the kind when, like, how like you always have them mamas at the school that you just don't like, that's when you can them and you take them. I made these for you. This is for Teacher Appreciation Week. Here's you some fresh out the garden. Cool tomatoes.
Homemade, baby, just for you. Homemade. Homemade. Look, that was in like 1976. Me and my family, we're still talking about them doo-doo tomatoes. Like,
They're giving out
I get
poop tomatoes to all the faculty members and all the people we don't like.
we got Tina Turner. Tina be with us. Tina's gonna be with us and keep us sweet. We trying. We trying because we know
Sorry.
Jesus is busy. It's people with illnesses and storms and stuff. We got
Let me
Tina
put,
and all of the Golden Girls.
I'll put. I love I love me some Golden Girls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sometimes the spirit of Sophia just gets on you and you can't help yourself. Understand?
Right.
I understand.
Well, I mean,
I'm trying to.
the spirit of Blanche done gotten what's her name over here? No. Okay. Sorry. Let me spirit back in me.
She's over there giving it up out of both draw legs. Never in my life could I imagine being in a situation where you were sitting there on Beyonce's internet and on court TV and your lovers one by one, like a cast of thousands just rolling through, talking about all the different ways they did you. Let me plead guilty and just take me to prison. No way.
It's awful, but also like just the like, the behavior of, because, if she wants to go, live her best life, normally people choose to not be married while they're doing that. But, I know all things are different. Whatever. We all do things a little bit differently. But, oh, shit.
We know the trollop is in the area. But if you have to stop talking, Lord Jesus, please don't let me be on speakerphone. I get your behind beat
Oh
over
no,
there.
I know better than to put you. I know better than to put you on
Okay.
speakerphone.
I'm not a speakerphone friend. I'm not a friend you can have on speakerphone.
No,
That's not gonna work out good for you. You want to lose your job? Put me on speakerphone when you at work.
No.
Yeah, no, I'm not a
No.
speakerphone friend.
No, I knew better.
Listen, if you want to open up your marriage, that's your business. If you want to be the town bicycle, do you? I don't care. But you're just seeking out married men. And then she put that one. They never even talked about the chocha tattoo.
But there were a few things though. Hold on, I'm about to pull this up and I'll show. Hold on, let me see if I can pull. This is super awkward.
Brandi, girl, you collecting a mortgage payment over here in Super Chats. Good for you.
Am I? I can't see them all. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm not trying to be. I'm trying to not see them.
Brandi, thanks you all.
Thank you all.
So generous. Everyone is so lovely and so generous.
We are the best people.
Seriously. I probably even missed some.
This is okay. Travis is right there. He just walked back over. So he's like right there. So it's really. Are Lisa and Kendall still in the chat?
I'm not sure. Kendall was here earlier because I saw her several times. I don't even know that I noticed Lisa, but it's going and I'm doing 100 things at a time. 3,300
Lisa,
people in chat. That's a lot.
Lisa is their sister, Austin and Charles's sister. She was
Oh,
in
I
chat
guess I
earlier
didn't
too.
realize they had a sister. Oh, wow. Lisa girl, are you here? Make yourself known. I don't see her. Um, but yeah, Miss Laurie got a tattoo, I guess, of Jay's
Oh yeah.
initials.
Well, his nickname Jay, like she got J, like Jay, and a heart.
The name of a married man. Is it impolite for me to ask exactly where? Because like on your thigh is one thing. It's tacky, but
I mean, I can tell you what the PCA says, but also I had just put the spirit back in me, so let me not say that.
okay. I
She,
just, I
she's
mean,
right here.
ma'am, you could have got a piercing
She's right there. She's right
with an
beside me.
earring with a heart that said J. Mm, okay. In the bikini area. That's a nice way to put it.
Yeah, I think I said in her. I think I've said it a couple different ways. I said she's going to sit. She's literally sitting right across from me and watching me. Whatever. She knows what she did. Okay, so I said, I said, this is taking a turn. I said in her most private of areas. I think on one thing is how I explained it. And how am I supposed to talk crap about her when she's sitting here staring at me?
Well,
I think
she's
she's
bilingual. Just reference her chocha. That's what it is. She got a tattoo on her chocha.
I think she's still pissed because I went to dinner with her mother-in-law, but
oh, screw her. I mean, everybody else is.
Look, I'm okay.
What was that noise?
There's so much happening right now.
You in danger, girl. She's
There's
probably streaming this right now. Did they take her guns away? Something in my house smells delicious. That's the I'm listening face for the uninitiated. Oh, thank you, Kevin the router. Lisa Dempsey donated $20 towards Brandi's bail money. Hey.
Thank you.
Brandi looks like a bitch who can fight. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh gosh. Oh my.
She got all the nice sheriffs around to help you.
They're locking up and leaving. There ain't nothing but one or two left right now. I'm literally. It's like, Mike's family has left. There are a couple of them like down yonder, but now it's just me and the defendant, her folks. So, but look, I just set my old butt down again, and I even like if I don't want to get back up and hightail it to the other side of this hallway.
You are in a public place. You have every right to sit there, let your computer charge, let your body recharge, let your feet get ready so you can have your dancing feet ready tonight.
I'm about to start
for when you
doing
go out.
some court yoga right here. Be downward facing. No, me spirit back in me. Okay.
Daisy, stop.
Here's the problem. I have not eaten since whatever time we ate last night. And then I only got like maybe 3 hours of sleep. Maybe 4 hours of sleep. I don't know. It's all run together.
Jesus.
And then I've been here all day and did not have time to eat breakfast or lunch. My stomach was growling in there, and I could, like, when it gets real quiet, you can hear my stomach growling. I'm like, like looking at her, like, no, yeah, that's loud. I was gonna try to do it at lunch, but then I ended up talking to, and by do it I mean get some dang food because that's what normal human beings do. But I ended up talking to Kendall and Rebecca for a while, and then hopped on with y'all, and then got on the phone. I'm just wasting all my time. Not wasting, spending, investing.
They don't have a vending machine over there or nothing?
They have like drink vending machines. But
No, they
that
need
is,
a food vending machine.
yeah, I know. And they just
Dang.
look, if it wasn't the defendant over there that had just gotten the crackers, I'd be over there wrestling them for a dang cracker right now. But I don't think it's a good idea to try to wrestle a murdered defendant for a pack of crackers.
He has nothing to lose, and you have a whole life and a whole man that you can maybe rub up on later. We're not gonna say nothing, but we just saying. I'm just saying. I mean, you're going to keep company and do some country line dancing or whatever you do down there in the Alabama portion of Florida, girl. I don't know. Look, anything south of like Jersey City is just a caricature of the South as far as I'm concerned.
Oh my gosh.
What
Well,
do I know?
that's because you didn't even think that pitchforks were real.
Still not entirely convinced. Although, when I was at Home Depot, I looked them up. Stop working. I looked them up to see like what aisle they would be in. And so I went over and that section was empty. And I thought to myself, see, she made that up.
I did not. I worked on a pine straw farm. I can 100% promise you that they are real. I have used them. I have blisters on my hands from them. They are real. I'm gonna find me some farm pictures.
I'm not
find me some farm
entirely
pictures.
convinced that pine straw is real either. So that's another
Pine
conversation
straw
for
is. What in the world do you put in your bushes, like around your bushes, to make it pretty if you don't put pine straw in there?
Mulch.
Oh, you're with the fancy ones. Okay, whatever. That's one of them fancy ones.
$2 a bag. And then what I do, because I'm super fancy, I pay the people at the Home Depot to deliver me an entire pallet of mulch, and they drop it on my front yard, and then I make my kids drag it over, and then we put it in the front yard.
You fancy. We would rake up the pine straw and then go dump it in the pine aisles.
The pine aisles. That was like the
Pine
flower
aisles.
bag. Girl, I'm gonna need a translation.
If that's okay. If you're bougie, it's a flower bed. Yes. If you're country, it's a pine aisle.
If your flower bed is bougie, okay.
Okay. Well, at least it ain't. Okay. Maybe it's not bougie. Maybe it's just me who's weird. Maybe I'm the one who has all the weird terminology.
I'm a city hick. I don't know nothing about nothing. I'm a city hick. Now, if you need to know where you can get the F train to Queens, I'm your girl. I can tell you all the stops, the whole thing. But like all this pine aisles and made up forks and stuff, no, thank you.
Well, I can tell you that Billy's Peanuts has boiled peanuts on the side of the road every Tuesday. So, and that's kind of like knowing the schedule for the train, isn't it? It's basically the same thing.
The peanuts are wet.
Wet? They're boiled. Boiled peanuts?
But they, like, when they boil them, do they then dry them? They're wet when you eat them?
Hold on. You've never had boiled peanuts?
I've had, I've never had a wet peanut. I've had dry peanut, like you open the can and the dude with the top hat on his head is on the can. Those? With the monocle?
What do they feed you up there? What do you eat? You never had. You never
comes
seen
from the
boiled,
Trader Joe's. What do you mean? It goes. I go to the ShopRite.
You don't go to Billy's Bold Peanut stand on Tuesdays? That ain't what okay, y'all do it different up there. That's fine. That's fine. No judgment. You've never had,
I've
I'm surprised, like,
never. Wait, stop. They put peanuts in water and boil them. What's the purpose of that? They're wet.
you, the, the, they're so, they're, I don't even have words for you right now. It's just different. They're salted boiled, and then you bite them and you like get the shell off and then you eat it's a whole thing. It's a whole process. It's a whole, and I
What
forget
about
that.
peanut allergies?
Well, if you got peanut allergies, you don't go to Bubba's Bold Peanuts and get you some peanuts.
Okay. It's an excellent point. An excellent.
Yeah.
This is
Again,
a whole
I'm no
city
life
mouse,
coach.
country mouse.
I'm no life coach, however, and I'm also not a doctor. However, my personal, this is disclaimer. This is not medical advice. My personal thing would be, if you're allergic to them, don't eat them. Just throwing out ideas. Again,
Okay.
not official medical advice.
Makes perfect sense.
Not
Makes perfect sense. I mean, again, I understand that different regions of the country have their own things. I mean, for example, if you came to New Jersey, you probably wouldn't know what to do with a jug handle, which is fine. That's a driving thing, not like the handle of an actual jug. A jug handle.
What's that?
So if you're going down the highway, so you're going north and you're like, oh, I need to be on the south side of the highway. There's a big cement divider. There's no way to get to the other side of the highway. So you have to find a jug handle, which is like an exit that lets you go up around the highway. And then it's like you do like a 4-leaf clover, and then you go down to the other side of the highway. There's no frontage roads here or anything like that. You got to take the jug handle. It's the only way to get off the highway. They're everywhere in New Jersey.
U-turn? To do it, to turn. Oh.
If you got, but it's a whole, because the two sides of the highway don't connect unless you find the jug handle. And mostly they're labeled, but not always. You might need ways.
We normally have, at some point, the concrete, barriers will stop, and they'll have like the little grass area where the police will sit there and, with their little, I mean, not, oh, wait, okay, wrong. That's bad to do.
I know what you mean, the radar detector.
Okay,
thing.
I meant the radar, but this is probably not the best. Like, maybe, you know what? This is why you can't take me anywhere in public. But what I meant to say was not that what I just did. I meant the radar gun, and they have where it's the grass or the dirt or whatever, and you just wait till you don't see any police, and then you just whip it around and
there's
go
no
in there.
grass, there's no dirt. It's just the highway. It's all concrete. There's no place to turn.
Oh.
Unless your car flies and you could levitate and go over that concrete thing. But you got, people going 80 miles an hour this way and people going 80 miles an hour that way. There's no turning around.
And can we talk about that for a second? Because I'm actually really disappointed that cars don't fly yet, because I know that when I watched the Jetsons, I fully anticipated by the time I was 40 years old, I would be in some of those flying cars and whatnot. And instead, people are eating Tide Pods and stuff. I don't even know. This is not the adulthood that I thought that I was going to be, entering into. But
well, there are a lot of driverless cars and Teslas. I mean, I don't know if this is everywhere, but there's a big Tesla dealership out here, and those big ugly Tesla trucks that look like a garbage can, they're everywhere. Absolutely everywhere.
Yeah.
They're hideous. And I think they're douchebag mobiles, but far be it for me to judge.
My brother, if you're watching, just ignore her. The spirit will be back in her in 10 minutes.
I mean, Teslas are fine. The Tesla truck, on the other hand.
He has one of, he likes it. I told him I think it's ugly. He said he knows they're polarizing, but
I don't think they're polarizing. I just think they're ugly. I mean, listen, they're not any uglier than the Lamborghinis. There's a lot of there's a Lamborghini dealership and a Bentley dealership. So you see a lot of people in fancy cars and those cars that have the 3 wheels. Have you seen those? It's 2 big wheels in front and 1 wheel in back. And it's like a convertible. I don't even know what you call
Like
them.
like a slingshot? Like
Drive a Toyota Corolla. I didn't. It's green. I can't even tell you where to put the gas in because the nice man at the gas station does that.
I
Like a
hate pumping
slingshot.
gas. That's the only thing that when you said that like they pump your gas up there, that's the only thing that made me ever consider moving up north because Lord knows I hate pumping gas. I will not drive. I will stay home. I had to stop and get gas yesterday because I will go until like until I'm like, well, it's not all the way. Like there's not. I'm like, okay, well, it's to the red line. Okay, well, it's on the red line. Okay, well, it's past red line. Okay, but there's no space in between that and the red line. I'll go as far as I can possibly go. It's a wonder that I'm not on the side of the road all the time. But when you told me that they pump your gas up there, I was like, I was just this close to. No, I wasn't because I'm not going to deal with the cold weather. But it was probably about the closest thing that could have gotten.
Somebody would not say good morning or whatever they say down there to greet each other. We don't do greetings like that. And you would just be like, oh no, these people are rude. We're just efficient with our words. That's all.
We just say, hey y'all, hey y'all, how y'all doing?
No. That's like saying, please mug me. My wallet is here in my back pocket. You don't talk to strangers. Stranger danger. You're not supposed to talk to strangers.
Oh, you talk to everybody around here. Everybody.
Yeah, no.
And then you talk to them like you know them. That's something that people that are not from around here will say stuff about that, like walk away like, do you know them? Like, no. Okay, well then why'd you ask about their family? Well, why wouldn't I? I'm being polite. people don't. It's not the same. We're all weird down here.
Stranger danger.
You know what it is though? We're all nosy. That's what it is. We just nosy. Yeah, I told somebody earlier when they said something about her calling Wilma nosy. I was like, honey, I'd be out there vacuuming my gravel driveway with a
dust
Hoover.
in the bushes.
Dust in the bushes. Like if it means I'd be out there with my little if it meant being able to see what Crazy Pants is doing next door. Ain't no shame in my nosy game.
There was what do you call an ambulance up the block from me, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago. And I was about to make my members only video at night. And I was like, wait, there are lights flashing out my window, but I couldn't see good because the tree was full. And so I went in my nightgown and like shorty pajamas down in my front yard, and I'm inside of a bush trying to get video footage. And I was like, but I still need to make this video before I go to bed. So I took a picture. I'm like, y'all, I'm sorry I didn't make a video tonight because this is me inside the bush. All you can see is dark and leaves and like a couple of flashing lights. I still haven't found out what happened, but nobody's dead because that I would have heard.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
At least we have that. Y'all, my stomach is growling right now. I'm about to go wrestle somebody for a cracker.
This is terrible. I mean, maybe go ask the murderer real nice. I mean, the accused, unfortunate unaliver, real nice for some crackers.
I think they ate them.
She used to sharing her goodies. I'm just saying.
Spirit, get back in her. Get back in her. Yeah.
Tina, where did Tina go?
Where'd Tina go? Bring out Blanche and Sophia. And,
yes, the girls. We back. Wait. I can't. Yeah. Somebody sent me this. Somebody from my channel sent me the Golden Girls. I love it so much. And I made Tina because a bitch is cheap. I was like, I'm trying to make stuff. Hang on, I'm entirely ignoring chat. There's probably very important things happening that I'm not highlighting. Okay, so wait. Lisa Dempsey, Brandi, give Laurie a pair of your verdict brows. She needs them. She also needs Jesus, among other people.
I didn't pack any. What am I going to do? I didn't pack any.
That's okay. You look real cute. You look extra, extra cute. Elaine Ferris is the feral kitty watching the live stream. Probably. Also, you can DoorDash something and they can bring it to the door. Okay.
But
Hmm?
hold on. All right, Mama.
You don't want to get too full though. You got that hot date tonight. Let's see what else is here. Brandi, will they let people back in? I'll come back with snacks.
After no, because the security thing is closes at 5:30, which is the whole reason that it's like kind of stuck. So
once you go out, you're out.
So
That's too bad.
I'm just gonna be.
Let's see.
Sitting here.
JPC became a member.
Welcome.
to the family, JPC. Let's see. RDB, member for 12 whole months. Congratulations. I really needed these laughs. Thank you, Brandi and Kathy. Thank you. We just hanging out. Selena K. Yeah. Became wait.
Welcome back.
Is this the girl from the jury? Same Selena?
Oh, different Selena. Oh yeah, I named that juror. Hold on, I'm about to take my high heel shoes back off because it's a lot easier to sit crisscross applesauce when I ain't wearing my high heel shoes. And watch as soon as I take them off, they're gonna call us back in there again. Maybe that's what I need. Just
that's the magic charm. The name of my channel is Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. It's just my big old face gossiping.
Hold on.
Oh, Mod, drop Kathy's link, please. Yeah, that'll be good. I think it's Kathy exclamation point or something like that. Wait, New Yorkers come down here and fall in love with boiled peanuts? I can't imagine a wet nut. I can't do it. But maybe I'm missing out. I might just have to miss it. I'm big on texture. I can't it's not for me. There it is. There's the link. If no verdict tonight, who's doing this Monday? I think Jessica is, right? Is Jessica back on Monday? Oh, is Brandi ear hustling? Brandi's listening. Wait. Jerry says boiled peanuts are nasty. Just saying.
I was vacuuming my gravel driveway again. Sorry. I had to take my AirPod out.
You got to take me to dinner if you want wet nuts at my house. I'm serious.
What did I put my AirPod back into? What did this just turn in? Ma'am, this is not that kind of channel.
We were talking about snacks. People were enjoying boiled peanuts. Some said they were nasty. I'm just saying.
Then you ain't
long time
had them
married.
from.
I like a honey roasted nut. I like a cocktail nut.
The only kind that I will eat is boiled peanuts. That's the only kind that I'll eat. I won't eat any other kind of peanuts.
But they boil them, and then when you buy them, they're still wet. That's what I can't get over.
Okay, you're gonna try it. You can try when you come down to the Florida area, and come visit me. I'm gonna get you
to Miami.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make you a gift basket with a pitchfork, some boiled peanuts. What else? What else you need that y'all don't have up there?
You keep your wet nuts. I don't want your wet nuts. No, thank you.
Everybody wants mine. No. Not mine. Everybody. Okay, let's start that over. Let's spirit get back in me.
Wait, they have a unique smell. Wait, do you
They're
also
good.
eat chitlins? Is this one of those kind of situations?
I don't. I mean, I have. It's not something I'm like I won't or that I'm like moon pie. Yeah, moon pies. She needs moon pies. Yes.
Nope. I've had moon pie from Indiana. I know what a moon pie is. I think they're disgusting, but I've had them. They're too soft.
if they're hard, then they're stale. If you get them moon pies from the Dollar General, those are the ones that those are not soft. Those are also probably expired in 2021. But however, if you don't want your moon pie soft, get it from the Dollar General and they will be stiff as a board. Follow me for more life advice.
The mushiness in the mid, wait, because I've had the yellow ones that are like banana or whatever, and the chocolate ones.
I heard they have
I'm
strawberry
still
now, and I've
trying.
never had the strawberry. I've never had
I
the
don't like
strawberry. I want a
those. I don't
strawberry
like
moon pie so
whoopie
bad.
pies. It's too much squishy. You know what I really like? I like a ginger snap, like a thin, crisp, hard cookie. Grits, no thank you. Mm-mm.
Hold on, deal breaker. We're about to have our first fight. You are not going to come on this channel and diss on grits, ma'am. That's a
Okay.
no-go. The only thing negative that you can say about grits is that sugar don't belong in grits. Other than that, this is a grit shaming free zone. Continue.
Okay, here's how I will eat grits. I have had grits. I actually had grits at a gourmet restaurant in Harlem, I think it was. And Marcus Samuelson makes a lovely shrimp and grits, and it's made with like heavy cream or something. I gained 3 pounds just looking at them, but they were made with heavy cream and butter, and I believe salt. And there was like a shrimp with like a red spicy situation going on, and onions and peppers. That was delicious. But just like grits like you get at the Waffle House, no thank you.
Okay,
But
well,
those Marcus Samuelson grits.
First of all, Waffle House grits are only acceptable after 1:30 a.m. in the morning, between like 1:30 a.m. and 7 a.m. if your blood alcohol content level is still at least a 0.13. That's the only time that you can have Waffle House grits and it be acceptable socially. That's number one. Number two, if you want actual grits, I'm holding up 3 because that's like kind of 2 rules in one. So we're just gonna skip on number 3 now.
Okay.
Third, if you want actual grits, the only things that can go in those actual grits, if you do the shrimp and grits, yes, I make really good shrimp and grits. It's like one of my favorites. Shrimp and grits you can do. If you are eating them for breakfast, the only acceptable ingredients to be added, other than other breakfast foods, because you can mix your sausage and you can mix all that. That's fine. Sugar does not go in them. You do butter, salt, and cheese.
Yeah.
Sometimes jalapenos. That's it.
Yep. I actually make them for my husband. I cook them. I don't eat them.
I don't know how you don't eat them. I don't know how you can't. Like that's what I.
It's just not for me. It's just
every
not
day
for
for
me.
breakfast.
But when he makes them, and he likes them real thick and lumpy. I don't like that.
Oh yeah, you
I
gotta get them
make them
grit lumps. There ain't nothing better than a grit lump. Okay, there are a few things better. I'm sure there's.
when I make them, I do half almond milk and half water. And then I do a lot of butter and salt. And then I stir it until it's nice and smooth, like almost done. And then I set it to the side and let it thicken up naturally. And then I scramble him an egg and make him some veggie sausage because he's a vegetarian. And then he mixes it all together. I can't watch it. I can't look. I believe in plate apartheid. Everything needs to be systematically separated. Like I love those trays like you got in elementary school where everything had its own container. I don't like my food to touch. Plate apartheid, essential.
There are some things that I don't mind touching, like mashed potatoes and meatloaf and cornbread and green beans. Those could touch. But then there's some things that no.
Cornbread and green beans?
Yeah.
I've had cornbread and black eyed peas, but I've never heard of cornbread and green beans.
Cornbread and green beans and mashed potatoes and meatloaf. It's all one meal. That's my jam. That's like I love meatloaf. I love meatloaf. But
The
meatloaf
meat
is best if you have
touched
it with
the mashed potatoes. Wait, meatloaf with grits?
No. Meatloaf,
okay.
mashed potatoes, green beans, and cornbread.
That's too many carbs.
Those are not things we worry about when we're having comfort food. Those are things we worry about the next day, not in the moment.
I'm comforted by a salad.
Okay, well, you
with a
just
little
eat your lettuce and be
quinoa.
sad. You eat your lettuce and be sad, and I am going to go over there with my mashed potatoes and my meatloaf because I like to eat. So
Girl, I want to live to be old. Look, my people, I come from people of size. It's not a skinny ass in my whole family. Not for many, many generations. I think back to slavery, we was fat. So I'm fighting a battle of one over here. Me, past a ring ding or a ho ho, and I gained 3 pounds. I can't. If I want to fit through the door, I need to leave them all the extra carbs alone. I need a high protein diet and a walk around the block. Also,
That
everybody in my family got the CPAP, they got the sugar diabetes, they got the whole thing. And I'm like, no, bitch, I fit through a door. I'm fancy like that, pinkies out and everything. No, thank you.
super fancy,
Mm-mm.
super fancy.
When I
I
die and go to the Endless Heaven buffet, then I'll try everything. Maybe they'll have boiled peanuts up there too. I don't even know how you say it. Bald
bowl of peanuts,
peanuts.
bowl of peanuts. What do you call? Okay, what do you call the things? The thing that you push in the Piggly Wiggly or the whatever y'all got up there, the grocery store. What do you call the thing that you push that you put all your groceries in?
My personal shopping cart. I know
No,
you
you are
call it a
incorrect.
buggy or something else,
It's a
a
buggy.
dolly, a trolley. What do you call
It's
it?
a buggy. It's a buggy.
No, thank you. A buggy is something that flies and it lands on me and I have to kill it. But I don't I saw one of those ads on Facebook where you could get your own personal shopping cart and it folds down flat like a stroller. So I have my own personal one and I just unfold it because, people with their germs and stuff be touching some. No, thank you.
Do you call it a buggy? Will you call it a
No,
buggy?
I can start.
If I
People
if
will
I have
think
it
I'm
like
fancy.
if I see, because we fancy down here, we call things by their fancy terms, like buggies. What if I get you a
It's just,
personalized? What if I get it like how people get things monogrammed instead of getting it or is that apparently that's a big Southern thing too. We monogram anything that will stay still long enough. But if I get you a personalized monogram buggy and call it a buggy on the side, put buggy on the side, you push that around. Okay,
mhm.
okay, we'll
I
make that
have a
happen.
little holder. I have a little holder on the back of my buggy. I'm gonna start calling it a buggy now, and people gonna think I'm from another country or something. I'm gonna be like, no, my southern friend. I'm taking
Another country,
Brandi Duolingo.
another country. You don't need a passport to get to Florida. I mean, sometimes it seems like it might be for the best because
Ma'am,
there's
ma'am, I don't know if you've noticed. Um, I happen to be black, and I'm not going where they trying to kill my people. Now listen, I will take my little chocolate cheeks to Miami and I will sit on the beach and I will enjoy all the Cuban food in the world, but I cannot go to the Alabama portion of Florida because no ma'am, I am not in the mood to be hung. No, thank you. Look at this like girl. No, thank you.
we are not that. You are welcome in my little neck of the woods anytime.
Mhm.
You
With a nice blonde white lady escort. I sure will go. The sun goes
you
down, my ass is going in the house.
well,
You're not
you're
getting
welcome
me killed,
anytime.
Brandi Churchwell. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. You'd be like, I didn't think they was gonna kill her though. We was sitting here in the buggy getting some ball peanuts with a on the pine aisle with a pitchfork, and then they strung her up. I don't know what happened. She asked for
We
a court, and that was over. I don't know.
that you know what though? You know what I would do? I would solve it. I'd make a chart. I'd solve it. I'd solve it.
You'd be like,
I got you.
Sheriff,
I got you.
I'm gonna need to download all your digital data.
If you could just
You'd be
if you could just
self-writing
email this
people's
one over to
phones
me.
and shit.
Let me just hand it over. I got this. I got this. Let me handle this.
You would help out the prosecutor. And I can
Mhm.
have all the not salad food I want over at the Endless Heaven buffet. Okay,
There you
it's
go.
fine.
And some grits with butter, but not sugar. That wouldn't be at the Endless
And
Heaven
some
buffet anyway. Different place for grits with sugar. Different place for grits with sugar.
oh,
Not heaven.
Hades.
Yeah,
Okay,
not
wait,
heaven.
here's the
Grits with
real
sugar don't go.
test. Cornbread, sugar or no sugar in your cornbread?
I'm okay either way. There are acceptable circumstances for either one. I am normally non-sweetened cornbread. However, there are
Okay.
certain things that you can have it acceptable if, if now for supper, no, I don't like, but there are certain lunches, certain snacks.
What other meal would you have cornbread for if not for supper?
For breakfast and lunch, what other meals are there?
You eat breakfast cornbread? Oh, like a corn muffin.
Well, if you call it corn muffin, but yeah, I mean, look, we ate whatever was left over from the night before, so we ate all kinds of whatever.
Okay. Okay. I'm going on a girls' trip with my cousin and a few
Hold on, hold on.
cousins in a few
Hold on,
weeks.
I gotta vacuum the garbage right now.
You gotta go back in. Stop squeaking that.
Dang, I thought it was something. Okay. They're just talking about swapping shifts and 2 people are leaving.
Okay. Wait,
Thought it
and
was
I'm
something
over here. I'm
exciting.
keeping one eyeball on law and crime. They're at 126. All right. I was trying
I've
to
still,
ear hustle. You're ear hustling.
I'm about to try this.
Wait, let's see what their poll is 89% guilty. I think she comes back guilty too. The real question is how long does it take? I think 2 hours, but I don't know. Stop.
I hope so. I got plans. I got plans.
I'm so sad. Wait, are you far from home? Like, are you able to go home at night, or do you have to commute to wherever you're at now for this
No,
trial?
I've been staying with my friends this week. So
Okay. Are you far
I'm
from home? I don't know Florida at all.
I'm 5 hours from home.
Oh, that's far.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, no. If
But
I
I
have to be
haven't
in the
seen
car
them
for more
since
than
last
20
year.
minutes,
So
yeah.
I hate driving except for I don't mind doing like road trip stuff like that because I never get a chance to like be still or to like just listen to, podcasts or to just
I get
like
that.
catch up on phone calls or anything. So like I don't mind doing trips like that. Like when I used to go from Ohio to Georgia, I had no problem doing that. Now put
In a
me in the
car?
car, put me in the car, make me go, 10 minutes away. I'll be like, oh, but I don't mind a road trip. But I hate driving though, other than road trips. Road trips I'm okay with. Like I would do, it was 8 hours from Ohio to Georgia where I lived and I would do that like no issues. But like
I mean,
Lord
I
made me
have.
drive down the road. Ugh.
I mean, listen, I joke that I go to the Holy Trinity, which is the ShopRite, the Home Depot, and the craft store.
Holy
Sometimes
Trinity.
Target is in there, but like I just go to those same, and they're right over there. You know what I mean? My
Yeah.
kid goes to college 3 hours away. The college he was at last year was 2.5 hours away, and I was like, it's far. And then he graduated, Daisy, and his new school is 3 hours away, and one of those hours is like backcountry roads. It's like
Yeah.
torture. But he's happy there. He loves it.
I
And so I'm
love
like,
that.
okay.
I love
I don't
those
like a
country
road
roads. Like
trip.
like that's what I
Mm.
grew up on, like just pastures and woods and stuff everywhere. I love that. I love that.
Bigfoot. Mm-mm.
I'm going home tomorrow. But I'm coming back.
Depends how deliberations go.
Well, I'm gonna come back anyway.
Where's Lucy? Did she go with you?
I got she's with her brother. She's with her brother. I might bring her back with me
Oh,
when I
right.
come though. I hadn't decided yet.
He was on a trip or something, but he came
Yeah,
back,
he got
right?
back. Yeah, he went to visit his friends and he came back. He came back the day before I left. So I had his dog, Finn, and then he got back and I left the next day. So then we swapped. So the dogs are probably tired of each other, but that's all right. But they, I'm going to go home tomorrow and then come back. And I'm gonna tomorrow. It's game day. I gotta watch the game.
What kind of
And
game?
football. Georgia Dogs. Bulldogs game tomorrow. So
We're not sports ball people at my house. We don't know nothing about that sports ball life.
Oh, I am. It's our tradition. I very rarely miss it. There's a place that we go to. Me and all my girlfriends will go. And some of the husbands are allowed sometimes too, but normally there's only one of them really that's allowed. Anywho, there's one place that we always go to, and it's like a big Georgia place. They love Georgia Bulldogs, so we go watch the games there. They put it on the big screen. You get a free Jello shot. They pass out free Jello shots every time Georgia scores. It's like a whole big thing. So it's like our Saturday tradition to go there and watch the game. So we're gonna go there tomorrow and watch the game, and then I'm gonna come back here Sunday. So I'll be here most of next week.
I mean, unless you don't have to come back. Maybe this will all be over and done.
I'm still
Oh, really?
Anyway. Yeah.
What are you coming back for? Who are you coming back for?
I got stuff to do. Also, I'm meeting with some of the. I'm meeting with people. I have plans. I'm meeting. Listen to me stuttering.
You are very fancy.
I have people that I'm supposed to meet with. I'm stuttering. Get it together. I'm just tired and hungry. I'm supposed to meet with people, Kendall, Rebecca,
work stuff. I mean, they're interviewing people, meeting with these people. That's work stuff, basically. I mean, this is your job.
Mm-hmm. It
is. I get the feeling there's a man in the mix, but I'm not asking no questions because it's none of my business. And far be it for me to be in somebody else's business to their face.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I was going to say that's the whole point of your thing.
To their face. I have manners. I talk behind people's back the way the Lord intended. Yeah. It's called manners.
Yeah.
For the next 2 weeks, I'm going to be traveling a lot on business, like a lot. So I don't know what I'm going to do about my chat. Hey, you want to get on in the morning and do some gossip? Although I can gossip from some very hotels from around the country, very fancy hotels from around the country. You'd be like, why is that crazy lady screaming in her hotel room at 4:00 in the morning? But I got a lot going on.
I love your recaps in the morning. I sent them to my friend this morning. I told her she had to listen to you because they were funny. She was watching earlier today. See, I have like there's a bunch of look, this is how tired and hungry I am. Like I was doing like this and I can see in the corner my hand and I was like, what is that coming at me? It's my own hand. That's all it was. Let me put my hands down. Get it together, Brandi.
Sugar's crashing.
Blood sugar's crashing. That's okay. Everything's fine. I have a bunch of people who've been watching the stream that don't actually don't chat or anything, but like a bunch of people that live here that have been watching and stuff. So I sent my friend this morning, I sent her the recaps of your stuff. I was like,
it's shocking to me that anybody watches my channel. Shocking. Because
Why?
It's literally the conversation I would have with you or anybody else I know. And then I literally just turn on my phone. My face is not washed. My contact lenses are not in. No foundation garments to be found. I say what I think and then I press upload and then get on with the rest of my day. And every video, I think that was ridiculous. And also no one's going to watch it. And then I look at lunchtime to see if 100 people have liked it or not liked it, watched it. My goal is always let me see if I could get 100 viewers on this.
But you're so good at it. So, and who needs all that stuff? Who needs undergarments and whatnot anyway? I don't you're fine. You're fine. fine.
Like,
Everything's fine.
I'm sweaty, I'm tired, my dogs are running around. Like, the whole thing is so ridiculous. But ironically, I went to college. I studied radio, TV, film. Like, I was going to be a newsreader. I was going to be the lady on the news that, like, told you the sports and news at 10 or whatever. Um, I don't know. It didn't work
You
out like that.
you you could be like your noise is back here.
Somebody
And we're
asked
trying
how
to get
we
all of my
met.
business.
On Twitter.
I
On
on
Twitter.
Twitter, yes. She's the one who named it the Churchwell chart.
Because
She's the one that
listen,
gave
you
it
know
that
how you
name.
get up in the morning? Get up, you're like, oh, Alex Murdoch is all what's happening with Murdoch. You know you're doing your poop scroll, right? You're sitting there. And I was just like, oh, what is this chart? Oh, this nice lady has broken down the chart. And I was like, this is a good chart. And I was like, what's her name? Brandi Churchwell. Well, clearly this is a Churchwell chart. I'm obviously a branding genius. And so I was like, hashtag Churchwell chart. And then people were saying other things. I was like, no, this needs to be a hashtag Churchwell chart. And I just kept saying it over and over until finally Brandi responded. And I was like, people can see what I write on Twitter. Because it's shocking to me. I spend half my life, I spend my entire life just being myself. And then people react to it. And I'm like, oh, really? 90% of the time, people quote me back to me. I'm like, that's funny. Who said that? Like,
Yeah. That's because you're awesome. Isn't that funny that like when like especially some of your the things that you say, like when people pick up on it and then repeat it back to you. When I was at CrimeCon last year, I think, somebody came up and was like, um, said something about like not a fan, and then there was something else like one of my like sayings that I always say, whatever. And I was like, oh, that's so funny. Like the things that you don't even realize that you say all the time that people pay attention to. I love that. You have a bunch of them
it's
too.
Well, it's funny, like some of them I made up, literally just like I opened my mouth and that's just what came out because that's kind of how my life works. But a lot of them are things that I grew up hearing. And
Yeah.
because I grew up hearing them, I assume that everybody grew up hearing them. Like if my father wanted to say that a woman was loose, he wouldn't say she was loose. He would say she's giving it up out of both draw legs. That's just what he said. There's like a million little things like that. And I assumed that everybody's daddy said that. Or like instead of
Yeah.
saying, see you later, alligator, after while, crocodile, he would say, see you later, alligator, after while, chocolate child. And somebody was like, did you say after while, chocolate child? And I'm like, yeah, what do you say? Like,
My dad never said that to me. So yeah, I got
can't imagine why not.
Yeah.
Just one of those things. So
Yeah.
I'm
I
like,
like that though.
okay,
I like
okay.
that.
I'm just, 90% of the time, I just am talking.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Oh, amphibian in my throat. Because that's what it feels like, a little amphibian in my throat. Somebody said I should name it Jeremiah, the little bullfrog in my throat. I just like calling it amphibian in my throat.
Oh yeah, I hear you when you
These
say
people,
that too. That's hilarious. You
these
said that
people need to get
was it this
it
morning?
together.
Yesterday morning.
When I was doing the Laurie Daybell trial, apparently I said it was the devil that got in my throat. And I was reading an old comment. I guess somebody saw that video and they were like, did she just say the devil was in her throat? And I was like, I don't remember saying that, but that sounds like something I would say. Mm.
That does sound like you'd say yes.
My husband thinks I'm funny, and that's my favorite thing. Like, I mean, my kids think I'm full of ridiculous, but my children are also very, very funny.
Yeah. My
Also,
kid is
they
too. My
hate.
kid is hilarious.
How does your kid feel about your channel? She texted
Oh,
away.
sorry. No, sorry. Sorry. Focus. Let me get water. Let me get water. That's what I need. That's what I need. I need water. Not because I'm thirsty, but because I'm dehydrated. Try again. Go ahead. What'd you say?
What does your kid think about your channel?
He thinks it's weird that people want to watch me.
Same.
But yeah, he thinks it's, I
Same.
mean, he thinks it's cool. He said he's more into like he thinks the podcast is cool because the podcast is um uh gotten so big. So he thinks that that's cool. He still doesn't think I'm cool on YouTube though. I'm still not cool on YouTube to him. But he
My
thinks it's
kids
cool
just
that
think it's
my
weird.
setup is cool to him. Like I like my 3 monitors and like my all the
You have
whatever. That's
3
cool.
monitors?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Huge.
You're like an investment banker. You're like, what do they call them? What are those bros? A finance bro. You're like a finance bro with all your monitors. I love it.
And my condo is
If you
so
were doing
tiny.
YouTube, what would you be doing with yourself?
I probably have a lot more time to spend on the beach, like with my whole intention when I moved to the beach, but that's okay. Here we are. I don't know. But I did say, I made a Facebook post. I had a whole mental breakdown when I was on the way down here, Monday morning, like late Saturday or late Sunday, early morning or whatever. Anyway, I had a whole like mental breakdown, and I was like, I talked to my mama for like a couple hours on the way down here, and I was like, it's like I have got to get more work-life balance. Like I'm really bad at that. I work too much. I work way too much. So it's like I'm gonna do better. So I'm not gonna spend, I want to figure out how to put balance in my life. So that's been like my whole goal is to, that was like my New Year's Eve goal, except for it's September, whatever. My new fall goal is my new goal. So that's what. Hey, Kendall. Your kids are right there beside me. You just heard me say that. I can't be quiet. So, but I've done good this week though. I've actually, I worked really hard last week to get enough done this week to where I could kind of relax a little bit and hang out with my friends while I was here. And I have been able to. It's been really nice. It's been fun.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, that's one of the things, like people are like, oh, you should do YouTube full time. And number one, that's it for me, it's not where my gifts lie. It's also not what I want to do. I mean, I like it as a hobby. It's amazing as a hobby. And it brings in like, like a little grocery money, a little light bill money, something like that. But and I for one enjoy cash. But in terms of a job, it's way more work than I do in my regular life. But Daisy. I also work in an industry that I really love at a job that I really love. So even when I'm traveling or working long hours or whatever, it doesn't feel like work to me because I enjoy it so much. And this I enjoy, but I would never in my regular life sit in the same spot all day because I'm up, I'm down, I'm here, I'm there, I'm on a plane, I'm up the street, I'm wherever.
Yeah. I don't know what I would do if I wasn't doing this, because this all kind of happened while I was on medical leave after everything. So I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe I won't, I guess I won't have to know because everything's been going real well. I'm going to do it as long as I enjoy it. And then when I don't enjoy it anymore, I'm going to figure out what I do enjoy. But that's one thing about going through all the cancer stuff is that like, if there's nothing else from that, it's that life's too short to not just do whatever you want to do. So that's what I'm doing. I enjoy it.
For sure. I'm in New Jersey, the great state of New Jersey.
Where they don't have boiled
6
peanuts.
miles from New York, where they don't have boiled peanuts. I am
they have
6
jug
miles
handles.
from New York City. They have jug handles, a lot of them. And I drive. That's like, there are a lot of people in New Jersey who don't drive, but I drive. I'm North Jersey, which means like everybody here is from like Queens, Manhattan, Brooklyn, the Bronx, whatever. My husband's from the Bronx. I ran away from a bad relationship 34 years ago. I was like, I'm out of here, and moved to New York with no money and a bad attitude. And it worked out. I'm still here.
It's like two things I've always got: no money and a bad attitude. It's okay.
I mean, listen, I live in Bergen County now, girl. It worked out okay for me. But my plan was to be like a newsreader and to meet a rich man. And I dated a bunch of rich men. Honey, it was not all it was cracked up to be. I was like, I have to be self-supporting through my own contributions. And so now I am self-supporting through my own contributions. I love that. New York City is my favorite. Yeah, it's all right. I lived in the city for many, many years. And then when I accidentally got pregnant, like you do, um, I met this nice boy. And I probably have told you this story. My neighbor across the hall, unfortunately, unalived his entire family, and I was home and I heard it. Child, the amount of trauma. Um, and so the police were like knocking on my door and asking me questions and stuff, and I was freaked out. And this guy that was a friend of mine who had a crush on me was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "No, there's some triple homicide across." So he came over to be comforting, and he had a crush on me. I was not really feeling him, but I was very upset. And he was comforting. So
Yeah,
comforting that now we have a kid together.
that's a lot of
But
comfort.
literally, it was a lot of comfort. It was a
You
lot.
got real
We were just
comfortable.
like, I had literally never even held his hand, but trauma. And now we got a kid that particular kid is 26. So it was a long time ago.
Oh,
But I was like, oh, well, I guess this whole New York thing's probably gonna have to work out. It did. The
mm,
dude's still in prison. I think he got life. And I got life too, with a cutie
no,
kid who drives me crazy and a
that's
baby
awesome.
daddy.
And a baby
And then I got a
daddy.
husband. Like then I was like, oh, I need to get my whole life together, get myself a husband. So I got my life together and I got a husband who's from the boogie down Bronx, just like Tosh. Tosh is my Bronx friend. But I
Mm.
when my son was little, I moved to New Jersey because I wanted better schools. Yeah, please get down. Please stop licking things.
You a cute
She's
dog.
driving me crazy. Grandma. Oh, there was a cookie wrapper. My wrapper from my Aussie Bites. I was like, why is she trying to get up here? No love for Queens. I love Queens. I lived in Jackson Heights for years and years and years and years. That's where my beloved child was conceived, Queens.
Mhm.
So where my neighbor killed his family. Queens, get your life together.
Maybe
Just
maybe
saying.
it's together now. Maybe that's what it needed. Maybe that. I mean, not what it needed, but you know what I mean. Maybe after that.
After that, yeah, yeah. I should look up that case. I hope that I mean he was not that young when he went to prison, so he's probably no longer on this mortal coil, but he's definitely not at the endless heaven buffet. He's having grits with sugar in the other place. Is there going to be a verdict tonight? Unclear.
I hope
Wait,
so. Because if
is
I'm stuck here for no reason, I'm gonna be pissed.
wait, what does this say? Gossip, rumor, and innuendo. Listen to you earlier. You certainly don't need a husband. Girl, yes, I do. It's a whole bunch of things I don't do that husbands take care of. And that marital congress is good for the soul too. Anyway, spendthrift,
Okay, but
doing your own
aside from marital congress, though, what do husbands have? What do husbands do? Mine didn't do shit, so I'm just asking for a friend.
Well, I mean, honestly, I never had plans to get married. I wanted to be partnered well.
Yeah.
Um, I was like, I want to find a really nice dude. And so I was dating a very rich man who was always like off on a plane and doing all these other things. And then I met my husband and he was poor as a church mouse. And I was like, oh, sir, I told him to his face, baby, you are aiming way too high. You think you can do all this? I am a secretary. I was a secretary in a very fancy place. And I was like, I am a secretary and I have a college education. And he kept asking me out. And I was like, mm. So he just was this nice guy. And he just
Yeah.
like kept being nice and kept being nice. And the rich guy was like, I mean, there were things about that relationship that were nice, but my husband was just like a good human. And I was like, you know what? Instead of going to like a fancy restaurant, I just want to be around good humans. So me
Yeah.
and him started hanging out. And
Well, that's way more
love
important.
happened
Yeah, that's way more
for
important. I don't
sure.
like fancy restaurants anyway, because then it's like, I don't like it when they put like 5 forks in front of me. Just give me some Waffle House at 2 a.m. and I'm happy. Maybe not 2 a.m. I hardly ever, I go out, I try to go out with my friends once a week. I try to make myself leave my condo, stop working once a week. And I'm always big talk. I'm always like, we're going to go do this and this and this. 9 o'clock rolls around. I'm like I'm hightailing it
Why am
out of
I
there.
still up?
Yes. I'm like, and my friends they laugh at me because I'm always the first one to go because I like the way that my whole body, has lived and what we've been through together, me and this body, we get tired.
Mhm.
We start getting tired at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock. So
And
I'm
she
always
needs
big talk when it comes to
comforts.
staying out.
Yeah,
I,
listen, once the sun goes
understand.
down, I'm like, bye, gotta go home. See you later.
Yeah.
Every once in a great while, I'll hang out late with friends, but for the most part, I'm not about that life.
Yeah. Yeah. I like to go, but like we're more like, I like to go hang out and do stuff during the day. Like we'll go do day stuff, but I don't know. It depends on what's going on too, because there's always like stuff going on at the beach. So, like different
Mm.
places, like different bands and stuff like that. So we'll go see it. But I'm always the first one to go. I can't hang like I used to.
Look, I don't even want to hang like I used to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like 7:30, 8 o'clock. I'm like, TikTok, what am I still doing up? Why do I still have foundation garments on? What is happening? My
Mm,
contacts is still in my eyes. What's going on?
yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not about that. But I'm a grandma. I'm four people's grandma. I'm an old lady. So I
Oh,
have earned sitting down with my feet, my lazy boy, my Helen Roper moo whatever. Oh, I keep feeling like maybe there's a verdict. Wait, I'm looking the chat and Law and Crime sometimes gets words of things, but nothing yet. Right, there we go. This is the challenge, finding the right partner fit. Truly, truly, truly. I never planned on being together forever with my husband. I was like, we're gonna do today and see what tomorrow brings. And that's what we've been doing for 23 years. Kathy, you don't look old at all. Well, bless your heart. You go to sin for lying just like you do for them other things you're not supposed to do. But you are very sweet. Thank you. I don't, how old did I turn this year? I turned 54 this year. I'm an old lady. Fix your face, Brandi. That's hilarious. Brandi is over there ear hustling.
I was. I'm about to give y'all this scoop.
That's the face of mischief. She's up
Okay,
to
so
things.
so it would be a whole lot easier to talk about these people if they'd stop looking at me. So they there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 officers that just 7 officers that just came walking down the hall, like walking like on a mission, and they came up to Laurie's attorney and maybe I should hide this way. They're looking at me. I'm trying to talk about them and they're looking at me.
Let them look. Enjoy the show. She's a beautiful woman.
Well, they need to at least like log in and like the stream if they're gonna try to listen to everything I'm saying. However, so they came down and they talking to they came like walking like they were on a mission and they walked up to Adam, the one who's Travis's boss, and Wiggs, who were over there talking, and they said that they were coming to check on things because the conversation that they were having didn't look friendly in the cameras. So they were coming to make sure everything was okay.
Was it a friendly conversation?
They said that everything's fine, so they walked off.
I guess things must have gotten heated. But the boss, wait, Travis's boss, that's the one who paid for the attorney for the little girl? Okay.
Yeah, he's still here. He's right here with them. I'm stretching out my legs.
Oh, okay. They're
I
at,
literally, it's
okay.
it's so it's really uncomfortable because they're like they're like right. They've heard everything. They're close enough to where they've heard everything I've said for sure. But also, I'm just too tired to. And I got a laptop. They know I'm here talking about. You don't walk in here with a laptop if you're just. I ain't here doing my dang homework. They know I'm here talking. So, and the other end of the hall, like where the other plugs are, is it's way over yonder. And I done took my shoes off, and I done set me up a little picnic. I got my jacket laying on the floor so I don't get my white britches dirty. I can't
Did
believe
you
it's
say
7 a.m.
britches? That's so cute.
Yes,
I
it's my
love you
white
so
britches.
much.
I love you too. And pitchforks are real. Just FYI. Just throwing that out there. Facts for the
Apparently
day.
store britches.
Yes.
Oh my God. Southern thing. That's so cute. I love all the words I learn when I watch your channel. Sometimes I'm listening to you just like in my earbuds at work and I crack up laughing. You said the other day, you didn't want to get married. You said something about like, I don't want to get married, but we can go eat.
Yeah, like because I don't know, marriage it obviously hasn't worked out for me. People turn mean once they get paperwork on you, so it scares me. But I'll go eat though.
I mean, honestly, like I was with my husband for 8 years before we got married because I was like, I
Mhm.
don't know. I liked him well enough, but like marriage seemed a little far. Like,
Yeah.
and then one day I was like, you know what? I think we should get married. And no, I
What made
said,
you?
I want to get married within the next 2 years.
Yeah, it worked out for you.
It just, I don't know. Yeah, but we had been together like 4 or 5 years. And I was like, but by then, like I knew him, I sort of knew who he was or whatever. It wasn't like these people who were like, oh, we met and 2 years later we got married. I'm like, only 2 years? I can't even imagine that. But we were together
Yeah.
for 5 or 6 years, and I was like, okay, if everything stays exactly like it is, I could see getting married to you. I don't know. Somehow I just liked the idea of it. And
Yeah.
he said, oh, I don't think I'm going to be ready in 2 years. And I was like, oh, no, I wasn't talking about you. I'm talking about my life. Like, that's what I want to do with my life.
This is
And
not
he
about
was
you.
like, right. It's like, it don't have to be you. I know people. And suddenly he was ready. I mean, like, after that 2 years or whatever it was, that we had been together 8 years when we got married.
Yeah.
It was fine.
It's fine.
I
That's
made
a good
sure I
long
had
time.
separate assets. I'm a cynic though. I was like researching the divorce laws before I started even thinking about getting married. I was like, divorce, state of New Jersey, divorce, state of New York. Like I wanted to know all the rules, all the laws. What
Yeah.
would happen to my separate property? What about my kids? All the things.
I've always had separate everything. I've never had a joint like anything because I have trust
Same.
issues. I've never had a joint anything.
Yeah, no, we've been married a long time, but like we sort of worked it out. Like we worked out a system that worked for us, but he had a kid, I had a kid, and then we had these two kids together. And I was like, I bought my first house in my name alone. And then I bought my second house in my name alone. And then by the time I went to buy my third house, he was like, that's when we started thinking about getting married. And I was like, okay, let me close this transaction first so that this is property that I own pre-marriage. And then, yeah, because I'm not stupid. So, if we're together forever, it's great. But if not, then this is still all my shit. And he could go, live in his car. So ain't none of my business. But I still really, really like him. So,
That's good. That's the key. when I did it, it just ain't working.
Wait, he wasn't working, like he was not working a job?
Two different sentences. Hold on.
Okay.
Two different sentences. Oops, wrong one. Now what? I'm gonna stand up.
Oh, there. Right beside Miss
Like,
Brandi.
yeah. My old legs.
Having to stretch out.
Yeah.
You have such a cute figure. You just hide it under all these big drapey clothes. I'm like, look at Brandi. Hot mama.
Are you flirting with me? Just joking.
What did you have on the other day? Oh, I saw you on a boat in a bikini. And I was like, Brandi out here in these streets with them tig-o bitties. She better be careful.
Look, hush that fuss. Okay, hush that fuss. Yes, I don't show that. We don't talk about that. Hush that fuss.
She's a red hot mama. She's a red hot mama. Okay. We're not gonna tell people that Miss Brandi is a red hot mama. Oh, but they are right up on you. Do you think they're watching the live stream? Are they one of the 3,200 people? But you can't say anything because they're right there.
Not a thing. Not a thing.
Okay. Well, someone wanted to know if we had ever had brats, like as in bratwurst.
Yes.
As have I.
I like them.
Okay.
I'm so
A
uncomfortable.
little mustard on a nice bun. Delish. Tell them people to go away.
I had plans.
They're all over you. They love them some Brandi.
They got good taste. Just joking.
But what's not to love with Miss Brandi? Everybody loves Brandi.
Not everybody.
All the good people, all the best people love Brandi. If people
All
don't love
people-
Brandi, I assume there's something wrong with them. Like, clearly they're broken. We want you to be well behaved because there's an accused unaliver in your presence.
Within 15 feet.
Oh, okay. Well, she is not a red hot mama.
No. Okay, and the reason that you wear swimsuits in Florida. That's what we do down here.
We wear them in New Jersey too.
I got your message after that, and I was like, I saw all the pictures that anyway, I got your message after that. I cracked up.
I was like, look at Miss Brandi out here in these streets. Somebody need to put a burqa on her. We need to get you one of these nice swim burqas so you can be safe. People, I'm surprised men are not throwing themselves at you left, right, and center. They got to carry a stick and beat them off. Like, get away from me. Get away from me.
I don't answer DMs.
What you need is some food, girl. Wait, I love this. You're out here looking like a fine boss lady. These comments are hilarious. I love them so much. Damn, personal space. I mean, listen. Yes, swim burgers are absolutely a real thing. I see them all the time.
Not in Florida.
I live in it. Well, they're here. They're here. I live in a community that has 2 big mosques and like 5,000 synagogues. So there's a lot of modesty happening. And then there's regular heathens like me. I was at the hospital the other day and they're like, what is your religious preference? And I said, I'm a heathen. Lady stopped and then she just kept writing. Okay, ma'am. I'm not sure what box you put heathen in on this, but okay. I've been at that hospital a lot. They should know me. It should already say heathen on the chart. File me under H for heathen. Black robes and curlicues. What am I watching? What am I looking at? I just drop in and out on the chat and I never know what's going on. Oh, she's being passive aggressive. Oh, maybe she thinks that's a power move.
Who is?
Hey, she about to get jumped by 3,244 people. She better watch herself. She should govern herself accordingly. 2 hours and 9 minutes according to the clock. Well, according to crime, whatever this is, law and crime, it's 2 hours and 5 minutes. Brandi, you have me working 10 hours and 14 minutes. You know I don't work more than 5 hours a day.
I'm sorry.
This is why I couldn't do this job.
You can end this if you want to, and then I'll just wait and go.
It's fine. It's fine. It's a Friday night. I'm hanging out with friends. I might have to, let me text my kiddo to feed these pups though. Because the girls are going to be like, Heifer better have my food. Oh my God. I got a lot of new subscribers today. Thanks, you guys. That's amazing.
I pinned your channel at the top of the chat.
That's so lovely. Oh my God. That's so lovely. Thank you. I'll probably have to go back and watch this whole thing because I don't know what happened in court today.
It's
I just
hard
was
to pay.
there in the moment.
It's hard to pay attention to. I don't think people realize how hard it really is. Like, pay attention to everything that's going on, plus run all the stuff that you have to run, plus like know, like, because then as soon as it's a break, then everybody's gonna want to ask you questions, and you're gonna have to know the answer to those questions. So then, like, it's a lot to do. It's a lot to do all at once. But then it's like you have to do all that plus pay attention to like chat, because if you don't, then people get mad because you're not paying attention to them. But they also get mad if you're not paying attention to what's going on, because then they're going to ask you questions. This is why I have 3 monitors, and this is why I have no life. This is why I don't sleep.
It's a lot. It's a lot. And it's a lot of it's a lot of voices. It's a lot of opinions. I mean, I think it's really lovely and it's really nice to be able to have such a close interaction with people and you feel like you know them and they feel like they know you. That part of it is really cool, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
I can sit, work at home and just do my little spreadsheets or whatever. And then I go for a walk around the block and I go to the Target and then I log off at 5:01 and then that's that.
Yeah.
This is a whole other thing. I admire what you do. I do. They're locking up the place.
Canine puppy. Canine puppy.
Oh my God. Cute doggy. Welcome, Nancy D.
So cute.
I feel like Kathy is saying we're a lot. Y'all are a lot. Y'all didn't know? A lot. I mean, it's fine, but y'all are a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. All kids. So that's what it feels like sometimes. It's the way that I've heard teachers describe having to try to pay attention to what's going on with 32 people, but it's it's not
3,200 people.
Say during Karen Reed, it was 35,000. I think was the between all the feeds or whatever. It was average was 35,000. So on my screen, I would have the chat from each of them. So there's 4 or 5 different chats, and so I'm getting all of those and 35,000 people, and then people are like, "Why aren't you answering me? Why aren't you answering me?" But then you're also trying to answer questions about it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, no.
I love it. I love it.
I sit here at my desk and I do some little spreadsheets and I answer some emails and then I go for a walk around the block. and then I go home.
Yeah.
Wait, oh, this is really sweet. Jennifer Levy, Kathy, I just subbed a few weeks ago. I'm not a morning person, but now I can't wait to get up and watch you every morning.
Oh, that's sweet.
That's so really lovely. I'm trying to be less of a morning person because it used to be I would get up at 3 every morning, and now I'm working really hard to sleep until 5.
Yeah.
I still get up at 4. I just lay in bed until 5. But I need the rest. My body needs the rest.
Oh.
It's not easy. There's so many new comments. Oh, wait, there's one starred one that I missed. Oh, thank you, Roro, for the 5 gifted memberships. That's so lovely. And welcome, new members.
Welcome.
I've been here all day. Girl, me too. Oh, wait,
Want
I
to pet the
missed it.
puppy?
There. What's the dog's name? Brandi, what case are you following after this, or do you know?
I don't know. I've got the episodes I need to do for this. I'm not gonna jump right back into streaming another one yet because I've got to catch up on podcast episodes and stuff. But I know Sarah Boone is coming up. I thought about going to that one, trying to work it out in the schedule, but I don't know. But I'm also trying not to overdo myself anymore because
Yeah.
it's too much. Oh, there's Matt. Hey, Matt. Oh, there's Isabel. Isabel's here now.
Wait, why is everybody coming back in? I'm looking to see if there's any word on a verdict or anything like that. I don't see anything. Brandi, how do you find out when verdicts are coming in? Like, does somebody let you know, or you have your ear to the ground, or how do you know?
While I'm streaming or while I'm here?
When you're streaming.
While I'm streaming, it depends. There's usually sorry,
Somebody said witchcraft. That's hilarious.
I thought they were talking about something important, but Matt's right there. So if they are, then he'll tell me. The first people that are usually the ones that are the first to post it will be the if you don't have somebody that's in the courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I'm listening again. Act normal.
Folks are right by you, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No space. No space. The first people that, if you don't have somebody that's in a courtroom that or at the courthouse, whatever, that can tell you, then the first people who normally post it are going to be Court TV, because they're normally the ones who run the pool feed. So they'll normally be the first ones to post it.
That's cool. Yeah, and I have notifications from thank you, Broken Baker. So nice.
Broken Baker's our friend again.
So sweet. I have notifications from Court TV, and so I'll see them pop up. Or if I get an inkling, then I'll start seeing it on, like, it'll be in chat. Everybody will be like, there's a verdict, there's a verdict, there's a verdict.
Yeah.
On Long Crimes chat or whoever's chat.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild.
Yeah.
My favorite thing is verdicts. Love it, love it, love it. I think I'm going to do Donna Adelson next, but because I post videos every day, but I also do short form, like, 15, 20 minutes, something like that. I sometimes am like scraping around trying to find a case that I want to cover, that I'm interested in, that's not too grim, that somebody would have heard of. Although, Wait, I'm trying to catch. Hang on, I'm trying to catch that. The chat is going too fast. Okay, Brandi said Isabel is right here. She can't talk right now, which is fine. The chat is moving so fast I can't click it. Oh, there it is. I caught it. Yeah, it's sometimes a struggle to find a case that I want to cover
Yeah.
that one,
Yeah.
everybody and their brother aren't also covering, and two, is not like something so grim that I'm like, there's nothing, that I can make light about this. So it is what it is. I'm thinking of taking more breaks. So talk about something else, Brandi. Yeah, people are worried that you haven't eaten today.
I am too. I am too.
You don't have like some Tic Tacs or a granola bar or something floating in the bottom of your purse?
Not a thing.
We need to fly in emergency provisions for you, right? She needs emergency provisions. Okay, let me text my son. I was going to text my son to feed the dogs, and I never happened. Now it's back. Please feed the dogs if he's even awake. Flying some ball peanuts. Oh, yeah, everybody's saying you need to pack snacks. I'm concerned with Wendy getting away with murder. I think Wendy's probably definitely going to get away with murder, but she's going to lose her entire family.
People are asking if I was going to do
Deliveroo?
that.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
People.
We're going to have to start making you like care packages that you could just throw in your purse. Oh, ask the security guards if they have food. My husband walked in the room and asked me, I wish for something. Wait, it jumped.
What is going on? You're so I'm so uncomfortable right now.
Okay.
There's a very I can't
Brandi
even.
is surrounded.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know you can't really say much.
Mm-hmm.
Is he even awake? I gotta see where everybody is. Find my family members. Let's see. My son is
I was
home.
going to go. I had thought about doing Donna's, but then it was the same time as this one. But I went to Charlie's, and I had thought about going to Donna's, but also I need. It's going on, and I'm not ready to jump right into another courtroom yet. So my cheeks are getting very flushed.
Do the bailiffs have like a what do you call it? Like a break room or something where they have a refrigerator? You could steal somebody's lunch. It's the end of the week. They left a lunch.
I don't know.
I'm worried about you. You can't be falling out. That old evil trollop might bury you under her patio if you do.
We're just gonna pray that don't happen. It'll be fine.
Dang.
Get something when I leave here. I'm supposed to be getting something right now. That was the plan.
Somebody just walked past the camera in the courtroom. I don't know if that means anything.
There's a lot of movement right now. Sometimes
the camera's not moving, but I just saw nobody had been walking by, and I just saw a head go by.
I'm in a
They're trying to intimidate you. Wait, I'm seeing verdict in law and crime chat. I'm seeing verdict. I don't know if it's true or if it's gossip, rumor, and innuendo. See if I see it more than once. The verdict clock is still running.
They haven't said anything to us out here. And I've got all the families out here.
Yeah, just one person. Verdict clock is still ticking. Yeah. A lot of times you'll see it like it'll come up a whole bunch of times.
Yeah.
You know, the verdict clock is still going. Okay.
This is not how my Friday night was supposed to go.
Yeah, this is not the way you want to spend a Friday night. Wait, what day are you supposed to go back home? Tomorrow or tonight?
Tomorrow. I was gonna go today, but I decided to stay.
You're gonna need to rest and eat and put your feet up or whatever. Maybe you could have a breakfast date or a late night date.
Maybe it won't be that late when we get out of here. Hopefully.
This is true. It's just about 7 o'clock now.
Yeah.
Somebody said, I see a human. Yeah, I just read that whole line. Oh, somebody misread something. Okay. Well, I need y'all to hold, please. I need to feed my dogs since nobody is either home or awake. Right. Oop, I will be right.
It's just me. Now y'all are just stuck with me. Hold on, I'm gonna type it. I can't say. I'm gonna have to move. Oh, now my AirPod's dying. I'm having all kinds of problems. You DM'd me on X. I've gotten I'll have to try to look at it later. There's a whole heap in there, so I'll have to try to dig through it and find it. I'll try to do that a little bit. I can't say much of nothing. I have I can't. Every time I think I'm going to be able to say something, then I'm surrounded again. I'm surrounded. Mayday! Mayday! Just joking. So awkward. So awkward. Okay. Well, I don't even feel comfortable typing it right now. I don't even feel, stuck. I'm stuck. Hey, I need to move myself right now.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
You have to go way down to the other end, way down yonder.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm getting. Yeah. I'm gonna move. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Oh, she's moving herself down to the other end. Text it to Kathy, and Kathy will tell us. Okay. I think they were sort of closing in on Brandi. She's still actually here. She's still on backstage. She's just not up on the main stage. Did you get enough to eat, Pops? My dogs were like, Half, I better have my dinner. Okay, let's see if there's a text message here for me. There's not. Okay. Poor Brandi. She's been there all day. She hasn't eaten in 24 hours. This jury won't come back. And yes, I understand somebody's life is in their hands. We have to be thoughtful. Also, they could hurry up. I'm just saying. Watch them follow Brandi. Oh, hope not. Mm-mm. There's a whole bunch of people on here who really can't do anything. Although, if the bailiffs were watching the cameras, oh, so lovely. Becky Gifford says, get yourself a huge Panera salad, friend. Really? I really wish I could like send her vending machine love or something. It's terrible that there's like nothing there. So Brandi, you're the same age as Laurie. I think they're about the same age. I don't think Brandi is 40 yet, and I think Laurie is right around in that same neighborhood, like age-wise. You good? You're feeling better now that your tummy is full? Oh, she disappeared. She must have unplugged her computer. Okay, I'm sure she will be back very, very soon. Oh, I didn't even see this one. Burger money for Madam Mediocre. Zach, $5. Thank you, Zach. Let's see. Wait, what does this one say? Cache Kelly, love this chat and thank you to Jessica and Brandi for sitting with us. Can't stop laughing today. Thank you. I'm so grateful for Jessica because all week I have just sat and listened to her while I was at work and getting other things done. And I would jump off and do a meeting or do a call or meet with a client. And then I was just like, okay, I'm back. What a miss, Jess. And then I could just run it back a little bit. And there she was. Okay. We should have like find a friend so that we could track Brandi exactly where she is every second of the day. Yeah, Jess did great. Kathy, reread my chat. Oh, what did it say? Hang on. Girl, I cannot find it. Can you rewrite it? I'll keep an eyeball out. New comments. This thing goes so fast. The pressure. Okay, wait. Bella, thank you so much for a year of membership, 12 months. That's a really long time. We're great together. Thank you so much. I love me some Brandi. Ooh, honey, I love me some Brandi like I love cooked food. Let's see. Hospice Jess. Wait, Hospice Jess says, Kathy, since I'm new here, can you explain Brandi's connection to this case? Sure. So, as far as I know, from what I recall, wait, Kathy read my super chat about 30 minutes ago. Child, that's a long time ago. You know how many chats have gone by since then? Hundreds. Okay. Brandi, I believe, was college roommates with a girl who lives in the town where this crime took place. her college roommate um was friends and had gone to the house and whatever and would hang out with Laurie and Travis. And she had, barbecued hot dogs over in the fire pit and done the whole thing. They would just hang out. And then when she found out that this lady's husband was missing, she was like, wait, what now? So Brandi's roommate, I believe it was her college roommate, told her, you're never going to believe this. A lady that I know from down at the school or whatever is on trial for murder. Kathy Kelly read it out. Oh, I remember reading one, but once I unstar them, they disappear and they're hard to find. Sorry. So Hospice Jess, as far as I know, that is the connection between Brandi and this case. Her college roommate knows Laurie Shaver. And I believe that all their kids went to school together or they're part of the same community, that sort of thing. So that's that. Wait, Keith, you're amazing. Thanks for all the smiles. Maybe order a pizza for yourself and the pups. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Keith. CA. Wait, Canada? California? Where is CA? I'm not that good with geography. Yeah, okay. Keith, CA, that's so kind. Am I stupid that I don't know what the CA means? Canada. Oh, Canada. Okay, cool. Wait. These chats go by so fast. Wait, have we heard from Brandi? Do we need to do a wellness check? Because she's not back. Maybe she's still looking for an electrical outlet. Also, there are many police officers nearby. CA is also California. Yes. Yeah. But according to the chat, it is Canada. Flags sometimes show big letters. Yeah. Okay. Canadian dollars. Oh, CN is Canada. Okay. I didn't. There are no vending machines. Apparently there are vending machines there, but the vending machines are soda machines. They're not food. Cache Kelly, I just wanted to make sure you know that I was thinking of you too. Aw, thank you so much. That's so sweet that you were thinking of me too. I'm just helping out a friend who's got me working harder than my regular job. I got to talk to her about that. It's a problem. I don't work this hard, child. My gifts lie in sitting around and being cute, working on a spreadsheet. Jen, hey guys, hey Kathy. I had you on literally all day. You've been fab. Thank you. Haven't chatted because I'm doing homework. Nose in books. Come on now, focus. Do you think it's going to be late? They are close to a verdict. I don't know how late it's going to be. Honestly, because the courthouse closes at 5 and it's a Friday, it would not surprise me if this jury was like, let's just be done with this and not come back on Monday. You know what I mean? And I believe it was Vinnie Politan who said that something like 78% or 75% or something like that of jurors will come back on a Friday just because they want to be done. I agree. I think we will get a verdict. And now over here in Law and Crime Chat, people are saying, verdict might not be that likely, but what do they know? They're just a bunch of people, just like we're a bunch of people. So who knows? Some jurors like to sleep on it. Yeah, that's true. Have any of you guys been on juries? I've actually been on 3 juries. All different places, all different circumstances, all different cases. But yeah, I was on jury duty in New Jersey, in Bergen County. I did it in Queens County when I lived in Queens, and I did it in Manhattan County when I lived in Manhattan. So yeah, 3 juries, 3 all criminal trials. 2 of them were theft. I don't remember what the third one was. It was a long time ago. 1 trial. Yeah. Vinny did say that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's a thing, like at a certain point. Oh, you have jury duty on in Pennsylvania on 9/23. That's exciting. Chad Maurice Daybell. Oh, Chad Maurice over on death row. Yeah, Chad. Criminal. When I was 8 months pregnant in the 70s. Oh my God. The last trial I was at, I was pregnant with my youngest child, and he's about to turn however old he's about to turn, child. I don't know. 16, 17. I think he's turning 17. That's crazy. Or is he turning 16? No, he's definitely turning 17. Um, my baby. Yeah, because all my kids are about to be legal adults, which means I have to change my estate planning because right now it contemplates them as children. Okay. Let's see. Wait, I'm trying to catch these chats go by so fast. I'm trying to capture them. Cherry and Max says worked in court forever, but never once got called for jury duty. That's so crazy. I've actually called and volunteered for jury duty, and they were like, "No, ma'am, that's not how that works." I'm like, okay. I've been called probably 5 or 6 times over the years, but only served once. Yeah, I always get on. Oh, a death penalty jury. I don't think I would want to do that. That freaks me out. Um, Although I have a lot of big opinions, so it might work out good for me. I don't even know. Oh my goodness. Excuse me. Yeah. Wait. Jenny Benny. I went to Chad Maurice Daybell's trial. Oh my God. Oh, and I also saw his trollop wife too. Trollop wives end up in court a lot. It's fascinating to see our justice system in real time and in person. That I agree with. But it is very, very labor intensive. It's very hurry up and wait. Um, I've been here since 5 a.m. my time. Oh my God. So all day long, Kathy, your energy has been a lifesaver. Much gratitude, lady. Thank you. Thank you. Listen, after lunch, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to hang on. I was fading a little bit there. So I went and got myself a cup of tea. It was decaf tea, but just walking around helped. I'm not used to sitting still all day. That kind of doesn't happen in my world. I'm up and down and over and under and out in these streets and everything else. 6 a.m. for me in Utah. Y'all have been hanging in. Tosh, you're still here, girl. You've been here a long time too. Love me some Miss Tosh from the Boogie Down Bronx. Can you take, yeah, I'll text Brandi and make sure she's okay. Hang on. Shoot her a text. You okay, girl? I fed the dogs. Okay. I need this entertainment right now. The waiting room. Midnight in Wales. Oh, wow. She may be charging her AirPods. She said they were dying. Excellent point. Um, okay. Yeah, she might just be charging her stuff because batteries have got to be running low at this point. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Listen, hopefully they'll just be like, you know what? But would they be on Saturday? I don't know if they would deliberate on Saturday or not. I guess it depends where they are in Florida. In North Jersey, where I'm at, never, 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 never in a million years would they have a jury come in on Saturday, just because a lot of people observe it as for like religious reasons. Also Sunday, but never, never, never on Saturday. But all kinds of things are open on Sunday here. The bank is open, doctor's office is open, get a mammogram on a Sunday. Everything's open on Sunday. Wait, what is this? Who made you cry? Thank you for covering this, Kathy. You made me cry. I was laughing so much. Thank you for that. I know. I was like, what happened? Sad, terrible thing happened. Well, I'm happy to make you cry. If that's the case, Jackie T, I just didn't want to make you sad cry. Oh my goodness. I feel like my eyes are crossing. I cannot serve on a jury. Wait. These things move so fast. And now I don't know where that comment went. Okay, I can't find it. These things are flying by. Staff didn't want to work. Yeah, the staff doesn't want to work on a Saturday. That makes sense to me too. They'd be like, listen, can y'all come back and do this on Monday? Because, you know what's funny? While we're sitting here waiting, it's like they've been out forever. But when they come back, you'll be like, oh, they only deliberated for 4 hours? That was really fast. But when you're in the midst of it, it's just like every minute feels like 100 years. It's like if you're uncomfortable with anything, it takes a really, really long time. But if you're enjoying yourself, it goes fast. You're like, why was I in the dentist for 3 days? Oh, it was 20 minutes. Same thing. Okay. Why am I not seeing chat flying by? Can anybody else see? It feels fast for me because I'm trying to click on comments, like read and click and keep track of. And I'm watching another chat over there too. So it might not be super fast for you guys, but it's fast for me. Also, I keep having to click away. Okay, that. And then, oh, Camille, very sweet. Thank you for spending the day with us. You are very welcome. Look, on the low, y'all, I think Brandi's rich. She over here getting all this super chat money. Brandi probably lives in a secret mansion we don't even know about. She's like, this is my podcasting apartment. This is my little apartment that I do my live streams from. But then she goes home to a mansion. I'm starting that rumor. That's a good rumor for her. You can't go wrong with a good rumor. You know, listen, I'm the queen of the gossip, the rumor, and the innuendo. And that's the gossip and the rumor and the innuendo that I'm starting. Okay, Brandi did not respond to my text. I'm this close to sending out a search party to beat that Trollops Astropithecus. I'm just saying. Kathy, how did you decide to move east from the Midwest? Desperation will motivate you in ways that other things cannot. So I was dating a boy and I was madly in love, and I was convinced that we were going to get married and live happily ever after. Teensy little problem. He was gay. There
What?
she is.
Y'all,
What happened?
I done got me some Pop-Tart.
Did you find a Pop-Tart? That's wonderful.
My life has been saved. My life has been saved. I have to fix this. We have to make this.
One of those guards saw that rockin' hot bod you have, and they were like, "Hey, girl, hey, you want some of my Pop-Tart?"
No, it was actually Mike's family. They have access to the food that we don't. So they just ordered pizza too for the jury. Oh, nourishment.
Wait, can they order pizza for you too? Can somebody order? Wait, who is that walking by? The dude with the cart thing.
He got him a buggy. He's one of the news crew people. They have there's more coverage here now. People are waiting for the
verdict.
Y'all, this is the best Pop-Tart I've ever had in my life. It ain't the supper I was supposed to be having right now, but at least I ain't gonna pass out.
Yvette, I'm gonna star this so we can come back to it later.
Yeah.
So wait, the jury's gonna work through dinner? They're gonna work through dinner with pizza?
Yeah, they ordered them pizza. Yep. So
could you order something for yourself too? Like give them a little cash? Show them a little leg or whatever?
I ain't showing leg. I get it by my sparkling personality.
That could work.
I ain't rolling up my white britches to show off my legs. Okay, literally the best Pop-Tart ever.
I'm sure.
I didn't have any cash either. 'Cause I'm so prepared in this world. That's not true. I had a 20. That does me no good in a vending machine. It didn't take cards. So,
Oh,
Stacy, bless your heart, gave me $1.50 for some Pop-Tarts. Oh,
okay.
much needed.
Who carries cash? That's so crazy. I don't carry cash at all. If it's not available on a card or my phone, I'm
Yeah,
SOL.
I hardly ever do. I happen to right now because I got some coming out of town just in case, but it's all 20s. That's not what they need. When you get cash to go out of town, they need to have a specific ATM for that to where it's not like 20s. You need vending machine money and stuff. You need you some quarters, and you need you a couple, dollar bills.
Here you can pick. Like, say you say, okay, give me $100. It says, how do you want that? And then you choose, like, I want this many 20s, this many fives, this many single. Yeah, you can pick.
Really? Oh, y'all fancy up there.
And
You and your jug handles. Y'all giving
we
out
got
jug handles
jug
and
handles.
$5 bills. I don't even know what to do with y'all.
They give out $1 bills. Like, you could go as big or as
Really?
you tell them the denomination you want. Yeah, absolutely.
That's fancy.
Yep.
And they pump your gas. You start looking for property and no, I'm not. Why are they still staring at me though? Why are they still staring at me? Why, like, let me and my Pop-Tart be. I've gotten to the point now where I'm getting hangry and cranky and kind of tired of
We're
being
gonna
watched.
breathe. We're gonna breathe because they have nothing to lose and you have a lot to lose. Girl, you don't want to get in a fight with a bottom dweller. No, no, no. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
I'm just gonna eat my Pop-Tart and pray.
There you go. Dear Tina, please wait. I gotta turn the candle on. Oh, this one is dim. Where's the other one? I'm gonna turn this one on. I think this one's brighter. That bright light. We lit a little candle. Tina's gonna keep you safe. That evil trollop is gonna leave you alone by the power of Tina. Because we know Jesus is busy. Leslie, look, I put the dimmer light in Leslie. Leslie Jordan is gonna keep you safe too. Don't you worry about it. Them
It's
Golden Girls
actually
already went to bed. It's late.
it's starting to get dark out, and that part makes me. I don't know. I would like for them to let me go to my car in the daylight.
Oh, I hadn't thought about that. How am I going to dim Leslie? I didn't dim Leslie. I accidentally left it running for 24 hours one time. I forgot about it. So Leslie's battery is a little low. I'm gonna have to buy replacement batteries for little candles. That's okay. Tina's still burning bright though. You see that? She's burning. Yeah, guard can walk you to your car. They want to keep the community safe.
I'll just stay live. If they do anything, I'll be like, "There's 3,200 people who are about to report your ass." Also, I'm gonna have I'm gonna do a one-on-one sit down with. Well, I say sit down. She's going to be out of state, so it'll be a sit down, but not together. That makes sense. Anyway, I'm gonna do a one-on-one with Stacy too. She's the sweetest thing. Mike's sister. She's so sweet. She's so sweet. And she gave me nourishment for my soul through the form of a Pop-Tart.
She's out here saving lives. She is out here saving lives.
Doing the Lord's work. Handing out Pop-Tarts to the needy.
See, we were worried. I was like, we can't have a Brandi with low blood sugar. That's not good.
Yeah, and I
Somebody wants to
starting
know,
to get,
where's that courthouse?
where is it?
Yeah, it says Tavers, question mark?
Oh, Tavar. Oh gosh, they say it, and I forget how to say Tavares or something.
Tavares? Something like that. Okay. Oh, I started a rumor about you while you were off getting Pop-Tarts, just so you know.
Oh, fun! I love when people do that. What's this one? I'm so interesting when I hear rumors about myself. This is fun. What is it?
I said that you were secretly rich and that you had a mansion, but that where you record your where you do your live streams, that's just your podcast department. You just go there to record.
I like that rumor. We're gonna roll with it.
Okay.
I like that. Yeah.
Good.
I mean,
it feels
no,
true. I feel that in my spirit. I feel it in my spirit. My spirit would not go wrong.
ever. Trust your spirit.
Mhm.
No, but my mansion days are behind me. Not that I ever had one, but my extra square footage days are behind me. I like to keep it simple, less to clean.
Honestly, like once my kids, everybody's out of school and out of the house and whatever, which might be the second Tuesday in never, I don't know. I would love to live in just like a 2-bedroom, possibly a 3-bedroom condo. Because I need space for the dogs and the crafts. I need a craft. Like right now, I have a craft floor, but I could downsize to crafts.
Your dog gives you
And then my
space.
kids need rooms. My dogs need space.
My dog doesn't give me space. My dog stays right up. Of course. Here's the pizza. Everybody, if that heifer walks by me with that pizza smelling like that, I don't know if
You
y'all got enough
cannot
super chats
tackle a
to.
guard. How much did we collect in super chats? Because we are going to need it. Bail.
She's about to. This is what's happening. This is what's happening right now. They're about to walk by me, starving in my soul.
What are all those people behind you? There's a bunch of people.
You want to just
that were
drop off
behind
one piece of that to me? Just one. Just trip a little bit. I will catch that piece. I will catch it. It was worth the
Oh my
try.
God.
Hey, the Kathy, I just now got your text. That do you need a pitchfork? I just now saw the pitchfork.
Listen. They tell me that they're real. I'm sure they're all over the place in Florida. You probably entered across the state line and they're like, welcome to Florida. Here's your pitchfork. Especially the Alabama portion of Florida up there up north. You know, I don't know nothing about that.
No, that's
Dead
hilarious.
ass serious.
That's so funny though, because I just now saw it. I didn't even see that you had. That's hilarious. Oh, and I got. Dang, y'all all blowing me up.
Everybody wants the inside scoop.
I know. My mama's texting my God, everybody. Hold on, let me text back. Look, let me text back my mama. I can't.
Oh, text your mama.
I gotta
Text your
text my
mama. You
mama.
can't let your mama go. Okay, while Brandi is texting her mama, I'm going to give you the rest of that story that I left you on a cliffhanger. How did I move east? I was in love with a boy and I thought we were going to be happily ever after. And it turned out he was like a little bit gay, just a little bit. And the fact that we had been in a 4-year relationship and he never wanted to like spend the night or be real close and cuddly like boyfriend and girlfriend, I thought that meant that he respected me and wanted to protect my virtue. It turns out that's not what that means. And so I was like, right. And then he said, well, I'm not really in love with you, but it's not like you'll ever leave. And I was like, sorry, what? Wait, you're not in love with me, but you think I'll never leave. Got you. And I put my stuff in the car that night and moved here because F him. And then after I got here, I was like, oh, we are not in Kansas anymore. I have moved to a foreign land. The difference between living in Indiana and living on the East Coast is such a cultural shift. It was as though I moved to another country. And so I was plotting and planning The verdict is in, is what I'm seeing, but the verdict clock is still going. If they're reporting in chat that the verdict is in, we'll see. Yeah, the clock is still going. They give false alarms all the time. Anyway, so the clock's still going. Stop lying. Yeah, everybody's saying the clock's still going. The clock's still going. They just be lying at long crime. What's wrong with those people? Anyway, so I moved out here and my boyfriend had a lover who was like a mutual friend of ours. That mutual friend was from Jackson Heights. And my boyfriend's new lover was like, my parents have a basement apartment that you could live in. And I was like, great, that's where I live. And that is where I lived for 7 years. You know, his daddy was having an affair and using my apartment to do it while I was at work during the day. And I was like, get rid of that last bum. I can get rid of all of this foolishness. And then I just graduated to a better apartment, but never one to leave drama out of my life for too terribly long. That's when my neighbor in my fancy new beautiful building unfortunately unalived his entire family, and I accidentally got pregnant from a very comforting friend. But that worked out good for me too. So that's that about that. A boy made me mad and I moved to the East Coast. Yeah, so now we're not hearing anymore. I love the notification.
I mean, I'm right
I
here with this
love a
family, so
notification.
I'm right here with this family, so they
Yeah,
haven't
no.
told them anything about it.
Yeah. It just says the jurors just got pizza. I'm like, yeah, I knew that.
Inside scoop on that.
Okay. Yeah. People were like, holy smokes, Kathy. My life has been crazy. Crazy. It's like, 100 kinds of crazy. That's how I roll. Oh, and then the boyfriend, the lover, was like, right, enjoy New York. I hope you're having a good time. Also, I have a dread STD at the time that everybody was dying from. Child, was a whole situation. So I was like, I'm gonna have to get my life together. I'm gonna have to choose better men. And so
Been there, done
I
that.
chose better men. Best verdict watch party ever. That's so nice. We all need to order pizza. They got a pizza, meaning the friggin' verdict is not gonna come. Yeah, they're not gonna come to they're like, oh, our bellies are full, we are chilling. But I think they must feel like they're close. Otherwise, they would be like, you know what, let's go home. But now I'm getting hungry. Let's see, what do I want to order for myself? Let's see.
I'm gonna look at chat. I haven't been looking at it because I've been focusing on my Pop-Tart.
I'm eating pizza from Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut is still owned.
Oh, I'm okay. Thank you. I just put something in chat that y'all are gonna yell at me about.
Okay, what is everybody having for dinner? Oh, already picked up pizza. Okay.
Because it's his family. I don't want to take from them. I already took $1.50 for a Pop-Tart.
Girl, that is nothing.
I know, but we don't know how long we're gonna be here.
Yeah.
I don't want to take pizza from them when they might get hungry later.
Look, I'm looking for food over here. There's plenty of food in this house, but I just want to order something.
But this is like the best Pop Tart ever. I can't believe you. You've been on Kathy for 11 hours.
Brandi, I don't work this hard. This is what you need to understand. I'm not this kind of worker. You know, people are like, work hard, work. I don't believe in working hard. I believe in working smart. I work 5 hours a day. But then here come Miss BrandiChurchwell. She's like, could you just cover my live stream for one day? Girl, you can pick the day. Why did I pick a Monday? Because these suckers would have been home at 5:01 if it was Monday.
There are 24 hours in one day. So that's what. Just joking. Just joking. You can end it anytime.
And I'm not trying to work for most of them. That's what I'm saying to you. But I love me some Brandi like I love cooked food. So I'm like, okay.
No.
Take one for the
I love you
team.
too.
Work for Miss Brandi.
Well,
I'm gonna order me some dinner. I'll tell you that. What am I gonna order? With a refrigerator full. Oh, you know what I really want? I want some of that Greek yogurt that I made. I love myself a Greek yogurt. That'll be delicious. Wait, what have I eaten today? Let me look at my food journal. As I told you, I come from a family of fat. I'm trying to, be less fat. Oh, I've only had 949 calories today. Okay. I'm in good shape. Ooh, pork chops and brown rice.
I've had 320.
Tzatziki? Ooh.
Oh, tzatziki. I love tzatziki.
My son must be home. Girl, you need to eat too. I know, and I'm in the house. I could just go downstairs and eat. Jay Boogs, is that you? Okay. Who likes a good curry? Oh, I have a curry downstairs. Oh, but there's no protein to go in it.
Am I the only YouTuber here? Yes. There's, oh God, here we go again. There's, I'm on the whole other side. And if I've done moved to the whole other side. And I know they're not moseying there. I'm about to.
Oh.
No, I don't even.
Now they've come down by where you are now. That's the garden tool and her lawyer. What they doing over in the back room? Okay, maybe the courthouse is really big. I mean, really small.
Isabel walked by. I had to move the camera. I didn't want to get her on camera.
Oh, so nice.
Ethical. But yes, I'm the only YouTuber here. There are Matt is here. Matt Johnson from Court TV, and there's
Matt, the one that looks like a grown baby. He looks like the baby emoji. Oh, go say hi to him. I like him.
I asked him.
Does he know that he looks like the baby emoji?
Well, I've never told him that. I've never really thought about that. But I asked him the other day. I was like, "How did you keep from rolling your eyes when you interviewed Tellis?" Because I was genuinely curious. I don't know if any of y'all watched that, but Tellis was like, just a circle. And so I asked Matt. I was like, "Are you concerned that Compass Realty's still on the loose?" And Paris Hilton. So stupid.
He was crazy.
Yeah.
That man is crazy. You know what? You could tell his family was like, did that, but we still love him.
I'm sorry, but
Like,
I know they say like love is unconditional. It is not. It comes with conditions. If you go murdering other people because that is not. That's a condition. That's a condition. That's yeah. I don't know.
the
I
Kitten
don't.
Hill killer. Yeah.
The
Tell
Kitten Hill
us.
killer.
That man. Yeah. Like, who's that? Do I recognize that person? Okay. Honestly, I think Isabel's
He's
lawyer
from
knows
Court
she's
TV too.
lying.
Oh yeah, I think so too. I think so too.
The lawyer was like, she knows what she's doing. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm like, okay, I got you, girl.
Yeah. Well, and there's not a whole lot. Oh,
Who was that? I'm trying to see everybody.
that was Adam.
These mama looks. They're probably
Yes, Laurie and I are the
right?
same age. Laurie and I are the same age within a couple months of each other.
Wow. She looking hard. Hard. But I guess live the life she's lived. Rode hard and put away wet. A lot. She looked like one of them ball peanuts.
Ball peanuts on Tuesdays. How long they've been in 4:25 is when they sent the jury back. 4:25 Eastern.
3 hours and 5 minutes and 23 seconds is how long they've been deliberating. Yeah, she's looking, I mean, even in her mugshot or whatever, she was looking rough. I was like, dang. She
Well, you
needs
know
to
what?
moisturize and not be a murderer.
And those are two good life goals. Two good life goals.
As she waddles by now, who's that dude in the back? Oh, that was the
Every time.
boss.
Every time.
That's crazy. Okay. What is there like the bathroom or something is back there, or they're just doing laps?
Nope, it's back over by where I left from, where I was getting surrounded.
I mean, she needs to get her steps in because it's not like she's going to be able to get a lot of good cardio in prison. So, okay, I understand. That's crazy, though. Like, I'm trying to peek behind you.
There's
Reach your
nothing
back,
yet.
girl. Okay. Okay. Just looking. Wait. Somebody is asking, is it worth talking to security about? Yeah, she can kiss those nails goodbye for real, for real. They just want to see what you're doing, what you're talking
Glaring.
about. Okay, ma'am. She's used to being in charge. Narcissists are. Come on, jury.
Well,
take this heifer down. She's like, look at that cute young girl that doesn't look hard and beat up like I do. Nope, we're not going to play her back. We're going to send her positive love and light because she's going to need it.
She's lucky I got a Pop-Tart in me. Pop-Tart in the spirit's all I needed.
We got Tina. I lit the candle. It's still going. We're good. We good. We got Tina. Tina has us fully covered. Fully covered. Sing the biscuit song real loud. What is the biscuit song?
Taste the goodness of have you never do you never see my emotional breakdown, my full mental breakdown during Karen Reed? Have you not seen that? Hold on, I'll send it to you.
Girl, you know what? I did not follow that trial.
I had a full mental breakdown, and somebody put all the
mental
clips
health.
of
I
it
could not.
together and made a video, and it was hilarious.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, no, I was unaware of the biscuit song. You were deep down the rabbit hole with Karen Reed, and I was like, girl, I can't go with you. Them people are crazy. It wasn't the trial, it was the people who were following the trial. People were so in their feelings about it. I was like,
Yeah.
no, ma'am.
Let me tell you, those people have found my brother's phone number in Ohio and sent him like horrible text messages and stuff. They have doxed my friends, which is why I'm like even scared to have anybody's like real name like talking to me or associating with me and stuff like because they've
so weird.
It's crazy. They've gone after me hard. And one of them, let me just say that I know who some of them are, and you'd be surprised. They came after me
You need
hard.
me
I'm
to
about to
do a
show you.
complete background check. I can, I can help. We can talk offline. I got connections. Yeah, like, and it's like, this is not like it's your blood relative. It's a person you don't know, and you're harassing another person you don't know. That's crazy.
I didn't
Who
see
is
her
that,
in
Mama
time.
Luke, behind you?
Oh, that's Scott Amatuccio.
Oh, okay. Everybody's just hanging out, waiting to see. Wow. Great question. How do you like being in court watching live? How do you like being in court watching live, Brandi? Wait.
The thing I've always enjoyed about the live is the seeing the jurors' reactions.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta find this video. I'm like struggling here.
Brandi and Kathy should work together more often. Brandi works for a living. I sit and look cute and make spreadsheets. It's a very different
Thank you
thing.
so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Take it from me. Because I didn't want y'all to, because if y'all got hungry again or something, I didn't want to take your food. So I hope not. Thank you. Pizza.
Yay!
Like Christmas. Hold on,
Good things happen to good people.
This is gonna.
I
It smells
love
good.
it so much. Yay!
I'm so excited.
Eat your pizza. Eat your pizza. I may have to order myself a pizza.
It's my family.
What
They're so
kind?
sweet. I don't even care. It's about to go straight down me. Oh.
Yay!
Oh my God. The Lord
They're like
provides.
that nice.
Oh my God.
That nice. It was the candle. I'm telling you, it was the candle.
It was Tina.
It was
Thank you,
Tina. Tina sent you
Thank
pizza.
you, Tina. Oh my God, it's so good.
Oh, I'm so glad.
It's so good.
Look, I'm about to order me a pizza.
I forgot about everything else that was happening in the world.
Oh, this is wonderful. Okay, wait. I was gonna get Taco Bell for dinner.
It's the best pizza I've ever had. This is what starvation does to you. Makes everything taste better.
But also being a good person, you got pizza from heaven. I'm
Pizza
so
just
glad
raining
somebody
down from
fed
the
you.
Lord above.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good.
What kind? What toppings are on it?
I don't even know. Green peppers,
Yum.
onions.
Like a
It's all
veggie
edible, so
situation.
it's going down. Yeah, veggie. It's going down. It's going down. It's going down. It's really good.
Hang on. Where's my?
Oh my God.
Let me see if anybody else wants pizza. Did this child eat? Do you want? I know he's going to say yes. He always says yes to pizza.
Nobody turns down pizza. Okay, well, I did just a few minutes ago, but nobody turns pizza down twice. I don't
Yeah,
even know
my
where.
child could live on pizza.
Yeah, I like pizza. I like the what is it? The what's it called? Um with the margarita pizza. I couldn't, the words were escaping me.
Oh, yes,
Margarita
yes,
pizza.
yes, 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 yes. Mm-hmm.
That's one of my favorites.
Love it.
Oh my God, this is so
Lisa, love your dedication and appreciate your coverage. Always be safe. Yay. And now she has the power to withstand the evil daggers that are being fired her way. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Lisa.
I don't know what it's all about, unless, I mean, I know they, well, I kind of do know what it's all about. That's okay.
But if they're done eating, that means maybe there'll be a verdict soon. They have full bellies. They're going to start to get sleepy. They're going to want to go home.
I do.
Let me scream for
So
my
they should
kiddo.
want to. It's so good.
I said, do you want pizza? He's like, I was like, you don't have to have it. He's like, yes. Okay. I'm gonna order me a thin crust veggie pie. Okay, what specials do they have? Oh, they have papadillas. I could get a papadilla. Wait, what's on special?
What's that?
It's like a pizza, like where they fold it over and make it like a sandwich.
Mm.
Pizza pairings. Here we go. This is what we're gonna do because all of my kiddo wants is a pepperoni pizza. He doesn't care about anything else.
I'm still looking for that dang video that they were talking about. I have like a bazillion videos saved, but I don't ever save videos of myself.
That's funny.
Let's see, there's the Crash Daddies.
Mm.
There's Telus. Proctor. It's getting dark out, so they're gonna have to figure something out soon. Oh, best pizza ever.
I'm sure it is. Oh my goodness. Okay, add to deal. Add another for $6.99. I don't need another. Add to cart. Okay, got myself a vegetarian papadilla. Got my kiddo his favorite pizza.
Oh, here. Oh, wait. No, that's not it. That's the romance one. That's the one where I was reading their text between each other in my Boston accent. Nailed it.
Oh my God.
A wee whacker.
Oh, those Bostonites. Jesus Christ. Pay. Place order. Okay. I love that I could just sit here. Ding. Pizzas ordered. Now, because it is Friday night, it's probably going to take 500 years to get here. But I ordered myself a papadilla. Sidebar. That's hilarious. Okay. Oh, they're saying only half an hour. We'll see. Yeah, papadillas are like, they're crunchy. I don't like soft texture things. I don't like soft pizza. I don't like soft cookies. I mean, I'll eat a cake, but
Or peanuts.
I'd rather have something
Apparently.
crunchy.
You leaving? Enjoy.
Who is that? It's leaving?
Matt, he's just going on Vinny's show. Then he's coming back. Vinny Politian's show.
Oh, Matt.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah,
Right,
he's
Matt?
back there talking now.
I can't imagine having that job where you're like, a different town every night. Like, how do you have a social life or whatever? Always. I used to have jobs where
He
I
was,
traveled a lot, and I was
um, he doesn't want to have to do Karen Reed in January in Boston for that long. We're talking about that. Maybe it might get delayed though. Oh, here it is. Okay, finally, here it is. It took me all that time, but then it's like after I had invested so much time searching, then it's like I had to find it. I'm just gonna message it to you. All of this for that. I'm not
okay,
like I
cool.
have anything else to do.
Yeah, just text it to me.
I do have one more piece of pizza though. Well, I can't text it because now I'm pulled it up on the laptop. I'm just gonna send it to you on
Oh, okay, whatever. Yeah, email it to me. You
on
have
the
my
tweeter.
email.
Oh, okay, I can do that too.
That's fine too. Whatever. You have all my You are the only person who knows my real government name. Although the members
Look at
of
me
my
go.
channel know that my real name. It's Lucinda Teitelbaum. But it's
I'm just sending
okay.
it to you on Twitter because
It's just
I've already got
between
Twitter open.
That's fine. It's just between me and you and 3,300 other people. Few close
That's all.
friends.
That's all.
11 and a half hours on live, 3 hours and 20 minutes. I thought this was going to be a 2 to 4 hour verdict. But what do they say? 1 hour for every day you were in trial, something like that? Is that how it usually goes?
Yeah, something like that.
And how many days did this trial run? It started on Monday, right?
Yes,
Wait,
Monday afternoon. But see, Monday we really only got openings and then Frank Merritt, and that was it.
okay.
Please read. I
I
don't even
can't
want to
find
know.
her comment. These sweet people don't understand catching these comments. It's like, I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get it.
It gets
Wait,
hard.
is this the one? I just saw a tweet that said, do we know if Laurie Shaver is banging anyone new in the parking lot while waiting for the jury verdict? Sorry, gotta ask. Uh, my magic 8 ball says chances are good, but what do I know?
She's back over there
Kathy,
right
should
now,
I
but
order the key lime pie with my pizza? You absolutely should. It's what the Lord would want. Charlie Adelson's trial is in 2 weeks. No, Mama Adelson's trial is next week, I believe. Donna
yeah,
Adelson, she's next week, right?
they were in court yesterday or something. I don't know. I've been very
Yeah, they had
preoccupied.
final pretrial motions just the other day. That trial has come quickly because I remember being on a cruise and her getting arrested. The way I ran down to the Lido deck to find a quiet space to report live, I was like, y'all, I'm not going to be on because I'm going to be in the Caribbean. And I was like, I'm live. I'm reporting live from the carnival, whatever the F I was on. I was living my best life.
Huh?
Laurie is banging her lawyer. Look how close she sat to him. Girl.
They did sit like uncomfortably close.
Town bicycle. Everybody get a ride.
Look.
Yeah, her and that look. I mean, did you notice her daughter called
spinach too, and tomatoes, and I'm still just obsessing over pizza.
Yum.
Mm-hmm.
Yum. You notice the daughter called the lawyer by his first name?
Mm-hmm. You called him out on that too.
Okay.
And they said,
Okay.
she was like, had said that she only met him twice or something like that.
Yeah, okay, girl. Sure. Sure, Jan.
Sure, Jan. Okay, well, this pizza is amazing. It's not like a dinner date with a special ops dude, but it's still good. It is really good.
I mean, listen. Aw.
Maybe it'll be good luck pizza. Jen Doka, hey Jen Doka.
The fact that they're done eating now gives me hope that I think they'll come in under 4 hours. We'll see.
How many has it been? Do we know? Four. What did you say? How many has it been?
3 hours and 23 minutes.
Hmm.
Mr. Wiggs is getting his payment now. Just saying. I mean, I think I read that in comments. That's not me. Gossip, rumor, and innuendo LLC would never say such things because, being a lady, pinky's out the whole nine. It's already dark here in Massachusetts. Oh, is it? It's dark in North Jersey, too.
It's dark in Florida.
Dark all over.
I know. I don't. We'll be fine.
Loving this duo. Thank you. You know, it's funny when you're on live stream, Brandi, I talk back to you all day. You're talking about whatever, and I'm responding to whatever. And then I'm on the bus, I'm walking down the street, you're in my pocket, and you say something, and I'm laughing, and people are like, it's a crazy lady. I mean, it's New York City. The fact that I'm fully dressed while walking down the street laughing makes me an exception. I'm fine. I blend.
That's funny.
Before 9 p.m. Okay, so that's like within the next hour. We're getting predictions. How did you two meet, Kathy and Brandi? Twitter. When I hear people like, "Oh, I'm dating this person that I met on Twitter," that sounds crazy to me. But then you get like a true crime BFF, and it makes total sense. Okay.
Total sense.
Do you think the jury is working lunch because the clock hasn't stopped? Yeah, they're working through dinner. They ordered them pizza.
Yeah.
Brandi just ate some of the leftovers. Wait. 80s Music Man, the OG, member for 5 months. Turned the big 4-0 last week. Whoop for birthdays. Yay, 80s. That's awesome. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
My birthday was yesterday. Lots of birthdays. Wow. Wait, how are there 10 starred comments? Did I miss all of these? Apparently I did.
Speaking of birthdays, me and my kid were arguing over my birthday. Because I couldn't remember how old I was. And he did. And
hilarious.
I didn't know my own birthday because he just had a birthday and mine's in December. So I said something about whatever I don't remember how old I thought I was, but whatever it was, I was a year off. And he argued with me and I was like, I think I know how old I am. Turns out I didn't. He was right and I was wrong. That's why you have kids. So by the time you get senile, they can keep you in check.
My youngest two are born 3 years apart, and every time we go to the doctor's office, they're like, "What's his age?" And I'm like, "Tell the nice lady what your age is." I don't know. I did the hard part. I gave birth. I kept you alive all these years, however many it's been that you've been here.
But look, the thing is, here's the trick. This is parenting 101. Once you get them to the point where they're old enough to make their own cereal on Saturday mornings, you're basically done. Clock out. Done. The rest of it is up to them. Like
But listen, we've had 4. This last one's basically raising himself. It's autopilot at this point. I don't know where he is half the time. I can't remember his name. He makes his own orthodontist appointments. I'm like, the people need my credit card. Okay, tell them to send me a link. I'll just pay in the app. It's fine. And he's the happiest of all of them. Those other ones might be in therapy forever. This one's great. He's like, I got the best life ever.
That's funny.
Wait, Monica, 6 months. Congratulations, Monica C. Kathy, I used your recipe for dog food for the Great Dane. Oh my God, he loved it. You made 10 pounds of it. Bless your heart. That's a lot of dog food. My dogs are dog food snobs at this point. If I give them kibble, they're like, I'm sorry, what?
Oh yeah, Lucy's
I'm so glad your dog liked it. But 10 pounds, that's a lot of dog food. Betsy Jean is a new member. Congratulations. Welcome to the family, Betsy. I might have said that before. I don't know. Lisa, love your dedication and appreciate your coverage. Always be safe. Yes, don't make us have to come down there and cut a bee. We would not want to do that. Down there in the courthouse, especially. Oh, I think I did this one. Karate Cat Mom, $5 for a wonderful day. Thank you. Thank you. I know I did that one. Wait, did I do this one? Gifted membership, Melissa Ann. Thank you so much. Oh, no, that one just came in. Okay, so I didn't do that one before. Lovely. Wait,
I'm gonna
what?
get off here for a minute because I want to.
Okay.
Because I want to.
Go ear hustle. Go gather some intel and come back and tell us.
Okay, I'll be in chat though. I'll be in chat. But
Okay.
I'm gonna sign off here. Okay.
Tell us every single thing.
Okay.
Okay. Thomas T. Oh, wait. A police recruit died Massachusetts. Wait, a police recruit died Massachusetts State Police during boxing training. Oh my goodness. Rest in peace, guy. That's terrible. Oh my goodness. Sending good wishes to his family. You are good enough. $5. £5 sterling. I speak British. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Jen, 13th juror, 9 months. Wow. Oh my God, you made it. Yes, you did, my dear. Yes, you did. This is an excellent question, and I don't know the answer to it. Are any word where Laurie's other child is? Actually, I believe she has 3 other children because she had 2 from the first marriage and 2 from the second marriage, and I do not know where any of them are. I need to keep an eyeball out for Brandi. Also, there are 158 messages that just scrolled by, and I didn't catch any of them. Oh, wait, I can catch this though. A gifted membership. Thank you so much. Like, I'm looking out. Wow, I can't believe we're still on verdict watch. Me either. I went and ate dinner with some friends, and y'all have been here the whole time. We sure have. Oh, your pizza's almost ready, making sure everything is chef's kiss. You are very sweet, Tosh. My food is coming in just a few minutes, and I am going to eat it. Somebody's mom had 2 of them. Okay. Let me. Oh, it says the driver is on the way. Try to load up my Ring doorbell here. My VPN and my Ring doorbell do not like each other. Pause. How am I supposed to pretend to be British and watch British TV shows if I cannot also be nosy and spy on my children? There we go. Surely they will come back with a verdict soon. Oh, I hope so. Send the 16-year-old. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely going to go send the 16-year-old down to the front door to get it. He doesn't drive them. He's not at all interested. For all of our kids, we've had to force them to drive. Kathy, play some of your recaps. Oh. But how will we know when a verdict comes in? Okay, wait. Let me see if I can find a recap. Um, let me see. Videos. Playlist. Okay. I isn't that where isn't that word about kids? Isn't that weird about kids driving? I couldn't wait. Me either. But also, when I was a kid, you had to leave the house to hang out with your friends, and now you don't. But also, we live in a small enough town that my kid literally jumps on his bike and can go around to 5 different towns. So it works out for him. My big money salad earlier. Wait, my big salad money earlier for you, Kathy. All your hard work today. So sweet. So here's another one. Big salad money for you, sweetie. Aw, you guys are so sweet. Lovely. This damn verdict clock. I am watching. I have a video queued up. I so don't like watching my own videos. That's totally not my thing. You never heard of a jug handle? Oh, yeah, there's jug handles all over New Jersey. Um, one of the jurors is already thinking about their future book called The Town Bicycle. That's hilarious. Also, probably very accurate. Also, it could be old girl's autobiography. I'm just saying. We lived way out in the woods, so we had to have a car or a tractor or something. Nah, my kid will drive on his bike like 15, 20 miles in a day, just here, there, and everywhere, going with friends. He and his friends go and do stuff. It's crazy. But that youngest one is very, very independent. Do you ever take the train? Yeah, I take the subway. Not often, but I do. This is streaming on Kathy's channel also, if you want to super chat there. Oh, it is? I had no idea. Yeah, you can super chat me. I also have a buy me a coffee account. I don't know where it is. This must feel like they must feel like there will be a verdict tonight, or they don't want to deal with next week. Tanika, I agree. I feel strongly that there's going to be a verdict tonight. I have no authority. Kathy, you might want to start a new stream. Why? This was Brandi's stream. I'm not even sure how I got this one started. Y'all, wait, somebody's saying jury question? Jury question, jury question, jury question. Okay. Let's see. I'm in the courtroom. Okay. Brandi's in the courtroom. The jury clock is still going. Oh, Brandi said jury question. Okay. I wonder what their question is. Can we go home for the night? That's the question. Kathy, are they returning to the courtroom? I don't know. We're watching the courtroom now. We've got eyeballs in there. I mean, Brandi's eyeballs. Oh, Kathy, they are returning to the courtroom. Here we go. See what's what. Got to take this call, you guys. Hang on. Um, oh, YouTube boots you at 12 hours. I had no idea. Okay. Mm, let's see, jury. Okay. We may get booted. How do I? How do I? Yikes. I'm sure Brandi is reading and we'll figure it out. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan to me. Brandi, if we get booted at 12 hours, can you help us figure it out? Because you know I don't.